Hello, everybody. We have got some speculation stuff going on here. We're gonna start doing some AA priority speculation for the first trio, and then we're also gonna do the second trio that I think I'm gonna try working towards afterwards. We're gonna do some fun tier list stuff just because it's kind of fun to do tier lists, even though they probably make a lot of people really angry because their favorite class I won't like as much. That's fine. And then we have a whole bunch of resource sites that I've been seeing on the Discord, and we're just going to kind of dig through them and see what's going on with them, see if any of them look useful or whatever. And then maybe we'll go look at some spell upgrade priorities. I'm not really sure about this. Probably, maybe we'll do that, maybe we won't. I don't know. But anyways, so we've got this tool made by Abnatus that's like an AA calculator, and it also lets you like set up a progression path with like different increments. Oh, I should get rid of these. So we're gonna go ahead and do this from scratch, and we're gonna try and do it blind. Like I have notes from before for stuff, but we're gonna go ahead and try and do this just willy-nilly. So we have Paladin Monk Enchanter already set up, which is what we're gonna do. Now on my original notes, I do have how many AAs I have at different increments. So we're gonna go ahead and go with this and assume this is how many points we have. So we'll set them up first, I guess. So let's see, we had 23 with the wizard. So we add a waypoint here. We have 23 points, and then name, we'll just call it, Wizports. Orange, that sounds good. Why not? Okay, so Wizports is orange. Wait, we should make it the same color I had on here. So we went beige, purple, red, green. Beige, purple, red, green. We don't really have a beige, so I guess orange is good enough. Okay, so we need another one, and this one will be Druid Ports. Oh, whoops, this is the number. And this one was 36. So Druid Ports. And was this, I think this was purple? Was that right? Yeah, purple, and then red and green. And then the next one was simply, we have the 52. And this one is Enchanter level 25, something like that. I'm like a goldfish, man. I've already forgotten what color this is supposed to be. I think it was red. Yeah, and then we have green. And then the last one, we'll use this pastel green, I guess. Now, I'm pretty sure when I hit level 15, I had about 115 points. So this is Pal, Monk, Enchanter, level 50. Yeah? Okay, so that's like as far as we can get, but we're not going to look at that again. We're going to go through the AAs that we think we'll want, and then we're going to go on the progression, and you can drag them around and prioritize them, right? So let's see. Let's just start from the top and see what do we want. So we definitely want circular breathing, right? For endurance regen. We definitely want combat agility. We definitely want combat fury. We want stability. None of that. Fear is not really, if you're soloing, fear resistance doesn't really do a whole lot of anything other than like what those horses in Plane of Fear can fear you, but eh. See, gather innate imminence. What does this do again? Increases your strength by 10. That is kind of good. That is kind of good. I guess we'll add it. I don't think it's a very high priority, but we can do that later, right? Lung capacity, that's garbage. Metabolism, regen, that's garbage. I don't really, I mean, maybe you'd want this later. I feel like this is going to be like, you've put a lot of points in already kind of thing, right? I don't think you're going to want that early. All right, natural durability is super important. That's a ton of HP. We do want Pack Rat at some point because we're going to be playing a monk. You know what? Let's just add this and we'll just move it, even though this is like really far down. And then Pack Rat too. You do want this eventually, but probably not till like forever. I think people really overestimate how important the whole weight monk thing is personally. You definitely want quick buff. You definitely want steadfast will eventually, even if you're an ogre, but this will be really low priority because I will be an ogre. What does this do? That's garbage. We don't care about that. All right, so now we can move on to archetype. Let's see. You definitely want ambidex. Burst of power. Why do I have burst of power? Huh. Okay, we'll just ignore that. We don't we don't care about critical affliction for enchanter because their dot is pretty minimal, right? Double repost is something you want eventually. Finishing blow is actually pretty good for leveling. Fury magic's pretty whatever for enchanter too. Healing adept, we definitely want that. That's quite good. Healing gift is also like okay. This is like way less good than adept, I think though, because it's, random. This one always helps. Let's see, improve bash. Is that the two-hander thing? That's we're already an ogre? Did they change this? Was this the thing that they said that you can do this while dual wielding now if you have this? I think that's what they said. Let's just add it and we'll probably put it at the bottom of priority, right? Okay, innate, invis, mass group, that's garbage. Master of all. Now, master of all for paladin enchanter is actually not really that important because basically all the spells you care about for enchanter and paladin is alteration. So like this isn't that important. Hey Zaber, how's it going? How are you today? Yeah, so we're not gonna. I mean, you do want this eventually. Yeah, let's just stick with the pattern. Eventually, you want to max this, right? But we'll have to put it near the bottom. So let's see, mastery of the past. You definitely want this. Not fizzling is winning, man. Okay, mental clarity. You definitely want that. Mnemonic retention. Obviously, basically everybody wants this. You hate yourself if you don't want that. Let's see, pet affinity. No, you don't want. So this one you don't really care about this one either, because group beneficial is not a thing. You're just gonna use quick buff, right? So this doesn't really do anything early on. You're on call for work, just chilling, getting the build all planned out. This is a nice resource. Yeah, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. I played with it a little bit when he was like asking me for some feedback on it, but this is the first time I'm gonna actually just like full out make a build with it, you know? So let's see, physical enhancement, you definitely want that one. Quick damage, no. Rampage is pretty trash. They did upgrade it. Wait, this is warrior only. I don't know why this is on my list. Okay, spellcasting mastery, this is super important. Reinforcement, you do want this. Just for quality of life eventually, right? We'll put it on there. That's going to be really low on priority too. Subtlety is just garbage, because I'm going to be soloing most of the stuff. And this is, let's see, reduce beneficial spellcast time 3 seconds or higher by 10%. That is quite good. That is quite good, but not for this. I mean, beneficial spells, so it doesn't affect charm. It won't affect slows. No, never mind. I don't care about that. Okay, now we can go to the class ones. Let's see, Paladin. The horse, right? The horse, we want the cheap horse. And then Slay Undead's very important. I have heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, I've heard that both horses are like the same, but like the more expensive one looks better or something. Can anybody confirm on that? We'll just put the horse on there. Um, I don't think I really care about those. All right, we'll go to monk. Now we do want improved mend, but in order to get improved mend, we have to do that first aid garbage, right? So I guess we have to go back. We have to go back and put first aid in. Wait, what does it require? Is it rank 3? Yeah, rank 3. That's so dumb. They should have got rid of that. Nobody cares about first aid. Alright, so we do improve mend. Rapid feign, whatever. This is kind of whatever too, I think. Alright, enchanter. Oh, we don't have the enchanter one here yet. So this tool doesn't have the new ones, which isn't surprising because nobody's seen it in game. We'll just have to ignore it for now and just kind of be aware that there are some new AAs. I'm actually not even sure if they're auto grants or if you buy them. I kind of forget. Anyways, all right, that's literally everything, huh? That didn't take very long. Okay, but now we have to do. Okay, so we get a summary. This is 300 points. So obviously we only have like 115. So we're gonna have to like prioritize, right? So let's go into progression. And I know what I want to get first. I want to get mental clarity first because one and 2 points of mana regen right at the beginning is actually kind of crazy. I wonder if there's a way to like send to top. Well, you can actually mark it that you're done. That's cool. I didn't see that before. Preview next rank. Okay, here's mental clarity. So this is kind of a pain in the butt. You can't scroll. This I should have said something to him when I was testing this. This is actually kind of painful. Wait, and it won't go up. Why won't it go up? Yeah, this drag should have been... Okay, I guess you can just do this. Wait, can you like use your arrows to go up? No. Yeah, this is pretty painful. I'm gonna tell him about this if he doesn't like come into the stream while we're doing this, because this is quite that's quite painful. I like that it color codes though, right? So we know where we're at. Yeah, this needs to have like a send to top, send to bottom or something. Or just like a better way to scroll or something. I don't know. All right, so we're see like that. That was terrible, right? Why did that happen? I mean, I know why it happened, but I didn't see it till the last second. You need to see that red line. Go, go, go. We gotta see the red line. There we go. So we're gonna do that first. And then we're gonna do, I think the cost of spells. This is kind of hard to look at here too, like without having the description. I think this should have description here, right? This would be a lot better if there was a description in these bars. There's like lots of space here, right? So we want spellcasting mastery, because you're gonna be spamming wizard nukes like at the beginning, right? You're just gonna be like totally blasting wizard nukes. So like mana regen plus mana cost is just kind of the utmost priority at the beginning, I think. Do 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 do. Go go go. Go go go. Yeah, this is I'm not really sure what the solution to this is, but this is pretty painful, right? There has to be a better way to do this. Like what if I were to spam the up button on it, would that even help? It probably wouldn't, right? Because it just get confusing. You can remove the rank here. And if I just hit this, it just goes up one. Yeah, that's not really... It's almost like you have to select them. You know, the way to do it is probably on the first page. When you're doing general archetype and stuff, you probably want to select them there in the right order or close to it so that you have to do less dragging, right? I think that's the play. So, okay. So we'd have the mana reduction and mental clarity. Now, what after that is the most important for leveling? Because this is just like leveling. Like, we wouldn't want things like combat agility. Like, things like combat fury would be pretty good, right? Early on. Combat fury is pretty good. At some point, you're going to need to have... Um, at some point, you're going to need to have mnemonic retention and... what's quick buff? Where's quick buff? Like, you need this pretty early too, right? Not like super early, but we'll just put it up here. Probably earlier than circular breathing, right? Now, where's mnemonic retention? The first points are really cheap too, right? But when do you need it? Like at the beginning, you're basically just gonna have like what? A nuke, a heal, pacify. What else? A nuke, a heal, and pacify. What else would you have at the beginning? I guess like you just have temporary buffs like haste. Oh, AoE Mez. I would have AoE Mez on the third trio. There's like not that many spells, right? So maybe you don't need this that early. you don't really need a lot of spell slots till you have like more of your kit, which would probably be like around like level 30 plus, and that would put you at like already 50-ish points, which is like in here somewhere. So maybe when we start Enchanter, we start caring about mnemonic retention. Quick buff's the same thing too. Like, do you need quick buff before level 25? Like, what would it do for you? Because you're gonna have like what? You're gonna have like the Paladin HPAC buff. You're gonna have the Paladin AC buff. You'd have like Thorns and Haste. You'd have you'd have lots of permanents. Permanents don't count. Like Yelp and the proc thing from Paladin don't count because those are just permanent. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you're not gonna need quick buff till like later, like maybe down here. And do you want to get mnemonic retention or quick buff first? Probably quick buff first, right? Probably quick buff first, because yeah, I think you want quick buff before mnemonic retention. Don't forget you get something like 20A if you level the Wiz. I have them in here, Mike. Look at the. So I have 23 points for Wizard ports. I have up to 36 for Druid ports. 52 points for Enchanter to level 25, and then 115 at level 50. I have them. That's what these color coding things are, right? Like this is the first one. This is the second section. This is the third. This is the fourth, etc. Yeah. That's why I was kind of thinking like you wouldn't really care about mnemonic retention and quick buff until down here. I feel like this would be like in the middle too, right? Like maybe like here, because this is like, and you definitely don't want innate eminence at the beginning. You don't want natural durability at the beginning either. Like having more health is not really going to help that much. Combat agility is not that important. Combat Fury is pretty good at the beginning, though. Let's see, what else would be good right at the beginning? Combat Fury is good. Oh yeah, Slay Undead. You want Slay Undead. Where is Slay Undead? It's like way at the bottom because it's a class 1, right? Okay, so here's Slay Undead. Yeah, man, there needs to be... The first 2 points for extra spell slots are so cheap. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Mike. They both cost only 1 AA each, the first mnemonic retentions. I mean, Slay Undead, you kind of want this really early, right? You probably want it like here, maybe? Like at the beginning of being done with Wizard? Maybe even here. Well, okay, so Slay Undead, once you hit what, like level 18? Once you hit about level 18, you're not going to be fighting Undead anymore, right? Or maybe a little, I don't know, level 20? Yeah, from like 20 to 23, you're not going to be fighting Undead anymore, right? So getting Slay Undead at that point is maybe kind of wasteful. Maybe if it's like right there. So like you get it while you're still fighting Undead the next time. Hmm. Hmm. Although you could just get it. Because let's see, with this many points, what are you at here? You have 5 plus 17. This is 17 points, which means you're probably level 15 or 16. Which means you're still fighting the undead area. You'd be fighting the guy that gives you the wristbands plus that wandering zombie area, right? Give or take. So maybe getting Slay Undead 1 rank right then would be okay. Maybe it'd be okay to get the first points here. And then Combat Fury. Combat Fury starts mattering if your second... you're going to have good weapons when you start the Druid, right? Because you're going to have like the dagger and the sword or the two-hander from the Dark Elf. So Combat Fury starts being good, but like right here, Combat Fury is kind of garbage, right? And Circular Breathing's probably not really very important at the beginning either. Combat Agility is not. Here's the second mnemonic retention. What else would be important at the beginning other than Slay Undead? Let's drag the second Slay Undead up to the top. I don't know if I'm going to dual wield or use a two-hander. Last time I used a two-hander. Hey Saren, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? Last time I didn't get ambidexterity until way later because I was using a two-hander like the whole time. You get like I used the two-hander from that the guy on the side room instead of the dagger sword combo. Cause I feel like at the beginning, I feel like prior to like maybe level 30, dual wield is not that good. 3 points of innate regen. Are you talking about like HP regen? I feel like HP regen is kind of trash when you have mend and lay on hands. It doesn't make you kill any faster, right? Don't you want to like kill faster with the first ones? How much does so 3 points of NH regen is like 30 HP a minute, which is like one heal every 10 minutes worth of AA. I don't know. I don't think that has very much. I didn't even put that in here. Is that what you mean, the HP one, Raphael? I don't know if I'm going to dual wield or use a two-hander. I feel like I'm still going to use a two-hander. Honestly, I might not use Ambidex till like quite a while. I might honestly put Ambidex like here somewhere. Oh, like above the. I mean, I'm not going to do the pack rat at the beginning either. We can put it above pack rat at least. Same with spell resistance. Like maybe after natural durability, that'd be okay. I think two-hander is better overall, especially with the bash AA. Well, I'm not going to use the bash AA because I got slam, Mike. The fact bashing from any slot was bugged. Did they have patch notes about bashing? Like, does that work if you put a shield in any slot now? But once you get to air, you'll have access to amazing one hand. Well, that's true. Hey, Abnatus, how's it going? Yeah, Abnatus, I found a really big problem with this calculator, and I don't really know how to fix it. I mean, it's not a big problem, but it's a problem. Reordering these when one's like really far down on the list and you want to bring it to the top is kind of awful. Like, if I want to pull this mental clarity rank 3 up to the top, you have to like do this and sit here. And it scrolls really, really slowly. And you can't use your mouse scroll. Right? Like your mouse scroll doesn't work. So this is I don't know how to fix that, but it's pretty painful. And I can't scroll back down. I have to like drag like this. I did want to put this up here somewhere. Certainly above innate eminence. Maybe I should just keep dragging things I want to pull up. Like, we definitely want natural durability above eminence, I think, right? Like, the HP you get from natural durability is kind of nuts, especially when you're using lay on hands and mend as your, like, primary healing. I thought it had value because the first reprints were only 1 each. Yeah, I mean, Bash from any was in the leaked next patch notes. Oh, was it? Okay. I wonder what that does for Slam, though. Okay, so the Bash AA, if Bash does good damage, because everybody's going to be wearing shields in their any slot, right, James? And if that's true, then your Bash might actually do decent damage. Like, as soon as you get a Blade Stopper, or one of those shields, Shield of the Immaculate, Blade Stopper, or what's the one from Kazakh Duel, the Resist one, you're probably going to have those in your any slot for, like, almost forever, right? Okay, let's just keep dragging stuff up above the stuff we definitely don't want till later. We just kind of added stuff that we thought we'd want eventually. We definitely don't want that. Finishing Blow is actually pretty good for killing stuff early on. That was my experience before. I would definitely put Finishing Blow up here. Let's put it beneath Ambidex, I guess. We're just going to drag this above all the stuff that we won't want till like way later. This improved Bash is pretty interesting now that James makes that point. It's 6 points, though. It's very expensive. It would be interesting to know, like, what kind of a... It'd be interesting to know what kind of a upgrade in damage it is. Because, like, we don't care about the Bash Interrupt as an Ogre, right? We have Slam. So, like, if it doesn't do good damage, then it's just kind of garbage. Trying to make a quick fix. All right, Obnotus. So, okay, here's the other mental clarity. Let's put this mental clarity up here. Where did I put the other mental clarity? Where did I put the third one? There we go, put it there. All right, so this is all blah, 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 blah. You know what I could do is I could just remove these temporarily. That would kind of fix it too, right? Maybe we do that. Let's try this. So we don't really want Pack Rat right now. Let's undo it. So we get rid of Pack Rat. This kind of fixes the problem, right? Let's just get rid of the stuff we know we're not going to have enough points for, right? I think that's the play. These are good. These are good. This one, we're definitely not going to put points into this early on for Ogre. That, yes. Probably not that either. Because once you start dual wielding, repost is kind of meh, right? Since you have slam, I skip it until others have tested it. Yeah, that's fair, James. That's fair. Finishing blow's pretty good, but the other ranks are kind of expensive, aren't they? Yeah. Maybe only like 1 point in this. I think only 1 point in this at first is probably good. This one's not really that impactful either, so we can get rid of that for now. This one is just actually just not good for Enchanter Paladin at all. I guess I kind of did this a stupid way. I thought it would be okay. I thought reordering this would be faster, but it's not, right? So we're gonna do it this way. Let's get rid of Improved Bash then. And let's get rid of the buff duration. This is good, but it's not like important, right? It's more of a quality of life thing than actually good. The fizzle thing, we still want that. Okay, where are we at now? We're at 188. That's a little more reasonable, right? So let's see where we're. When do we want to get Holy Steed? What do you guys think? We're not going to be running all that much, but when you do run, man, having that mount sure would save some time, right? Let's think about it. So we're going to live in Befallen. We're going to go to West Corona after we level the Wizard. And we're going to run West Corona to Blackborough one time to get the shoulders, right? Making the fix now? Cool, I'm excited. That's probably going to make this easier to use. So that's one run. But then once we get those shoulders, we're going to be in Befallen until Enchanter's like level 24 or 25, right? And then what are we going to do? We're going to go to Najina. That's not a very long run, right? So I don't think the horse gives you much value there. Then we're going to go from Najina probably to Runny Eye, which we're going to have the Misty Thicket port, so that's a really short run, so it doesn't help that much there. And then we're just going to be in Gook, right? Dude, I don't think Holy Steed helps you. I don't think Holy Steed helps you all that much until you're like level 50. Because you just don't run that much. Like, I think the best use of Holy Steed saving time is when you need to run from Surefall to Lady Vox, right? And that's not even that important, because I feel like Lady Vox is not really all that good unless you're ready to level jewel crafting, right? You're doing Warrior, and initially Bash and Cleave shared a cooldown. Yeah, they fixed that, I think, Jake. I'm pretty sure they fixed that. Shared a cooldown, so Improved Bash never mattered. Has that been changed or Improved Bash worse it now? Okay, so what James was saying, Jake, is that Improved Bash, like if you have it, will now bash with your shield from your any slot. That's what he's saying. So if that's true, your Bash might actually do pretty good damage. And if you're not an Ogre, then being able to bash from an any slot is really good for interrupting spells. So it sounds like it does matter now. How much it matters is a question. What else are you playing other than Warrior, Jake? Because if you're a Paladin, you'd have Stun. If you're an Enchanter, you have Mez and Stun. If you're a Bard, you can spam Mez. Hey, Goth Turtle, thanks for the follow. Oh, I should turn off that Grim Dawn. Whatever, it's fine. War, Wizard, Enchanter. Okay, so it's not really that important for you, because you have Enchanter stuns. I don't know. You can interrupt casts with just the Enchanter nukes, right? Or Mez. Like, you can use the AoE Mez to interrupt stuns, or interrupt spells, if you want. Hey, good afternoon. How you doing? They were also saying Bash AA would work with two-handers and dual. That is what they said in the patch notes, Wacko. Wacko is Wacko. Nice name. Uh, uh, would not make any sense to someone who hasn't played D&D, but I would imagine a lot of people here have played D&D. So yeah, I don't think the Holy Steed's all that good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's really that good. Like it saves you some time here and there, but I guess it'd be good in like Plane of Fear and Plane of Hate. I think you can use this in Plane of Fear and Plane of Hate, right? I feel like the Venn diagram with EQ players and DD players is close to a circle. Yeah, it's probably. I agree with you, Thaco. It's a pretty large overlap for sure. All right, so first aid. I think first aid and improved mend isn't that important either. These are at the bottom already, though. Slay and dead definitely needs to not be at the bottom. Physical enhancement needs to be above the other agility, stability things, because physical enhancement point for point is worth the most. Where's my stability, agility? Okay, this needs to be above these. Now, circular breathing. When do we start caring about this? Not early on, right? Early on, this is garbage. Because, like, I literally just came home from a tabletop convention, yeah. Just getting my new CPU desk command station from an anti-social. Nice, Turtle. Tortle. It's Tortle, not Turtle. What are we doing here, Bullrog? We are speculating alternate advancement point priority for Paladin Monk Enchanter, which will be my first level 50 trio. And this is a tool made by Abnatus that you can go to. You can see the URL here. And it allows you to segment like different parts of your leveling if you want. And it'll color those parts. And then you go through like all the AAs and add them to this list. And then you can sort them. And then you can save it as a build and then export it and send it to people. So it's pretty cool. He's making a change right now to make it so dragging these hopefully is less painful. We'll see what he comes up with. Let's see. So combat agility is not that important at the beginning either. Honestly, more mental clarity would be more important than like agility and stability, right? Like at the beginning, mana regen is so good because your nukes are so much of your damage when you don't have planar weapons, right? So I think we put mental clarity higher up. And then quick buff. We're going to want quick buff before we get out of the Fallen as an enchanter, I think. So maybe like here-ish. And then we're going to want... Oh, this is rank 1 mnemonic retention. Let's move the circular breathing down. Let's move all these circular breathings down. Like, endurance is good, but I feel like at the beginning, endurance is, like, not really a problem, right? It's, like, later when endurance matters. Like, once you start raiding. You're just upset your regularly scheduled Pathfinder game is next Saturday? Oh, no. How viable did archery become for you? I would say that if they leave range stance as a mandatory part of archery, archery is kind of non-functional for a solo player in raiding. Because if you have archery as your main weapon and that's how you want to play, as soon as you have to go defensive or evasive, you can't shoot anymore. Did you ever end up testing a quiver, see if it made a difference? I mean, we put the arrow that was duplicated in the quiver, Zane, but we didn't really do any tests because, like, yeah, we would have had to look at timestamps and stuff. We never. A short answer is no, Zane. We did not. Am I going to share this somewhere? I'm probably gonna make a quick video talking about my AA path plus what I'm gonna do for leveling. I have a giant list of what I'm gonna do. You can see it here. I have like a 21 step process of what I'm gonna do, all the way up to, you know, switching to the second comp that I want to try. So you can see I have my outline written here for like my step process. So I'll probably, I don't know, insert AA plan here, question mark, somewhere, maybe. I think the AA path is a little more important though, right? Because most people already know you go to Befallen or Crushbone because people know about the revamps, right? Maybe not everybody, but I would think most people do. Your Pathfinder campaign is continue only at the end of August after summer break. Okay, so you got a ways to go. Okay, what are we doing here? Combat agility. Combat agility is better than stability early on because stability doesn't do anything until you've hit the AC cap already. And hitting the AC cap early on is probably not super likely, right? What was the second comp? Warrior Necro Shaman Bullrog. Love to see this doc. Yeah, Warrior Necro Shaman. So the idea, the thought process behind Warrior Necro Shaman is that Warrior defense plus Shaman slow makes you so tanky that you can literally dump almost all of your mana into just Giga Dots and just do a gazillion DPS. Plus you'd have Puma for Warrior attacking, right? So you'd have Puma plus Giga Dots and you probably would just take like no damage. That's the idea. Unfortunately, the thing I hate about that comp is that you don't have Pacify. I hate that you don't have Pacify in that comp. So it might turn out that I prefer Warrior Enchanter Shaman. Yeah, I do also, Machine. I absolutely love Paladin Monk Enchanter. It's just got, it basically has everything that I want. Both offensively, defensively, and quality of life, right? Like, I think it's just got, it covers almost everything. It covers almost everything. It has everything except for Illusion Froglock. That's right, Obnatus. That AoE Mez is insane. It really is. When you hit level 16, man, that thing is cracked. You know what's interesting about that 2 machine is that I think Enchanter has the lowest level spell that's worth upgrading in the game, right? Because upgrading that AoE Mez is totally worth it. To get like duration ticks and make it cost less mana and everything, right? Like it cast time, everything, it's worth it. Does Cleave help Spellblade proc? I'm not really sure. Bronson. Has anybody tried Cleave with Spellblade? Honestly, Bronson, I never use Spellblade. I don't think Spellblade's very good. I think the best use case for Spellblade is if you're half AFK and then you Spellblade a heal spell so you can mindlessly grind while half AFK. I think from an efficiency standpoint, Spellblade's not that good. Did I test archery with Puma? I did. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. We never saw killing Yale and Inaruk on D0 with that character. We never saw a Puma proc for me. Only the pet. Vampiric Embrace is worth upgrading. Oh, that's a good call. Good call, Zane. That's true. Vampiric Embrace is also worth upgrading. Bard also has a bunch of things that are worth upgrading kind of early on, right? Not a bunch, but it has some. It has at least some that are worth upgrading early on. Like, obviously, they're level 30 dot. That's pretty early. That's worth upgrading. You want to use Spellblade with Rune. That would make sense. A Rune or a heal. I guess either way it kind of makes sense. At low level gear, I tried Spellblade as a paladin with heal, and it was pointless. I spent more time sitting in Divine, so yeah. Spellblade is okay if you don't want to spend mana, but still want to drop Wiz Nukes occasionally as you melee things down. Enchanter, Paladin, Berserker. That's a pretty good combo, Bronson. I think that for raiding, that will be weaker than with a monk instead of a berserker, but for leveling, that should be quite good. Do you use the level 16 AoE Mez spell at 50? I mean, I think with the level 16 AoE Mez spell, you probably use it a lot less at 50, but if you level another trio, you'll use it again for 16 to 50, right? You'll use it over and over again. I've noticed Reeve procced off. Wait, Reeve procced. Reeve is not a proc. That's not a thing. Reeve is a used ability on a timer. There is no procking. But Vampiric Embrace wouldn't. Oh, VE doesn't proc off archery either. That's kind of weird. I mean, maybe archery just doesn't proc anything. That's That's true, Zane. There were people saying that Whirl Till You Hurl is insanely good. I could see that. Like, Whirl Till You Hurl on the Baron is probably incredible, right? If you refresh now, the version will change to 1.65 and new drag drop. I need to export this, though, right? So I don't lose it. I just copy the link and then refresh it like this. Well, I know, but I don't have a link. I don't have this saved at all. Or does it just remember? Can I just refresh it and everything will stay here? It's in your cookie? Okay. Okay, I mean you would know. So let's just refresh then. Yeah, it's definitely here. All right. So how do we do this now? Does it move faster now? Let's just try one. I don't know why I'm asking. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's so much better. Can you scroll with your mouse yet? No. Can you make it so that the mouse scroll works or no? So like you can just hold it anywhere? Okay, wait, what was I doing? Uh how much is Rivervale role playing? You know, I don't really know, Breezy. I'm not really going to be doing that, but I have seen on the Discord that that is like the unofficial RP server. What server am I going? I'm going to Rivervale, Bronson, because that's apparently where most of the content people are going, so that's where I'm going. It seems like the right thing to do, so I don't like troll people, and so I don't miss out on stuff. I wonder how Bard, Shaman, Necro would be with all the HP. I think it'd be okay. You have Plate and you have Shaman Slow. Plate and Shaman Slow means you're gonna be pretty decent, I think. And you have Pacify there because you got Bard. So some self buffs do proc off archery, but some don't. Like what? It procs Call of Sky. Maybe that's because it's a ranger buff and it was like coded differently, right? That would make a lot of sense. Rivervale here, Goth. Okay, cool. I've like lost track of what I was doing. So okay, so we start with the spell reduction. We start with regen. Slay undead at least one rank, so that when we get melee weapons and they're more effective on the second set, we already have Slay undead. And then Combat Fury for the same reason, because our weapons start getting better here. But then we want to max out Mental Clarity, because like we're gonna spam nukes, right? Regardless, you're gonna spam nukes basically the whole way up, right? I think mnemonic retention should probably happen right after we like start doing quick buff, or maybe right before. Like we probably don't need physical, um, this physical stuff this early. Let's put mnemonic retention like up here maybe. Where's the other cheap one? We need the other cheap mnemonic retention. Oh, dude, I still want to scroll with my mouse. It's driving me crazy. Where are we at here? There it is. Shouldn't be hard. Unfortunately, scroll wheel is a browser OS limitation, really? Does it have something to do with like the div matching with like the frame that it's in and stuff? And so like if your mouse isn't like focusing on like the outer container, it like doesn't scroll. Is that what it is? I mean it's probably something like what I just said. Yeah. So you'd have to do like massive it might not even be possible to do a proper surgery to make scroll work for this, right? Because it would have to this whole thing would have to be like a singular container somehow, right? Hey, thanks for the follow, Amer. I like that name, Amer. Let's see. So agility, circular breathing, combat stability is like okay, natural durability. I think natural durability is versus stability is kind of a toss up. Durability is probably a little better than stability because of mend and lay on hands, right? Durability has a lot of value when you're both monk and paladin, since your healing scales with your max HP. And then Ambidex being right at the end of level 50, I think is perfect. I think this is perfect. Because I really don't think I'm gonna use Ambidexterity until I get the Smoldering Brand plus Serpent's Tooth. Right? Like I'm inevitably going to go to the hole around level 44 to 46 to get that ranged item, and then I'll probably get a Smoldering Brand or Thor from the rats. And then at 46, we'll kill Yale and hopefully get a Serpent's Tooth, right? So then we'll actually have good dual wield weapons. It'd take a full rewrite of pretty much everything, even doable on. Yeah, I figured it would be complicated. So this is looking pretty good. This order is looking pretty good now. Wait, where's the, we need more, we have to max mnemonic retention before 50, like for sure, right? So we need to drag all these up. Let's just put them all next to each other for a second and take a glance at when we want to do it. Where is it? Well, it's kind of hard to see. Oh, there they are. I mean, mnemonic retention definitely becomes important for Enchanter. I just don't know exactly when. I don't remember when mnemonic retention all of a sudden felt like absolutely mandatory. When do you get Wandering Mind? I feel like right around the time you got Wandering Mind, it started becoming a problem. Like a huge problem. Let's see, let me finish doing this mnemonic retention thing. There we go. Does dual wield not outpace 200 early on Pal Monk? I think... So I think the problem is that the Black and Alloy Bastard Sword is super good. That's the problem. So it depends. If you don't want to go to Runny Eye, which is a dumpster fire, and get the Alloy Medallion and Black Bastard Sword, then you probably are better off dual wielding. But I also think that dual wield doesn't really... Dual wield's not really better than two-hander until you have both ambidex and are probably like level 25-ish or something, because early on, you don't dual wield that often, right? If not, Baron weapons or Najina weapons will do very good. Yeah, yeah, I pretty much agree with what Abnata said. If you get a Babs, two-handed is probably the way, because then you don't have to ambidex so early, and you can get other stuff. But if you don't get a Babs, then yeah, probably dual wielding. There's also the two-handers from Split Paw. So if you feel like going to Split Paw, there's a two-handed slashing and a two-handed blunt that are both really good. They're not quite as good as Babs, but they're pretty close. How many inventory spots can you purchase? I have absolutely no idea. I have no idea, Bronson. I would be interested to know, though. You tried my guide, made an XR, turned in Muffin's red wine, and even with 120 PP, my faction wasn't maxed? I think you were doing it wrong, Bronson. You did red wine. Don't do red wine. White wine. Do white wine. That's the problem. Muffins is like... I'm pretty sure all the muffins only cost like 3 platinum. Or maybe 2 or 3 platinum. There's 2 two-handeds in Befallen. Yeah, that's true. There are. There's the one from the guy on... No, there's 3 two-handers in Befallen handles. There's one from the Dark Elf Lady, the Scythe, but I can't use it as this combo, so it doesn't count. There's the one from the guy on the stairs, and then there's the one from the knight. There's the one in the Baron era to the right-hand side. Right, like Baron's straight in front of you, Corvin's to the left, and the guy with the two-handers to the right. Watched all my videos. I just put them on at work and listen to like a podcast. Nice, Kemble. Nice. You played Paladin, Monk, Enchanter in beta to 50, going to go Cleric, Monk, Enchanter, I assume is what that is. Cleric, Monk, Enchanter. Okay, so you're... That, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Cleric, Monk, Enchanter sounds pretty good. The only problem I foresee with Cleric, Monk, Enchanter is your armor options, but it's probably fine. Because Befallen gear is so good that it kind of doesn't matter if you can't wear, like, melee statted planar gear. I mean, Cleric plus having Enchanter slow, you're not going to take any damage. No defensive. Oh, that's true. That's a good shout out, Nagafin. You're not going to have defensive stance. That is sort of a little bit of a problem. The Enchanted Fine Steel 200 in Befallen is pretty good. Borderline Babs. Yeah, it's close. If you get a +5 of the Enchanted Fine Steel two-hander, it's slightly worse than a +4 Babs. So, like... But I'm going to go to Runny Eye anyways, because I want that neck. I want the neck, because Mana Prez is crazy. Mana Prez is insane for both leveling and for raiding, right? The stamina regen spells help endurance. Some of them do. I don't know if all of them do. Like, I know that Chloro does. The Bard's Jackson does now. I'm pretty sure the Enchanter augmentation does not, but I'm not 100% on that. And then Ranger has one, and Beastlord has one also, Bronson, that they put in kind of recently. To be fair, you never use defensive stance with Paladin. I mean, not while leveling, but once you get to endgame, you will. Like for D3, D4 bosses, you'll use defensive stance. You'll even in Plane of Air for the B boss, you probably use defensive on the B boss, and for the genies, the Ifritis, you probably use defensive on the Ifritis because those guys hit really hard. You're always striker. Striker, huh? Okay. You switch to evade. Yeah, I mean that makes sense for leveling, Kemble. I think we all just speculate level 50, right? Because like not having defensive or evasive or whatever while leveling is kind of it's less relevant. Channeler might substitute. That's true. Maybe. I didn't really experiment with Channeler much either, Nagafin. You were thinking Cleric, Ranger, Enchanter for staying invasive while Charm Pet does damage? I mean, Cleric, Ranger, Enchanter is probably a pretty good combo, Bronson. You, once again, don't have defensive, but I think with Enchanter slow plus Cleric heals, it'd be fine. For spell upgrades, you had started a thread tracking them in Discord. There's a summary on my GitHub Spell Explorer. It doesn't look like... Oh. There's a work in progress slider to the spell type to see how it changes the spells we know about so far. So you have a site that like people can slide to see what it does to spells, Amer? That's pretty cool. It's GitHub? I'd be interested in seeing that. Hey, thanks for the follow, Nagak. Get all the resists. Yeah, I mean, Pet Charm does carry pretty hard, Bronson. Charm Pets, like, especially in Hate. Dude, Charm Pets are cracked in Hate. Oh, there we go. Let's see what this looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Do. Alright, let's check it out. What are we doing here? So let's see, what spell do we want to look at first? I'm curious about dots, mostly. Oh, you just, like, tell us? I thought I was gonna be able to, like, select a spell and do a slider. A lot of my builds are limited by really wanting Charm. Yeah, I mean, Charm is really strong. I don't blame you. As Ogre, what do you pick to level? What do you mean, Bronson? I don't really understand what you mean by that question. You can go to individual spells too. Okay. Where? Full details? No. Do I just click on the category or? A lot of my limited, also Feign Death. Yeah, I mean, Feign Death is pretty glorious. I'm streaming on YouTube too. Yes, I am. When did Twitch allow YouTube streaming at the same time? It's a plugin that just like, I don't know, it splits my thing and goes to both through OBS. So I don't know. It's been out 5 years since the last stream, but I wasn't that allowed. It seems, I don't know, it seems fine now. Click the title at the top. Oh, this thing. Oh, we just go here. Okay, so I can like go to Shaman. That's what I'm most interested in. Okay. Okay. So let's check Evil then. Enven. Not that one. This one. So we go to Envenom Bolt. Oh, here we go. Look at this, guys. Dude, are you gonna keep this up? Can I can favorite this. I'm gonna favorite it like here. Oh, whoops. I guess it has to be EQ info. There we go. Nice. We'll put it in EQL, EQ Spell Explorer. EQ Spell, I'm gonna name it EQ Spell Scaling so I know what it means. So let's see, so this does damage per tick. So if we make it like a 4, 386. Unfortunately, this doesn't tell you what it'd be like with focus effects and stuff, right? But this is still pretty cool. What is my Twitch handle? Chaz in Omaha. Oh, Doug, hey, how's it going? Can you post that link? You can't read it. Yeah. Here. Let me post the link for people that want to play with this. I'll put it in both chats real quick. This is pretty cool, Amir. The browse section at the top lets you see all spells are up to 3 classes. Okay, so we go here. We go to browse. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is fire, man. So if I'm doing... Okay, so if I do the warrior necro shaman, which is the second thing I want to do, I can see, like, all their spells. Hey, Bronson, thanks for the sub, man. And thanks for the follow. Thank you very much. So we only care about, like, the end game dots, though, right? All this crap we don't care about. So, like, Odium is a really big one, right? Odium does crazy damage. I mean, you just Control F this, right? Control F. I mean, people, if you're playing that dot build, people are going to put it up to at least tier 6, right? And you get 2 extra ticks right at 6. Yeah, so 6 is big. You get an extra tick. That's kind of massive, right? Yeah, no problem, Doug. Can you post the link for the AA calculator too? Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Here you go, guys. There's the AA calculator we're playing with. Due to dots increasing in both damage and duration, they seem super hard. Yeah, I agree with you, Mare. I think Shaman is the class that gained the most from spell upgrade. Or maybe Mage, because of pets. Nah, I think Shaman still got the most. Because, like, they needed to upgrade, like, 1,000,000 spells, right? Like, Shamans just have, like, the largest amount of spells that are drastically impacted by this, I think. And even, like, Puma, right? Puma duration and damage being up is kind of crazy, right? What does this thing say for Puma? Because Puma's kind of massive. What does this say? Does it tell you the proc damage? It doesn't seem to. Charm gets +1 per level seems too powerful. Yeah, it's true. You can... Bronson, when you get your charm up to like +5 or +6 and you charm those dark elves in Plane of Hate, they just absolutely obliterate the zone for you. They're ridiculous. Prox is one you're still working on. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So this just tells you duration, which is still quite important for Puma. I use Puma on that Ranger, Mage, whatever character a bit. I'm not a fan of using this spell. Like, it's super powerful, we all know, but it's annoying. It's annoying to pay attention to it, especially with, like, I couldn't figure out how to make my buffs bigger, and I feel like the buff tracking list is also, like, not dynamic enough. You can't really, like, resize it the way you want. It's kind of locked in place, so Puma was pretty painful. Do you think Warrior, Enchanter, Necro? Yeah. You have slow. Boy, that's gonna be painful though. Like, I think it's viable, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like, cause you'd be spamming life taps to heal yourself, right? Spell crit would be very important for that build, Nagafin. Cause you really would need to be able to crit your life taps. Can you blacklist buffs from hitting pet? I actually have no idea. Does anybody have an answer to that? I don't know. I don't know, Bronson. Which buff thing couldn't you change? Both. So you can change the buff bar a little bit, not the ones above your character frame, but the list. You can change it a little bit, but you can't like just drag the corner and resize the size of the icons and stuff, right? It's not quite that dynamic. At least it didn't seem to be for me. I tried for a while. For Puma, I set up an audio trigger. Oh, that's a good call, Severard. That's a good thought. If I play this, I might do that again. I was playing with that like a few days ago, An audio trigger for Puma Departs. That's a good shout out. New Enchanter A for Charm not breaking seems amazing. I mean, it sort of depends what the recast is and what the duration is, right? Because it's either gonna be like kind of not that good or incredible, just depending on reuse plus duration. Whose site is the Spell Explorer? No, that's a mare. The Spell Explorer was a mare's. Okay, back to this. Where are we at here? Do we have anything outside of this? Are we just like okay with this now? Wait, Ambidex is like not in here now. We have to have Ambidex. Like this is super important once we're level 50, right? What can we get rid of though? Oh, we don't want to get rid of any of this, man. And we only have one rank of Slay Undead in here? What the heck, man? I mean, you need full mnemonic retention and quick buff. You have to have this. You need this. You need these. Maybe a few ranks of circular breathing. Maybe you get rid of one of these to get Ambidex in there. Maybe like this. And then like Ambidex probably above the last rank of stability, because this last one is kind of expensive and doesn't really help until you have some planar gear. Yeah, maybe like this. You can see it in my UI in your Discord EQ channel. Oh, resizable. You need to right click and make it a resizable option. No, you can resize it, but the buffs don't get bigger with it. It just makes the window bigger. Let me see what you put in the Discord. Hang on. Wait, I don't. Where's EQ? I don't see it. Am I missing? Let me read what you said again. You can see it in my UI. Oh, in your UI. In the... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I don't see it. I see your extended target window really big. I see lots of bars. I don't actually see your buffs at all in the UI picture. Maybe it's a different picture? Yeah, I literally don't see your buff bar at all in the UI picture in the Discord. Unless I'm like looking at the wrong thing. Heading to a birthday party. Alright, Amer. Thanks for sharing that with us. It's pretty sweet. I really like it. Above the EX didn't have buffs on? Oh, above the extended. Above the extended. Oh, because you just have a different style one, but I mean, but yours is yours just the icon? Maybe the icon actually lets you resize it properly. Maybe I'll try that. Because I think with Puma, you're going to know the icon, right? So it's probably fine. You dragged and extended it sideways. Yeah, I noticed that. Kemble has a request. Separate your site from others. One of my biggest pet peeves while playing in beta was spending plat on spells that were immediately useless because one of my other classes had a better buff already. Interesting. Whoa, dude, Kemble, that last sentence you said, that would be useful as crap. Knowing what spells overwrite what spells, boy, that would take a lot of research. You know, Alakazam used to have that information on spells. It would have, I don't know if it still does or not. Does it still have it? Let's just look up a spell. Oh wait, we need let's see, resolution. Just thinking of a random buff, right? Spells. Resolution. Oh gosh, there's so many spells because this has like, here we go. So if you go here, it used to have something. Maybe it's not Zam, maybe it's something else. There was a site that used to have buff list on EQ Will Wiki. If you right click the buff bar, it gives you multiple options. You have text blue bar. Yeah, I know. But I was just talking about like what you can do with a browser window, right? I was talking about doing this. Right? Like if I wanted to make it bigger, just like But you can do that. Like if you have the list one, Lucy, maybe that's what it was, I'll cry. Maybe Lucy's what I'm thinking of. There was like a breakdown of it like this, but it used to have like the list of the spell slot things, and it would be like if greater than this thing for spell slot 3 and 6, and it would like tell you hold control and mouse wheel up. No, but I'm not worried about for the browser, Bronson. I'm worried about for the in-game thing. The in-game buff list is what I'm talking about. I can't really test it right now. Yeah. Okay, well, so much I don't know where it is. I don't know where that thing that I'm thinking of is, honestly. Oops, the Grim Dawn thing is on. Okay, so I don't know. I think I'm good with I'm gonna go over this one more time. So we have mental clarity and then Slay Undead. Wait, where's my Slay Undead rank 2 and 3? I don't have Slay Undead rank 2 and 3 in here, which is pretty sus. Dang. How did I do this before? Because Slay Undead's so important for lower Gook, right? Maybe I didn't do circular breathing till like way later. Maybe I didn't do natural durability to way later either. I don't really know. I feel like you want Slay Undead though. This looks right though. Like the order looks right. I just feel like I had more. Maybe the point values are slightly off because he did kind of sort of wing it with some of these to infer them. So maybe the point values are not 100% correct. That might be the reason. Buff lines and EQO wiki breaks it down super nice for buffs. Oh really? Let's see. So we just what buff lines? Agility, agility. Oh guys, so it's a big alphabetical list. So if we look at like what HP, cleric, AC. This doesn't really tell you what overrides what. It just kind of gives you a big list of stuff. Shielding. Yeah, this doesn't really tell you what overrides what. Further down, like way further down then. Speed. I mean, it's still just a big list. Is it at the bottom, Bronson? I mean, we know with this, we don't need to think about speed. Whatever's highest, right? That's. I don't see anything in here that indicates what overwrites what. Am I missing it? There's a button for stacking up at the top, right? No? Okay, so it's not here. Is it a different website you're thinking of, Bronson? Like one of those. If you're playing Grim Dawn, Nagafin, that might be useful for you. It's on another page. Oh. Okay, well, if you find it, we can look at it. I think I'm okay with this. So we can save our build. Let's just save it like this, because I'm not sure yet. I'll have to think about it again later, because I feel like I had rank 2 Slay Undead pretty early and still was able to get all this, but I don't know what the difference is, so. So we'll just call this Pal Monk ENC underscore level 50. Is that what I do? I just save current as? Like that? I don't think we need this. This is like the example one he showed us. Okay, so highest plus stat usually overwrites each other when it comes to AC. Yeah, that's true. That is what I noticed too, Maleficent. It does seem like the higher stat does tend to overwrite. It is fairly obvious for a lot of them, but some of them it's not. Like, a good example of one that's super not obvious is the Bard Haste. If you use the really early level Bard Haste, it stacks with Chance of Battle to give you a ton of stats. But if you use the higher level Bard Haste, it does not. Which means you lose a crap ton of strength. like potentially if you're going to use both of them. That's like a really unintuitive one, right? But I think he left Berseria. He might. I'm not really in contact with him, Kemble. So I don't know if he joined my Discord or not. We can look. Did he? I don't think I see him. I don't think I see him, unfortunately. So unless he's like on the offline one. Wait, there's somebody here, Mitchell Austin. I'm not sure who that is. I don't think I see him in the Discord, so I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how to get in contact with him, Campbell. Sorry. You sent him a PM here on Twitch? Okay. Okay, so we got this. So the next thing to do is look at Warrior Necro Shaman. Now, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this because I have to make assumptions about what's done, right? For AC and EQL, if it stacks, it will be on a different line when you add it to a spell gem. Like static buff AC will stack with flat AC buff. Wait, what's the difference between static AC buff and flat AC buff? That sounds like the same thing to me. Okay, so maybe we just leave this open and we can look at it. Wait, but the cache is gonna be weird here, right? Because when we go here again, it's gonna load what we're on, and I guess we're just gonna have to do surgery from this, right? So we're just gonna assume all of these are there. But what happens when I switch to Warrior? What happens when I switch to Warrior Necro Shaman? It's gonna delete a lot of them, right? Yeah. We're just gonna have to eyeball it, I think. Because we're doing something kind of weird, right? We're just gonna have to eyeball this. So let's just get rid of everything. We're gonna assume all these exist. I guess we need to know which one we didn't finish on that list too, right? Yeah, we kind of do. We'll look at it afterwards and we'll add it afterwards. We're going to clear it out for now. We're going to clear it out for now and see where we're at. Like Master of All, I can just do this now. I know I need this for Shaman, right? We won't need this. We'll already have this for sure. We'll already have this for sure. And we'll have that for sure. We're going to want this for Shaman too. So let's see, Warrior ones. What's this? Is this the HP regen one? We definitely want this. If you want it to cover, it automatically removes the class ones. Well, the thing is here's what I want to do. And I don't know if it's possible. Like, if I'm starting at this, now I want to do a totally different build, but with the assumption that I have these already. Right? So like if I leave this like this and then switch all the classes, it's going to remove a bunch of stuff from the list, right? I guess I didn't really look, but you get what I'm saying? Like, so that's why I was just going to leave this open to make sure I have them. You can mark them all owned, then they will stay. Okay, so if I hit the circle here, they'll stay there. So if I literally just mark all of them as owned, okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try and mark all of them as owned, and then we'll start from there again and switch the classes and see what happens. We have all of these. All of them. Ooh. We're almost done, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we have all of these. So now, how do I save this? Wait, how do I save this build again? Does it just know? Does it just automatically update it? So like if I refresh this, yeah, see it's cleared out now. This one, we need to like re-save this somehow. Just type a name and save it. So I can't save, oh, so I have to save it again. So I have to say like Paladin Monk ENC level 50 underscore 2, something like that. And then, so we're on number 2, but how do we, does anyone in the community know the definitive answer? When you upgrade Tash Mallow with motes, does the debuff itself get stronger? No, it does not. Also, Tishan is unresistible, in case you didn't know, Severard. But Mallow's not, so it does help with Mallow. I would say I think upgrading Tash right now, unless they change it so it does give increased MR, is totally pointless, right? Yeah. But Mallow, upgrading Mallow is good because it gives it the resist check and it makes it cost a lot less mana. I think there's a video of enchanters with Tash upgraded. I think the cast time. Yeah, it does cast time, but it's like Tash is such a fast cast time too, right? I don't. Since the builds are stored in cookies, if you do change on one tab, it'll affect them both. Yeah, that's. If you save before removing A's, you can just load the save build. That's what I have right here. That's why I left the tab open, I've noticed. So if I were to just export this and copy the link, then I could just go to this one and do this, right? Your current build isn't saved. Save it as name build. Okay, no. Just kidding. Oh, wait, it didn't work. That didn't work. Oh, your shit, you're in. Yeah, no, Calic. We're just doing some AA. We're doing some fun speculation stuff because we all want to play, but we can't. Tashania quest gonna get me grubbing around for coins? Yeah, that's true, Riley. That's definitely a quest on the list to do. Oh, so this thing, so my build's hosed. So I have to go back to this build. So I have to load this one. Let me just close this temporarily. Wait, loading this. Wait, it saved both of them. I don't think this is working right. I don't think this is working right because like I just loaded it and we're still here and I didn't save to this, right? But it's just remembering it. So this is a little confusing. This is a little confusing. It's working right, but owned ones are kept separate from builds. You haven't played a ton of EQ. Would you say that Monk, Shaman, or Necro gets the best quests for endgame gear? Monk. For Classic, Monk gets the Sky Fist weapons. The Sky Fist weapons are like insane, right? And their haste belt. Their Sky Haste belt and their Sky Fists are both pretty insane. So if you had stuff marked own and imported someone else's builds, you'd still know the AAs you already have. This I get what you're saying, but I'm confused as to how to like deal with this. Like, because you'd think that changing it and then saving a build, it would snapshot itself and stay that way. But when I loaded this thing that I had saved before, it didn't change anything. It should just like totally just load it to what the save was, right? That's why there's a certain button to clear owned but keep the build. Like I think my stuff is like it loads the A's but not the owned, which I made everything owned. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't think this thing does anything anymore. So, but this thing is now like okay, so the owned why would it not save the owned? Yeah, I get what you were trying to do here and it's pretty smart, but it's hard to, but I don't want to I don't want to clear the owned, right? I want the owned to be part of the build. So then when I save it and start from the new build, they're there. Right? They like everything should be part of the thing that I saved. I shouldn't there shouldn't be some things that load when you load it and some things that don't cuz that's insanely confusing. Like you were trying to make it dynamic, I guess. Include progress. I mean, so we're at the point here where we owned all these and it's loaded in this one. Like if I just close this, if I just close this and then go again, it's gonna remember where I was, right? I mean, what's the point of even loading builds then? I guess if I changed this to something totally different and I had saved this, then it would load. Then the load would serve a purpose. So we're back where we started because we didn't need to load it because it's in the cookies. But if we were to just change, I don't know, something arbitrary, and then we were to save this, right? Okay, we need to change something else so we can see it real quick. Let's just pick a necro thing. Life burn, sure. And then we're gonna put life burn at the top. So now we're gonna save this. And then let's get rid of this other one. Get rid of that guy. Now, if we load this old one, this life burn should go away, right? Okay, good. So that works. But the owned ones being separate, yeah, dude, the owned ones being separate is very confusing. I don't know why that would be separate. Like, when you build a build and you save it and load it, it should be fully encapsulated. Them not being the same is just confusing. To me. Maybe it's just me. In the state of the game at launch as we know it currently, how many points to max all AAs? Boy, I don't. If it's different for each trio, it's definitely different for each trio, Doug. Like, Bard would be, like, way higher than most. Because Bard has, like, a crap ton of points that you have to invest to get a bunch of class stuff. That's for people when they use personal use. They can import someone else's build but keep their own progress of AAs. Yeah, I don't think that's what people would want it to do though. Like if I load a build, I would want it to be the build. The whole build and nothing but the build, right? Does anybody else think that when they load a build, it should somehow merge from existing stuff? I mean, you can do whatever you want with your tool, but for me, that's very confusing. If I load a build, I would expect it to just literally be that. Only that. Like, there's no... Yeah, I don't know. Because I got confused immediately, and I'm a software guy. I was not expecting that to happen at Natus. Don't... yeah. All right, so if we load this one back, it gets... Wait, so this one has that spell. And then we load this one and it gets rid of it. But okay, so we just have to start working from this for now to achieve what we want. So we don't need this thing. We can delete this Pal Monk neck thing. We're just making sure we understood. So we can just work from here. The only problem... Okay, so what needs to happen... What I need to do is I need to uncheck the owned on everything. I need to uncheck owned on everything and then save it again. Right? That way it'll just be like that. And it won't, like, merge itself. So we're going to do that. We're going to unlearn everything. And then we're going to save it as that build. And then we're going to relearn everything and start from there. And that'll, I think that will achieve what we want. Hopefully. I just said all that, but hopefully I don't forget what I was just saying. Okay, so everything is not learned. We're going to save this as pal monk enc underscore level 50 underscore no learned. Right? So we know. No learned, save. So now what happens now is if we were to load this one, nothing would happen, right? Because the learn things are not associated with this build, right? Yeah, it's literally the same. So, yeah, that needs to... I think it needs to be part of the build, man. The things that you've already learned. I thought the learned thing was there to, like, track what you've learned so you can plan after you've played the game a bit, right? I think the problem is you're not in the mindset you'll be when you're actually playing the game. Once you own the A, you don't care about seeing it anymore. You have it. Now you are planning. When you are planning, you feel like you need to see it. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. That's possible. It could just be an issue of like the mindset's different right now. Okay, anyways, so we've saved this as not learned. These are the same now, so it doesn't really make any difference. I guess the only problem that I run into and that I can't fix is that I can't get these to be learned and then start a new thing and have that like stay as part of what I just planned. Like there's no way to do that, right? Because the whole point was is that we mark these as learned. You can do that from the export. I tried that originally. Okay, so let's try that now. So you're saying that if I mark all these as learned and I go to export and I use that link, exporting works for owned. There's a text box. Okay, let's try it. So we've saved this. Honestly, we can just delete this other build, right? These are the same. This is just making it confusing now. So this is no learned. And then we're gonna say we own everything for the planning of Warrior Necro Shaman. We own everything. Okay. So now we export this, and there's a tick box. Include owned progress. So we copy this link. Okay, let's put it up here. And this is pal monk enc plus learn plus 115 points learned, right? So now if we were to do this, export it now though, right? We can just start now. We can just start. We don't really need we need to save the link so we have it, but we can just switch now because these will stay here. Okay, so now we're Warrior Necro Shaman, and our progression looks the same. Now, I'm going to make the assumption here that we're going to level Warrior, Necro, and Shaman separately one at a time, and between 10 and 50, we're going to get about 40 points. That's going to be our assumption, okay? So that means we have 120 points. So 120. So this will just be war slash next slash shaman all level 50. And we can make it a different color. What do we use? Green. Let's do yellow. We'll do yellow. Sure, why not? So now we need to add stuff for this. So we would want to finish. Wait. What? Oh, it's the total. I'm stupid. It's the total. I'm bad. I gotta edit this. So it's actually 235. 230. Bro. There we go. That's better. I think it's best to use the same save and add each new class to the list at the amount of points where they will come in and choose which AAs will fall into that period. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that. So instead of this, we just add 40 points, you're saying? 155. What are we going to level first? What would we level first? I don't really know. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's just do Warrior first, because that'll probably be like the most simple thing, right? Because that'll probably just be like fixing the combat stability type things and maybe getting flurry, right? So there's War level 50. We're going to have duplicate points, but I guess it's fine. We can just, or duplicate colors, but we can just cycle through them. So this will be 195. And I don't know, we'll just put them in an arbitrary order for now because it doesn't really matter, right? Necro level 50. And then did we used red, purple, orange, blue, yellow. So we used the other green. The other green? Okay. And then the last one. I think we're good with colors. So this one will be 235. And this one will be Shaman, level 50. And this blue, we didn't use that blue. There we go. Nice. Okay, so let's start with a warrior. So we have 40 points worth of warrior things to put in. So let's see. Um, I guess we just start with general. Like, what are we missing that we want? Maybe innate eminence. Probably steadfast will. Steadfast will. This might be a good time to level steadfast will, right? Maybe. At the very least, we could at least get 3 to get the 50%, because that's really cheap. Let's see. And we get flurry. We're definitely going to want to get flurry as warrior, right? That's like one of the better things that it gives you. We might want to max finishing blow to like level faster and just, I don't know, killing things faster. Um I still think Rampage, I don't know, what do you guys think about Rampage? How do you guys feel about Rampage with the change they posted in the Discord? I have a feeling it'll still be not good, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We definitely want this. I don't think I'll care about area taunt because I'm going to be playing by myself most of the time, so that's whatever. Okay, how many points does that put us at? We would want to finish this. We got finishing blow. So this is too much still. I mean, we definitely want Warrior's Endurance. Oh, we have First Aid in here still. Let's get rid of this. Wait, where's Mend? Did we take Mend out? Let's get rid of this. We don't... This is not happening. That's not happening. Probably not too impactful, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it'll be that good. Sounds great if you're using a Berserker. If the damage is worth the build-up, the range is nice. Does it work while using a bow? I have no... That's a good question. I have no freaking clue. Probably not. I think it's... I would probably make the assumption it will still hit with your primary weapon, a Hagen. That is my assumption. I have not tested it, so I have no basis for my assumption. So we have Steadfast Will, Warrior's Endurance. You want this at level 30, right? So like, but this will make, and then Healing Adept is really good. Healing Adept in this is kind of the same. Mastery of the Past. Wait, did we not have Mastery of the Past in the other one? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we want this so badly. That's crazy we didn't have this. Hmm. This is actually a lot harder to decide what to get, right? I feel like it's actually easier to decide this sort of thing, like when you're in the game, in the moment, right? And steal some of my planning since we go pretty similar. Yeah, I mean maybe. I have a feeling that I'll plan all this out, and then like in context of actually playing, I'm gonna feel differently. That's how I feel. I don't know. I feel like that's what's gonna happen because that's what happened to me the first time. I had like some epiphanies while I was playing, and I was just like, wait a second, this thing that I thought was gonna be important at this point is not really that important. So we max this finishing blow. These are not so important for warrior, but these are not that important anyways. Mastery of the past. Like maybe right around here we'd be level 30. How many is this? 10, 19. That'd put us at 29. Yeah, that's about right then. This is exactly almost level 30 getting this. This seems pretty good. This seems good. We're past the warrior here though. I feel like I want burst of power more than I want healing adept for like leveling, right? I feel like we're gonna want burst of power. And then we're gonna not want healing adept till like what? Holy crap. My Chrome just crashed. Bro. Guys, my Chrome just like crapped itself. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. Oh, it's lagging so bad. Ah! My Chrome just exploded. That's so funny. We have too much stuff going on. We have too much stuff going on, boys. Oh, it's so, dude, reopening Chrome when it crashes and it like opens 1,000 apps all at once is so brutal. Oh my God, it's so laggy too. If you prioritize all AAs, then none will be missed. That's true. That's true. I can't argue with your logic. Dude, why is it lagging so bad? Stop lagging so much. There we go. Okay, we're back. Memory hungry pile Chrome crash, you don't say? Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of stuff open too, right? We have a lot of memory in our Chrome right now, for sure, with all this stuff open. Okay, so uh, we were reordering this. So Steadfast Well is getting pushed out now. And Mastery of the Past, Healing Adept, Warrior's Endurance needs to be higher up. Like right there. And then Healing Adept. I still feel like Healing Adept's not that important while you have Lay on Hands and Mend, right? I don't know if I want Mastery of the Past over Healing Adept. I don't know which one I want more. Let's leave it like this. Maybe I still don't get Steadfast Will yet. Maybe I'm just not gonna get this for like a really long time. I think that's honestly what's gonna happen. That's why I'm playing an Ogre. We can see it here, right? Why I want to play Ogre? Because I don't want to have to waste 30 gazillion points on the stun immunity, you know what I mean? From a roleplay standpoint, is it acceptable to be racist in EverQuest? I think it is, as long as you don't actually use, like, hate speech that's actually hateful. If you're just like, hey, dumb ogre, or something, then yeah, that's probably pretty acceptable. I think people will know if you're being reasonable or not, right? I think people will know. Okay, this is probably fine. I only have one rank of finishing blow still. That's crazy. That is just crazy. I'm pretty happy with this so far. All right, so let's go with Necro now. So we're pretending that we're a Necro now. And so the first thing with Necro is you want you want the affliction stuff, right? You want critical affliction and you want destructive cascade. This is like kind of the reason you're doing this. The dots are what really matter. And I mean, is there anything else you really care about with this for Necro? Persistent casting probably wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but you don't want to gain. There's not a single good thing to say about gnomes. Only substandard to halfling feet. Dude, halfling feet are definitely questionable. Wait, we don't have master of all? I feel like when we start playing Necro, we're going to want one into this. Because you're going to start wanting to get, instead of alteration, you're going to want conjuration, right? For the mana reduction. Because I think a lot of dots are conjuration instead of alteration, right? You don't want to gain the wrong reputation. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You should use the in-game languages. Can you change your language on EQL? I never tried. Does that work? You also love Ogre just for being able to reach the strength cap earlier. Especially with builds you need Dex as well. Yeah. I mean, the stat, it's stamina too, right? Ogre gives you like 300 to 400 more max HP at level 50 over every race other than Troll. It's probably like only 100 or 200 more than Troll, right? It's pretty significant. Your reputation only matters if you're weak and not giving off main character energy. You've ruined your own land, you'll not ruin mine. That's the EQ quote we all need. All right, where are we at here with just that stuff? Wait, am I stupid? Am I still in Warrior? Oh, okay. So we still have more for Necro. What are we at right here? This is 20. Wait, this is 202. Why is it? Why have I not reached 195 at 202? I think we found a. Did I find a bug, Abnatus? EQ races are kind of racist. KOS by race alone. Yeah, that's true. They, I mean, they are. EQ is like kind of an innately racist game by design, in not a bad way. It's in a we hate each other for historic reasons and religious reasons kind of way, right? It's part of the plot, as it were, the world building, right? There is no other stat that goes that high on any other race, so it's a huge lead for start. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I agree with you. I think there's a bug here because we're above 195 and it's like not rolling over. But this one seems to roll over fine. Oh, this one didn't roll over either at the right time. I think there's a bug I've noticed with the numbers. Like this one worked. This one went to 112 and then rolled over. But then Warrior rolled over after 155. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's like two things that shouldn't be here. Right? This Mastery of the Past and this one shouldn't be here. Give me a link to the build. You can check it once you're back from sauna. Ooh. Seems like milestones are a bit screwed. Oh, we'll just ignore it for now. We'll just ignore it for now. So we're done with Necro then, because we're out of points. So now let's pretend we're doing Shaman. So we definitely want this. Wait, where's the Shaman one? Oh, you want Canny 4 or Canny 5. That's important. And then, oh, this is auto-granted. I didn't realize. I didn't realize. And then we're going to want more Master of All once we're a Shaman, right? And then we're probably going to want spellcasting reinforcement for Shaman. Finishing Blow. I still like Finishing Blow. It makes leveling a lot faster. Spellcasting Deafness is also kind of good for a Shaman. Although with Mass Buff, I guess with Quick Buff, it's actually just not really that good. What does that put us at? That puts us at 228. We're almost done. So we only have 7 more points. We only have 7 more points that we can use. Innate Eminence is a good option. Steadfast Will. How many points is just the early parts? Maybe we just do this and call it a day. Is that enough? Is that it? That's it. That's literally exactly it. So you get 50% Steadfast Will with Reinforcement, Master of All, and Canny. And you have all the dot stuff already from Necro. I'm sure you've mentioned this 100 times. How about one more? Can you walk through your weapon priority? My weapon priority. Let's see. I have a notes here for a video and we can look at it. So when you start, the only weapon you can really get like at a super, super low level that I can think of is the giant snake thing, right? And those are from the giant snakes in like the commons or row, right? If you're leveling with a mage up to level 10, as a lot of people I suspect will be, once you get your level 5 mage nuke, you should be able to kill those snakes pretty easily. And then you can get yourself some giant snake fangs. Now the next thing that you're probably going to do for weapons is you're going to go to Befallen and you're going to either use the scythe or the maces from the Dark Elf lady. She's level 16, but I would imagine you can kill her pretty easily at like maybe level 8 or something. Like if you really want to get the weapons from her. Natural game hated the games races and regions have, yeah. Are you really pulling the race card in a fantasy game? If everyone was happy. Level 5 bolt should burn her down pretty good, yeah. So that's the second weapon, right? That lady. Once you hit like level maybe 14, you can get the two-hander from the guy on the stairs. And that's assuming you can use it, a two-hander, right? And then I would say around level 18, you should be able to get the better two-hander or Corvin Dagger. You probably could kill the Baron at 18 if you're running a wizard first to get ports, because the level 18 nuke does blast. But people might wait a little longer just because he heals. I don't really know. So then you'll have the option of either the knight. I'm explaining what I'm gonna do. Oh, what am I gonna do? Okay, so I'm gonna use giant snake fangs. Then I'm gonna get the mace from the Dark Elf lady because I can't use the scythe as Paladin Monk Enchanter. And then I'm gonna switch to the two-hander from the guy on the stairs as soon as I can get it, because the mace is gonna be a single weapon, because I'm gonna be Enchanter Wizard. And then as soon as I get a two-hander, I'll use that. And then when I get to the knight versus Corvin, I don't know what I'll wear. It kind of depends what drops. Because like the dagger's really good and the two-hander's really good. So probably whichever one happens to be good at the time. Once I'm done with Befallen, with all the ports, plus getting Enchanter Monk Paladin to 25 or so, I'm going to go to Najina to get a Haste Belt, the Int Earring, and J-Boots. Well, Monk will be first. Yeah, Monk will be first once I'm done with ports. Because, like, Enchanter plus Wizard is like kind of better for the very first set of leveling because your weapons are garbage. So like you just want to support wizard nukes, right? Just go all in on wizard nukes because they blast. And your weapons are going to be trash anyways, right? So it's like yeah. So okay, so we go to Nijino, we get the earring, we get the belt, we get the J-boots. Then I'm going to run over to Runny Eye. Now, what's going to happen in Runny Eye is going to come down to luck. Right? I'm going to go in there and I'm probably going to like go into a D3 or a D4 instance, not an instance. I'm going to go into the open world one if there's nobody there. I'm going to invis my way down to the Sporales / goblins, and I'm just going to try and snipe some guys to get the weapon and the Black and Aloe medallion. Whether or not I get those, it's all up to luck, right? If I can get a +4 Babs, then I switch to that. If I can't, then I use whatever I'm using, right? And then, if I don't get lucky with the Babs, I might, around level 35, go to Split Paw on D4 and go kill the Brute a few times. Because the two-handed blunt weapon from the Brute is really good. But it's probably only worth doing that if you don't already have a +4 Babs. You also get a really, really good chess piece from the Brute. So, you know, that's something. And then, so then you're basically stuck with either the Brute two-hander, or the Babs, or the Befallen one-handers, depending on your luck, all the way up until I go to the hole. I'm going to go to the hole probably somewhere between 44 and 46 to get the ranged Imp Healing 3 thing. Scumping the one, yeah, I'm gonna skip those because you'd have to farm it for a long time. I'm not gonna do that. I don't think farming those is worth it. The fists, I mean, I might end up getting them, like incidentally, but I don't think I'd have to be there for a long time for them to be better than what I already have from Befallen, right? And I don't think I'm gonna want to do that because the Babs is just good. The Babs is just insanely good. You're doing the same Sword of the Lost Flaming Fist. Super fast to farm +6, +8. That's a plan. You could do that. I don't think I'm going to though. I think I'm gonna get in, get out with Najina. Have you heard if they fixed the group AA issue? I don't know, Apocal. I hope they do something about it. I mean, they can just remove that cap, that invisible cap, or make it like 8 times higher so that it doesn't matter. I guess they can't make it 8 times higher. They need to make it high enough to where it doesn't screw you in a group with AAs, right? But I haven't heard anything about it. They should do so. I agree. They should. They should. Getting screwed on your AAs when you're fighting reds in a group, because you're going to be fighting reds if you're in a group of like 4 people, right? It'd be crazy not to. Because like otherwise you're just going to run out of mobs. Anyways, so we're going to go to the hole and we're going to get the Improved Healing 3 ranged item. And while you're getting that, the rats also drop Smoldering Brand. If I get a Smoldering Brand, I'm probably going to switch to dual wielding right there. Because Smoldering Brand is quite good. Right? So you can like dual wield Smoldering Brand plus probably the Corvin Dagger that you probably kept. Although your pet might be using it, so we'll see. And then as soon as you get the Smoldering Brand, you could go kill Master Yale, because you can do D0 Master Yale at like level 40. People have done it, right? And then you can get a Serpent's Tooth. So then you'll have a Smoldering Brand plus a Serpent's Tooth, and your weapon will be pretty good at that point. And then you get a +7 Smoldering Brand while trying to get the idol. Wow, what? How long were you there? Did you get super unlucky? Because I got that idol like 3 or 4 times while I was there. Isn't it like a 1522 at +7? Let's see. It starts as a 922. So I'm going to assume I get it to +4. So it'd be a 1222. That's pretty good. Don't let Brutal hear you say Smoldering Brand is good. I mean, it is at the time. A 1222 is pretty good. Like a 1222 is 0.54. It's not that much better. It's not that much better than the Baron Blade, really. Because your Baron Blade is most likely going to be +5, right? And it's 0.5 at +5. Weak proc. It is true. It is a weak proc. It is a weak proc. I mean, the Corvin Dagger is better than the Baron's Blade anyways, right? The Corvin Dagger is much better than the Baron's Blade for doing damage. You were there from 41 to 46? Wow, you did get unlucky. That sucks, Doug. I hope that doesn't happen to me on launch. That would be awful. That would be so bad. And then, you know, okay, so we talked about the hole. You get the Serpent's Tooth plus that. And then once you get that, you're basically just going to Plane of Sky for weapons, right? There is a weapon you can get for Paladin from Plane of Hate that's really good. It's like a water sprinkler or something like that. You can get that, but I've never seen it. You're probably just going to go to Whitened Treant Fists, and then you're going to be using Serpent Tooth with Whitened Treant Fist until you get Plane of Sky weapons. That's probably what'll happen. Sprinkler's decent, yeah. Sprinkler's a good primary weapon if you don't have the Plane of Sky weapon yet. And once I'm farming Plane of Sky, let's see, what step is that? Blah, 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 Runny Eye, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's the idol. This is right. So you do Yale and Nagafen, you get your Serpent's Tooth, Cloak of Flame, hopefully. Oh yeah, you go to Soul B to hopefully get this ring. And then you start doing raids. Once you do like the easy raids to get good gear, you're just going to want to farm Plane of Sky. So it's like near the end, right? But what weapon you get is like totally just random, right? These are all the weapons these are the things I really want from Sky, right? I want the warrior weapon, the warrior weapons looking forward to the future. And then obviously I want Aldrins and Woos with Paladin and or Monk haste belts. Those are like the priorities for Sky. I hope that answers your question, Doug. I know it was long and involved. It was long and involved. I plan on making a video before launch talking about this giant mess. I'm going to make a video about this. And people are going to get really upset about it. And they're going to be like, you should farm Najina. And you should not go to Runny Eye. And you should do this other thing. Because that's how the internet is, right? Anyways. Okay, so we're done with this, right? So I can link this. So we can save this one. This is like War Neck Shaman _ all 50. Bam. There. And then I'm going to get a link too, just in case, because I don't know how this is going to work. We're going to include this, copy link, and we're going to stick it right here so we have it. There we go. Okay, so this calculator crashes your Chrome because the same thing happened while using calculator. Oh, really? Okay. Do Cleric, Monk, Enchanter get dual wield? Yeah, monks do. Monks are the only class normally that gets dual wield at level 1, Doug. Normally. Everybody gets dual wield, I think, at level 1 here. Or at least you can put both weapons on. Can you sling that export link in chat? Yeah, sure. Let's see if it works for everybody. I'd be interested to know. Oh my god, that's quite a link. That is quite a link. Here you go, YouTube. You can have it too. Oh, it's not letting me. YouTube doesn't let me do it, guys. If you want to see the link, you gotta go to Twitch. I literally can't paste this link into YouTube chat. It's too long. I can tiny. You're right. We should tiny URL it. Tiny URL. Dun, 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 dun. Good call. Good call. Here's a tiny URL. I'll put this in here too, so you guys don't have to deal with that crap. I should probably just keep it too, right? I should probably just keep it here. Okay, so we're done with this for now. So we can close this guy. Now we're gonna do something that should be pretty fun. What the heck? Why'd you refresh? Bro. Oh no! It refreshed my order. Alright, we're just doing it in this order then. Whatever. Woot woot, early access. LOL. Fake news early access. Okay, so we're gonna make some tier lists, and it's gonna make people really angry, and it's gonna be fun, because tier lists are fun, even though they're garbage. So the first one we're gonna do is we're gonna do an overall class rating going into launch. We're not gonna make any assumptions about the future. We can speculate about the AAs that were just announced. That's fine, but we're gonna make some guesses. Now, I don't think that any class is a D. So we're gonna change this to rating, and what this means is I'm gonna drag it up here because we have some criteria we're gonna use. So not a tier list, but a tier list. Exactly, both Zaza at the same time. We could call it a QQ list. How's that? Is that a thing people say still? So here's my categories for rating overall power. They're what they bring it for offense, what they do for your defense, what they add for your recuperation. I call it recuperation instead of healing because there's mana and endurance regen also, which are still important for sustaining yourself, right? How good they are at leveling, how good they are at bossing, and then general quality of life. We'll probably just rate these like out of 10. We'll just say out of 10. Since it's a little easier to quantify out of 10, I think with the human brain instead of tiers, and then we'll stick them on here. Yeah, I don't think anybody's beneath C. Would you guys agree? Like even the worst classes, I think are still, they're fine. Nobody's that bad, right? Like even the obvious ones, yeah. Even Beast Lord is still like a C, right? It's not that bad. It gives you slow. It gives you better slow than Bard. They upgraded their pet. I don't know how good their pet is now. And they have acceptable heals. They have better than Ranger heals, right? Worse than Superior, but better than Ranger heals. Anyways, we'll talk about that when we go to each class. So we're going to start, I guess, with the order here. So we're starting with Bard. So Bard offense. They have the best haste in the game. They charm. Charm's pretty good for offense. They have the mana free dots, which is like between 60 and 72 DPS if you have like drums and you've upgraded it a bit. Enchanter has the best. Charm? Well, yeah, I mean, they do, but Bard still can charm, right? So they do pretty good for your offense. Haste, no. Bard haste is better because it's the same percentage. It'll cap you, but it'll also give you stats. And you don't have to worry about it running out. You don't have to worry about maintaining the buff, and it gives you stats while giving you haste. It's better. For multiple reasons, right? And then the weapons it gives you is trash. Bard weapons that they give you, they're not good. There's no attack. They have the dots, they have the haste, they have pets. They don't have good skill levels. So, I don't know, maybe like a 6? What do you guys think? How do you feel about a 6 for Bard offense? Because they give you the best haste. The spells are mana free, right? It's pretty good. And then they can charm, and charm's pretty good. Ranger is low-key good. I've heard a lot of people saying that recently. Even Ranger, Wizard, Necro is amazing. Interesting. Yeah, Necro plus Wizard's actually kind of sleeper good. I saw that video of that guy life tapping with Necro Wizard to keep himself alive, and he'd like crit heal himself for 2k with Necro Wizard life taps. Their AoE is pretty solid, that's true. But that's not really offense, that's more about leveling, right? It's a bit hard to quantify classes independently since the group makeup can break her. Yeah, that's why this is. I mean, this is just speculation. It doesn't really matter, right? Yeah, that's the nature of tier list, right, Sarah? And you pretty much nailed it. Okay, well we'll go with 6 since nobody seems to be like adamantly opposed to that. All right, so defense for the bard. They have the second worst slow, right? Their slow is only better than rogue slow, but that's still something. Um, and they give you the best resist in the game by like a country mile, and they give you plate, right? So they give you some pretty decent defense. They don't give you good skill levels on defense for like things like parry and dodge and riposte and stuff. Their skill levels are pretty poor. And they're not going to have a lot of HP and AC natively, right? But they do bring slow still, even though it's not very good. And then they give you resist. So I don't know, maybe like a 5? Maybe like a 5 for defense? What do you guys think? Between shots, wizard, nukes with a pet, and necro drains, critting for heals, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Are you doing druid wizard together on a 25? No, I'm gonna do enchanter wizard to 23, Doug. That way my wizard can ultra blast with like lots of mana regen. And then the second time when I level druid, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do monk druid or if I'm gonna do enchanter druid or if I'm gonna do wizard druid. I'm undecided. I'm just gonna make the choice on the fly because I don't know. There's merit to all of those things. I've added a show hide feature for AAs you don't want to see for yourself. Ooh, that sounds good. Is it like in the list where you're selecting them? So you can just hide things that are garbage, like innate regen or things that you would never really care about. That's pretty good. All right, so I think I'm gonna go with a 5 for defense. All right, how about recuperation? Let's see. So they give you the worst endurance regen, I think, but they do give you endurance regen. There's only like 4 classes, I think, that give you endurance regen, so that's pretty good. They give you some mana regen, but it isn't very good. And they give you health regen, but it isn't very good. So they give you a tiny bit of like everything. They give you a tiny bit of everything. I think I'd give them like a 3. I think I'd give them like a 3 for this, because they give you a tiny bit of everything. They can have 1 point for each type. Working on the progression changes to make it so that the mark as owned will be left as just a personal thing. In future, the AAs persist in the plan despite you swapping classes. Okay. You want to do that? Be playing with people at first. I mean, oh. Ooh, that's going to be rough, Ogwin. That's going to be rough for you. Because, like, I mean, I guess as long as you don't get... As long as you're not, like, level 46 without ports, I guess that's kind of good enough. Although, if I don't have the shrink item early on, I'm going to want to throw things. So I kind of need ports ASAP so I don't have to duck through doorways as a fat ogre. Alright, so leveling. Bards are really good at leveling, right? They give you AoE slow. They give you pacify. They give you dual wield. They give you the move speed. None of their buffs require you to do anything other than just put them on your bar. You don't have to rebuff their stuff. It's just always there. And their really quick, easy charm that's easy to drop and reapply is really good for leveling too. I think I might give them like an 8 for leveling. I think this is where bards really shine. What do you guys think? I think this is honestly what bards are best at, is leveling. We're not seeing any dissenting opinions, so we'll go with 8. Okay, so for bossing. So the bossing with the bard is really interesting because I think right at the beginning, when you have crappy weapons relative to what you will have, and you don't have your spells all upgraded, blah, 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 they're better at bossing at that point than they are later. Because, like, the amount of damage that their songs provide relative to what you'll have later is higher. But then once you get really good gear, I think they kind of suck at bossing because their slow's not very good. All their regens are kind of minimal. Their dot songs will start being kind of not really that important. Yeah. I don't know, maybe like a 4. Maybe like a 4 for bossing. Interrupts for bards is their negative. If you don't have the AA or if you're not playing shaman, your songs get stopped a lot. Oh, that's true. I mean, there's also like the fact that you need a gazillion AAs for bards for them to function at a high level. Dude, maybe I should lower this to 7 because of that. I just talked myself. I'm gonna lower that to 7. Just because of the fact that they require all of the AAs to even function, right? Okay, and then quality of life. I mean, Bard quality of life super high, right? Bard quality of life is like almost a 10, right? Like not quite as high as Enchanter, but because they don't have AoE Mez, a 10. I think I'm giving a 9, just because I think Enchanter's a 10. You think it's higher? You think it's better than AoE Mez and Clarity and better and like, yeah, you think so? They have AoE? No, they don't. It's not AoE Mez in this. That song, right? You're talking about the one at the beginning? Oh, the point blank. Oh, the point blank one. Oh, it's level limited. When does it stop working? I know what you're talking about. When does it stop working? Dang it, I hate that. I wish they would put these at the top. Does anybody else agree that these should be at the top instead of this crap? This is what we came here for. We don't want to see this. 30, you think? But with motes up to 40? Huh. Well, we can see it, right? We can find it. Load. You can do it. I believe in you. That's taking a long time. There's too many people here. Everybody's on this website right now, right? This one, right? Level 30. But you have to spam. How long does it last? How long does it last? You have to like spam it? Oh, it's the same duration pretty much. I guess this is pretty good. Maybe we can give them both a 10 then. I'm okay with that. We can give both of them a 10. They can both have 10 quality of life. I mean, it's arguable, 9 or 10. Bards have a ton of versatility. That's true, they do. They have songs out of yin yang. Yeah, that's true. You know the one thing about Bard, I guess it's the problem with Enchanter too of quality of life is they eat all the spell gems, but maybe that's not really a concern for quality of life. All that stuff should be at the bottom or on a link. I agree. I agree with you, Teledum. Okay, so this is where I have Bard. So what does this put a Bard at overall? This is obviously just to give us an idea. I won't put it at S for sure because I think it's super overrated. I'm leaning towards like somewhere in A. Oh, I was supposed to put this here. I forgot. Bard Responding has 5 tied up and you really want that? I mean, it has 10 spell gems tied up, Teledum. If you're playing optimally with a Bard, you lose 10 spell gems just straight up. A is fair. Yeah, I don't actually think there's a lot of S tier classes. There's one that's definitely a S tier, and then some of the other ones are debatable. I think A is fine. All right. So this is our Bard. Next we have Berserker. Is that BRZ? Is that right? I think it's BRZ. We should do this so we don't have to keep deleting those numbers. That's kind of annoying. How's recruit position only 3? Because they give you a tiny bit of everything, but they have no actual heals. They don't give you that much mana compared to, say, Necro or Enchanter or Shaman. Their Endurance regen is there, but it's not as much as Ranger, Beastlord, or Shaman, right? You can't really sustain yourself just on Bard sustain. It's kind of like a thing that helps you a little bit all the time. Okay, so we're on to Berserker. Offense. I mean, a Berserker's got to be at least like a 9 for offense, right? Is it a 10? Is a Berserker a 10 for offense? I feel like that's what I'm inclined to say. We're rating this. There, we'll do it the right way. Would you guys put Berserker anywhere other than 10 for offense? I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not quite a 10. Because, I mean, I don't know. Like, only if defensive negative. That's fair. You know what, though? It's not pure negative defense, though, right? Because the interaction with lay on hands, the damage that they take from their ability is just don't even. That's nothing. It's so little. If you watch your combat log, that's nothing. That is just a non-factor. The runes that you get from critting outweighs the damage you take, like easily. Are you 9 because it's tied to the stance? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of Nadas. Like, because it when you're using it, it's insane. But you can't always use it. You can't always use it. So it like I guess the 10 is disingenuous, right? Damage shields are rough. I mean, with a two-hander, are they really? Do damage shields really matter that much with a two-hander? I guess if it's a really high one, like one of those 50-point damage shields, that would kill you pretty quick still. Getting the stance at all is a pro though. Okay. I'm okay with let's go with 9. Okay, so defense. A 1? They give you blood rune. They give you blood rune, and their defense does scale with your weapon, which is pretty cool, right? The defense they give you, which is not very much, scales with how good you're. Maybe a 2. Maybe a 2? What do you guys think? 1 or 2? They give you block. Wait, they give you block. Block is important. So if you pair a Berserker with a Paladin, that is a very non-zero amount of damage reduction, right? So yeah, it can't be a 1. It can't be a 1 because they give you block. That's right out. You can't say 1. 2, I think 2 is fair though. Just because like the fact that they have Berserker stance kind of like negates a lot of defense they would add with block and the Blood Rune. Mage Hunter stance. Hey! Wait, maybe it's a 3. They give you Mage Hunter. Mage Hunter's good. Wait, but yeah. Does it even count though? Are you gonna play a Berserker without a Paladin or a Shadow Knight? Like realistically? A real question. Would anybody play Berserker without a Shadow Knight or a Paladin? I wouldn't. I don't think I would. I don't think I would. Maybe if you were just trying to do the white damage build of all time, so you were like Berserker Ranger Monk or something. Oh, Berserker Warrior, Berserker Monk. You think so? Okay. Okay. Well, if you're playing it with a Warrior and a Monk, you already get better block, though. Oh, Mage Hunter. Right, Mage Hunter. Okay, so maybe a 3. Maybe we give him Mage Hunter. Berserker Monk Rogue. Okay, let's give him Mage Hunter. We'll give him a 3 then. They give you block, they give you Mage Hunter, and their Blood Rune Shield scales with your gear. So by the end, it actually might be kind of ridiculous. It might be kind of ridiculous. You love Ranger, Berserker, Shaman? Okay, yeah, that's a lot of white damage. I could see why you'd like that combo. Okay, well, I'll go with 3 for defense then. Warrior, Cleric, Berserker. You're gonna use the Slow Hammer with that combo? Block, dodge, parry, and Blood Rune, yeah. It's the highest bow spec damage. Ah, I see. Right, that makes sense, because Berserker stance is way better than range stance. That makes sense. Okay, recuperation for a Berserker. This is 1, right? They don't do anything for you. They don't, I mean, no, 2. Blood Rune, right? That's it. They give you Blood Rune. They do something. They do something with Blood Rune. Berserker is good for Staff of the... Yeah, you mean Cudgel the Fool, Bronzar? Also because Shaman adds so much dex and strength. Yeah, yeah. Doesn't range stance give double triple shot? It does. It does. And it lets it so you can use it in melee. I hate range stance Swin Diesel, by the way. I have a video planned, because I played the bow stance, leveling it all the way up, and I think it sucks. I think it sucks. Because it disables, it gets disabled whenever you're doing something hard. It's so stupid. Okay, so 2 on recuperation. Leveling with a Berserker. A 9? What do you guys think? I think leveling with a Berserker is baller. You murder the crap out of everything, and like if you pair it with something like a Paladin, you just have infinite health. You just have infinite health. They're so good at leveling. I think Berserkers are so good at leveling. What do you guys think? Any thoughts on 9? Yeah. I leveled a Berserker to 46 and I just blasted. Paladin Berserker for leveling is so ridiculous. I was Paladin Berserker Enchanter. Paladin Berserker Enchanter. Infinite mana, infinite murder, infinite health, anything that heals damage. Okay, so I think everybody agrees with me with leveling with 9. Okay, so bossing. Bossing's like a 3, right? Or a 4, maybe? Cuz like your berserk maybe it's bad, right? Like they're not that good at bossing. They like the berserker stance, like unless you have Giga Gear, you're not going to be able to use berserker stance, which is their main asset most of the time on anything that's worth a damn, right? Best case with excellent gear, it's a 5 with berserker stance. In the right combo, they'd be fine. Yeah, like if you're doing berserker shaman something, it needs to have a shaman or an enchanter in the combo to have a chance at using berserker stance realistically, right? It needs the big slow because you need to not be getting blasted. Berserker is higher and you have more chance for crit, which Berserker gives you good crit AAs. That's true. They do give you 6% extra melee crit as a Berserker. They always give you that. Nothing Berserker is really for bossing, but it adds triple attack and flurry. They give you triple attack, flurry, 6% melee crit, and then blood shield, which will once again on bosses, it will be significant when you have crazy gear. It will be. Berserker crit is why you want to stack it with Warrior. Yeah, Warrior plus Berserker, you probably crit a lot, Kyle. Alright. I think I'm okay with 3 for bossing. Like, it has something. Quality of life. Is this literally a 1? I think it's a 1, right? It doesn't have any quality of life. At all. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you... It literally does nothing. Can anybody think of anything it does? A 0? Yeah. I mean, a 1's a 0, because it literally does nothing. It literally does nothing. Unless it's with Paladin. That's true. That's true. Okay. Okay, it's minimum. Alright, so overall, where does this leave us with Berserker? I think it's a little worse than Bard. I'm leaning between high B or low A for Berserker. Because it is way less... It's like... It's so much more restrictive than Bard, right? It blasts for leveling, and it can do crazy damage, but it has so many restrictions. I think we just put it in B, because it's got so much more restrictions, right? Basically beer until ultra late. Yeah, that's true, Kyle. I feel like they're going to be S when you have ultra gear, maybe, right? It depends on what it pairs with, yeah. But a Bard is definitely the versatile guy, right? If you're only talking about solo, then yes, but in a group, I am kind of looking at this from a solo standpoint. I probably should have said that at the beginning. I'm assuming you're soloing with this because if you start being in a group, Berserker is Omega S tier, like right out the gate, right? If you don't have to tank, Berserkers are crazy. Okay, we'll do the next class. So what is this? Beast Lord? We're on Beast Lord. I don't think this one's going to get very positive reviews. That is my guess. My guess is this is not going to be very popular. So offense. Has anybody tried the attack speed AA? Anybody? Frenzied Spirit? Has anybody tried it? I just want to know. I hope somebody's tried it. Because it's like the only thing that I want to try Beast Lord for. Getting another 100% increase attack speed for 48 seconds every 12 minutes sounds so much fun. But other than that, their offense is like a 2. Because they have a pet that isn't really that good. Beast Lord equals the new Ranger, yeah. Like, can it be above a 2? I don't think it's that good. It just, like, its dots are terrible. It's got like those fast nukes, but I don't think they're as efficient as the Ranger dot line. No, it doesn't double attack Bronson. It only dual wields. It dual wields. That's something. It does give you dual wield and has a pet, so maybe 3. It still hits haste cap, so mostly an attack buff. And you get Paragon, but that's not really an offensive thing, right? You get Paragon, but that's more of a recuperation thing, right? So you get dual wield and you get a pet. I think that's worth a 3. When does EQL launch? On the 28th, Gilchrist. On the 28th. I think they have to add more class A's. You don't think the pet getting extra flurry chances enough? Yeah, I don't really know. I haven't tried it since they buffed it, Kyle. I haven't tried it since they buffed it. All right, I'm cool with 3 with that. So defense, they get a slow that's better than a bard by a little bit. The 12 is still sort of speculated. It's an assumed time. It's not formally announced as noon, as I understand it. Right? It's just kind of like that's when, or was it formally? Do they give block? Oh, they do. They give block. Good call, Dastian. They do give block. Let me make sure. Oh no, this thing was not accurate last time I looked. Do you think they fixed this? Did they fix the skills on here? I hope they did. I hope they fixed block, because before it was totally wrong. It was super wrong. Okay, yeah, so Beast Lord gets it. This doesn't have a Ranger, so it is still wrong. Ranger has block too, but, you know, whatever. They get Feign Death, sort of, right? It's like a wacky Feign Death. That's more of quality of life than defense, though. I think I'd put Feign Death under quality of life, not defense. So they get block and they get slow. Maybe like a 4? Because they get slow. They have to be better defense than Berserker, right? They have to be. Because you get block and slow instead of just block. Isn't it called playing? Yeah, playing possum. Yeah. They upgraded the beast slow to be 40. Yeah, their slow is slightly better than Bard slow. By just a little bit. Honestly, I'm going to give them a 5. Slow's too good. Right? Slow is so good. And, like, it can enable your comp having slow, even a 40% slow. I think I'm okay with 5. If there's any more arguments, you go ahead and put it in chat, but I think I'm good with 5. Alright, so recuperation. They do have endurance regen, right? It's worse than the shaman one, but I think it's the second best? Question mark? They have mana regen in the form of Paragon. They have the best pet heal, and they have a pretty decent self heal, right? It's better than like Ranger heal, but it's worse than Superior heal. It's like in between them. Honestly, their recuperation is pretty okay. They give you endurance regen, they give you mana regen once you have the AA, and they give you decent heals. Like, so Bard they're way better than a Bard. Like maybe like a 5 or a 6. Maybe a 6 because of the pet heal? Feign Death is a whole build in this game. Feign off aggro every time you cast a new pet and let the pet tank till it dies. Wouldn't the bosses reset sometimes, though? They just use as extra health bars when you feign off aggro. Yeah, I mean, at leveling, I agree with you, but for bossing, I don't think that would work. I don't think what you're saying it would work. I think what you would do for a boss is you would pre-cast the pet and click leave on the pet, and then feign. I guess you could still, yeah, I guess it's what you said. You just have to do it in a really weird way. 10 p.m. for Abnatus. Oof. Alright, I think I'm gonna go with 6. They get functional heals, endurance regen, and Paragon. What do I think of Beast Lord, Druid, Shaman? That sounds like there's a lot of overlap. That does not sound like a good combo to me, Yoro. Why do you want that combo? Can you explain it to me? It would work if the pet didn't die at all when you're AFD'd. Yeah, that's true. That's true, it would. Yeah, I don't... You want to be a nature man? Okay, so if you want to be a nature man, throw a ranger in there. That'll help. Throw a ranger in there somewhere and that'll help, and you're still a nature man. Go with like ranger, shaman, something. And then you'll be Ranger, Beast Lord, Shaman would be okay. I mean, if you want to create a hunter, it has to be a ranger, right? Yeah, ranger beast druid. Ranger beast druid, that would be okay. Ranger beast druid would be okay. I mean, ranger shaman enchanter would definitely be a good combo. Ranger shaman enchanter would definitely be successful. Beast Lord seems to pal aware with knight. It does. It does because it gives you block and dual wield. I agree with you, Dastion. Anything that gives you both block and dual wield is a good combo with a knight. So long as the caster isn't shaman, yeah. It doesn't reset aggro if you're standing during a boss and inversion cast it. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying, Agwin. I have little game knowledge and was worried about overlap. Yeah. I don't think you'll have much success with Beast Lord Druid Shaman, but if you did make it Beast Lord Ranger Shaman, I think you'd be quite successful. Major Deity, thanks for the follow. Alright, so leveling with a Beast Lord. Has anybody leveled with a Beast Lord? It seems like they wouldn't really be all that good for leveling. Like, you get the pet, which is convenient for leveling, so like maybe like a 3. You don't hate yourself that much? You get the pet for leveling and you get heal spells. Okay, so maybe a 4. They give you heals that are passable and they give you a pet. Thoughts of Warrior Cleric Berserker. So Warrior Cleric Berserker could be good if you're willing to give a lot of rubies to the troll in Inithul, because you don't have a slow, but you do have the best defense and healing in the game. I think if you're willing to use the slow hammer clicky a lot, that's an okay combo. If you're not going to want to do that, it's probably going to struggle on harder content. That's what I think about that combo. Beast Wizard with strong 1 to 10 rushing. That's what I'm going to do, Riley. Well, I'm going to do Beast Mage, because Mage is just better than Wizard 1 to 10. Like, it's just better. There's no argument. It's way better. Is their pet the best one after the buffs? I'm pretty sure Mage still has the best pet. Like, the Earth pet, when I was testing it, I had like a +4 of the Earth pet, and he was beefy. His threat was sus, but I think that's a pet problem. But he was really tanky. And that was only level 43. You can get him to level 49. I think if you had a level 49 pet with Giga Gear on it, I was on Mage, I think they'd be insanely tanky. It had like 7,400 hit points, guys. The Earth pet at level 43. Water pet goes hard with backstab. It's true. It does. That's how I leveled most of the time, Dastion. I used the water pet till level 45 or 46, and then I switched to Earth pet on that character. It has the best pet heal and pet buffs that you can get only from Beast Lord if you're doing a pet build, and it has the most pet armor slots to add. No, mages give you the same, but yeah, it has this. It's tied with mage, yeah. The Enchanter pet was pretty great. Healed one. Yeah, the Enchanter pet is kind of amazing. Can you moat the epic? I think we should make the assumption you can, Apocal. I think I'm going to assume you can. All right, leveling. I'm going to go with 4 for leveling. It's got passable heals and a pet. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Okay, bossing. I mean, I think it gives you. My instinct is to say 5 for the same reason of the defense. It gives you a decent slow. It gives you a decent slow. Maybe it's not, because that's all that matters, right? It gives you block. It gives you block and decent slow. That's about it, right? It gives you good dodge cap too. Yeah, okay. So dodge, I mean, that kind of all factors into its defense, right? Block, slow, heals. Yeah. Same as Monk. No, it's worse. Monk gets the highest cap of block and dodge and the 3 weapon skills that it uses. Like by significant margins, because I looked at that earlier, Kyle, because I was wondering the same thing, but it gives you the highest block, dodge, and the weapon things by a significant margin. I think I'm okay with a 5. Is anybody opposed with a 5? I think that's about right. It's just kind of middle of the road. It brings stuff that's good, but it's not the best. Quality of life. So like maybe like a 3. It gives you Spirit of Wolf, right? Eventually. It has like a ghetto feign death. Is that it? Does it give you invis or anything? Does it give you like invis or something like that? Because invis is pretty convenient. I don't know if they give you invis or not. Invis, does it? C invis. Invis at 43. I don't know if we can count that. Oh, does it give you haste? When does it give you haste? I mean, haste is more leveling. Early haste is more leveling than quality of life. Pet haste. No, it's just pet haste. They don't give you haste. And run speed. Spirit of Wolf, right? That's why that was the main thing. Spirit of Wolf. Spirit of Wolf plus invis. Late invis. So 3 sounds about right. You just leveled with a beast. Even with the pet, the monk is so far ahead with melee offense and defense and swapping out. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that, haste is 52. Okay, so you don't get it yet. Okay. They get a mini HP, endurance, and mana regen buff too. Yes, they do. But that's not quality of life. That's recuperation. Right? Quality of life is invis, feign death, mez. Things that are just convenient rather than power. Convenient rather than power, or time saving rather, right? I'll give him a 3. Spirit of Wolf's good, right? Spirit of Wolf and Invis is good. Think they're a D? I don't think anybody's actually a D. I think we're all sold on it's a C though, right? It's the lowest tier. It's not very good. It's not very good. It's a C, yeah. I don't think anything's below a C, personally. I think everything is passable enough to, like, not say it's, like, in... It doesn't need Jesus. It's just not very good. Alright, next class. What are we on now? Is this Cleric? That looks like Cleric. See your bind point. Okay. So we're on a Cleric. What does Cleric do for offense, boys? Wait, let's see. I don't know if I'm gonna know this. They muck with defenses on the server, so avoidance is a lot different. Effective avoidance. Warrior, Ranger, Berserker, Monk. Wait, how is Monk lower than Ranger for effective avoidance? I don't know if I buy that. Where'd you get those numbers from, Dr. Pro? Highest Yelp? Oh, that's true. It gives you Yelp and the repost aura thing, right? All classes are considered solo. Yeah, we're gonna consider them alone. That avoid for Rangers is super high. Is it really? It seems wrong. Yeah, but block of a monk is way higher than Ranger. The stat cap is not close. Same with dodge. That looks sus to me, Dr. Pro. I would need to see a really legit looking source to agree with that list you just posted. The warrior one looks legit. I agree with the warrior one. But monk should be number 2 for avoidance. If solo... Okay, so offense for cleric. They pretty much just give you that proc and yelp, right? So maybe like a 4. The proc and yelp is pretty... Well, the proc's pretty good, right? The proc is like a substantial amount of, like, damage. And undead. Oh, that's true. Hey, Keen, thanks for the sub, man. Beast needs a high damage ability where you and the pet hits at the same time. That's what I said, Ahog. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. I totally agree with you. That would be such good flavor and make them less crappy. Undead, where the most people are leveling, is impactful. They get nice... Okay, so we can give them... I mean, is a 4 still not good? Do you think it should be higher? Hey, Severer, thanks for the sub, man. Thank you, everybody, for the support. It means a lot. I think they're at least a 5. You really think... Do you think that Aura plus Undead Nuke is really that impactful? I mean, I'll agree. The proc repost whatever thing is very good. It's very good. It's surprisingly good. And then Undead Nukes are quite good. It's a tough call. Either high 4 or low 5. Yeah, let's go with 5 then. Because everybody knows Cleric's OP, right? So let's just let them click EPR. That's not offense, though. We're talking about offense right now. Undead Nuke spam all day in low Grook. Yeah, but that's like leveling, right? That's leveling, not offense. I guess it's both. I don't know. 4 seems reasonable, but even then it's literally the only thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go. You convinced me, Kyle. I think 4. Fiver's done 2 and everything else, so we'll say 4. Yeah, we'll say 4. All right, defense. 8? 9? Not 8. That's too high. That doesn't count slow. Does it? No, it does. 9. HP, AC buffs? No, they don't have parry and stuff. They don't have parry and stuff. It can't be that high. They don't have slow. They kind of have slow. They have ghetto slow if you're a tryhard. Because they're the only person other than Shaman, I'm pretty sure, that can click the slow hammer. So they technically have a slightly worse than Bard slow available to them. Right? And you will use it. You will use it if you're a cleric combo without a slow, right? You'll use it for hard bosses, for sure. They have plate and best AC buff and HP buff, yep. And they have a slow. You put the skill table in my Discord? Alright, let's look at that. Hang on, let's look. I'm curious. We can probably give Dr. Pro a, we can give some rolls out here so you can see stuff. Where'd you put it? Oh, EQ Legends. Defense table. Okay, let's look at this. Are you guys ready? This is the defense table that he just linked us. So Monk, obviously, for these is way higher. Here's block, right? See, look. Monk block is crazy. That's what I was saying. See, it's like way above everybody else. And then dodge is the same way. See, it's like way above. That's why I was saying there's no way a ranger is higher. No way. They get a reverse healing damage shield. Yeah, they do. They do. So this is cool. If you guys want to take a screenshot of that or whatever. I'm sure it's in the EQ Legends wiki somewhere, right? I'm sure it's in the wiki somewhere. 7 or 8 would be appropriate to factor in the slow hammer. Yeah, I'm factoring in the slow hammer. Because if you're doing something hard, you're going to use it if you need it, right? Parry repost was cut. Oh, yeah, that's true. It was cut off. Parry repost. I would think parry and repost for... Actually, for a ranger, parry and repost might be kind of high. Interrupt cleric gets a clicky snare. Snare is nothing. Snare is not a thing that matters on this server, unfortunately. Monk doesn't have parry. Oh, I see what you mean. Monk doesn't have parry. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so maybe that's why Ranger's higher, Dr. Pro. You've convinced me. I guess every time I played Monk, my brain automatically pairs it with something that would have parry. So I see people talking about fear kiting and stuff, and I'm like, damn, you didn't play D4 at all. I mean, you didn't play. People that are talking about quad kiting and fearing and stuff didn't play yet, I think. I think those people didn't play the beta. Out of curiosity, what's makes mixed bed better? Because you get a pet. Wizard nukes and mage pets, or wizard and mage nukes at that level are basically identical. And then you have a pet. And the mage pet at level 2 is level 5. And then like the level 5 or 6 pet is like level 9. And then the level 10 pet is level 12. So mage is just better at the beginning. Yeah, it's just better. Definitely seems like they're bringing P99 ideals to try and make them work. Yeah, I mean that's the nostalgia, right? If they don't know, they're like, dude, I'm gonna be the quad kite master with wizard druid necro, right? But we know that's not a thing. That's not gonna be a thing. A pet with the highest pet gear, yeah. I mean, the pet gear doesn't matter at the beginning, though. Not really, anyways. All right, recuperation for a cleric. So they obviously have the best heals. We all know that. They have the best heals. They give you the hitting things. I'm going to give them a 9. And they're not a 10 because they don't give you mana regen, right? We'll just give them a 9. They can't be a 10. They can't be a 10. I don't think anybody's a 10 for recuperation, honestly, because you would have to have all 3 of these things as like super high levels, and nobody has all 3 at a super high level, right? Cleric is probably like the highest on recuperation just because PR, once you upgrade it a little bit, is still kind of disgusting for healing. Warder is better, barely better than the SK pet? Oh god. Broken Stoic has tested the pets, guys. He knows. He knows what's up, man. Mage summon items leveled up. Yeah, dude, I used the mage summon items on that character with the archery thing, and they're sneaky powerful. Alright, so leveling with a cleric. Clerics are great for leveling, right? You get the super good heals super early, so it like minimizes downtime and minimizes risk. You get Pacify really early. You get the AC HP buffs. You get the healing hit thingy. You almost did this today, Broken? Oh, I'm sorry I stole your idea. I didn't want to stream Grim Dawn again today, and I just thought this would be fun. You're unkillable unless you get permastun? Yeah. Leveling is probably like, but they don't bring a lot of leveling offense, right? So I'll give them like an 8 for leveling. They don't, they give you, okay, they give you a little bit of undead nukes, but it's not like a berserker, right? They're not going to be like a berserker where you're going to absolutely smash through everything when you have a plane of sky two-hander, right? It's going to be, they level pretty fast, yeah. So I'll give them an 8 for leveling. I think that's pretty fair. Bossing, um, like a 9. I think a shaman's still better at bossing than a cleric, personally. What do you guys think? I think 9. I don't think they're a 10. I think only a shaman is 10 for bossing. They give you good offense. They give you the best heals. They give you lots of armor. They give you a slow if you're a tryhard and you don't have a better slow elsewhere. No mana stone. Bronson wants his mana stone, man. Feels bad. Anybody? So I don't know if anybody has any. People will probably agree with 9 for bossing for cleric. I'm guessing. Quality of life. They do give you. They give you both invises, don't they? Does cleric gives you normal invis too, right? Most of their point. Most of their point is bossing. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Do they give you both? I know they give you IVU. No normal invis, just IVU, which is pretty good in this. Like lower Gook, IVU is like the thing that matters, right? So it's almost as good as normal invis. Oh, it's invis verse. Invisibility. Wait, 43. Is that Beast Lord? That must be the Beast Lord thing, right? Yeah, that's the Beast Lord thing. Why did it reopen? IVU at 11. Invulnerability. Not sure if it's quality of life. It's kind of both. Shaman with alchemy. You know, everybody can use alchemy in this game, Bronson. Alchemy is not a shaman only thing. So they don't really have that much quality of life, right? It's just IVU. That's pretty much it. So it's like a 2. Do they have anything else? They don't get anything else, right? They get pacify. Okay, they get pacify. I can throw that in there. That's part of leveling, but it's also part of quality of life. Res? No, res is not a thing. This is single. This is single. We're looking at this as single player. Summon burnt bread. Wait, they do summon food, don't they? They summon food and water. Okay, 3's fine. So where do we put the cleric? It's got to be an A, right? It's got to be top A. S? Low S? Low S, right? I think low S. What do you guys think? It's a toss-up. High A, low S. I mean, we knew it was coming, right? It's better than Bard. That's true. It is better than Bard by far. I agree. So we'll go with S then. You convinced me, Apocal. Cleric's high B, low A. But Kisva, you should defend your point. I don't think I can agree with that, but I'm sure you have a reason for feeling that way. All right, we're gonna go with S with cleric. All right, druid. It's time for the bashing to begin. Are you guys ready for the other inevitable C tier class? The low C tier class. All right, so we're on druid now. Outside of promise renewal, cleric is trash. I don't agree with that. We just went through everything because I don't agree with that statement. S plus 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 plus. Only because there's no D. PR sucks a lot more outside of the spell upgrade system. That's true, but we have the spell upgrade system. Hot take, druid is really strong. Defend your point, Broken. I'm listening. I mean, you can make points when we're going through these things too, right? So offense. Druid offense is kind of okay. But are you really going to use their offense other than AoE spells? Probably not. I think I'd give them like a 3 for offense, personally. Because they do have dots, they do have nukes, they do have AoE, but I feel like you're really only going to use the AoE, realistically. Unbound AA boost heals, damage, dots, nuke. Okay, that's fair. They do get the crit thing. They get the crit spell thing, right? Damage shields. Okay, you've convinced me at least a 4. The damage shields while leveling the first time are quite good. The damage shields are quite good. Easy S tier. Well, at least you know your priorities, Yomager. At least you know your priorities. Druids get all the hippie chicks. They also get Earthquake proc and Earthquake cast. Yeah, they get Earthquake cast. That's what I'm saying. The AoE is like most of why I have it a 4 even. But when you're doing like a boss or something, or you're killing just one mob at a time, you're not going to really do anything other than damage shield from Druid, right? Probably. Awesome pet haste? Okay. They get an awesome pet haste. That's an interesting point. I had heard that the pet haste from Druid stacks with the mage one. Can you confirm that, Broken Stoic? Does the Druid haste for pets in fact stack with Burnout? Dismiss Summon isn't bad for Najina? Oh, interesting. It's more efficient than hard hitting. Okay. You're planning on Ogre, Mage, Shaman, Druid. Mage, Shaman, Druid. Okay, so you're doing legit pet plus dots thing. I think the AoE and dots plus some additional buffs for my pet will make it for my portal slot than wizard. I mean, that you could make it work. Mage, Shaman will work. It'll be annoying because you'll be tanking from what I've seen, unless you have some magical way to make mage pets hold threat better, but AC debuff for Druid for boss fights. I mean, that's not really, I mean, I guess that is part of offense a little bit. How much AC does it debuff? Is it like significant, Rokev? The buff stack, the haste portions don't. Oh, okay, I see. Should we give them a 5 then? Because they have lots of sneaky offense stuff. Let's do it. We'll give them a 5 for offense. Druid self DS is the highest? Yeah, it is. Druid DS is the highest. But it doesn't stack with mage ones, as I understand it. At least they didn't seem to stack for me when I tried it with the Ranger version, right? Plus their shielding spell. But in pop rating, our guild always wanted a Druid for the debuffs. Yeah, it makes sense. But this is from a solo standpoint, right? Thanks for the follow, guys. Thanks for the follows. Mage Prime solo. Okay, let's go on to defense now. So, their buffs for defense are not very good. What do you think? A 3? They give you some HP AC buff, but it's not as good as the Cleric one. They don't have Pot G yet, which is their main defensive buff that kicks ass. They don't have Slow. Do they have an attack debuff or anything? Attack buff in wolf form? Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, I think I'm still okay with 5. Does anybody think it should go higher than 5? Fire Fist, permanent attack, and wolf, double permanent attack. Are you saying it should be 6, Broken? Do you think their offense should be 6? Their HP AC stacks with AC, not Shaman though. Yeah, 5. Okay. I think a 3 defense. I would be surprised if you can convince me they're better than a 3 at defense. I think they suck pretty bad at defense. I think Berserker might be the only person worse at defense. And even then, maybe it's... Okay, wait, hang on, Broken. Hear me out with the Berserker. They give you block. They probably give you parry. They give you a blood shield that will scale with your weapon. So that's why Zerker's at 3. What does Druid do other than the 1 buff line? What do they do for defense? Yeah. But dude, everybody talks about the hurting themselves. Have you parsed how much it hurts you? Have you watched the combat log? It does almost nothing. Unless I'm losing my mind, it does almost nothing. Mage Hunter is, yeah, that's Berserker. Oh yeah, Berserker gives you Mage Hunter too. That's right, Broken. That somebody said that at the last minute for Berserker, and we're like, oh, they give you Mage Hunter. Mage Hunter's quite good for like, what, the start of Inaruk and Yale and, you know, probably something else I'm not thinking about. Alright, I think I'm okay with 3 defense on Druid. Recuperation. They give you the best endurance regen. They give you the best endurance regen with a Shaman, right? Chloro is the best. And they give you approximately the same heals as a shaman. Give or take, right? It's about the same. Druids have the best resist buffs. No, I'm pretty sure Bard have the best resist buffs. So we'll give them second best, maybe? Okay. Okay, we can go at 4. Resist buffs. That's fair. That's fair. It's not as good as Bard, right? I don't think. Healing Waters is pretty great. Okay. Frenzy use skill faster. Combine with like crazy. Yeah. Okay, so you've convinced me. A 4 defense. Because of the resist thing. So recuperation. You get the endurance. You get decent heals. Maybe like a 5? Maybe like a 5. Maybe it's a 6. Endurance regen is pretty good. I don't know, endurance regen is really good. Because endurance is generally more of a problem than mana, right? I feel like it's more of a problem than mana once you have like a solid build with a lot of gear. Harmony is dope. Yeah, Harmony is kind of amazing. Probably 6 just because the Hots can carry if you have a tank. Okay. Chloro. Yeah, Hot. Okay, so we'll go with 6. They have good heals, and they have the best endurance regen. Okay, let's go on to leveling. Leveling with a druid. They give you Chloro, and they give you a DS. They give you a DS, which is pretty good for the first leveling. Subsequent leveling, it will be kind of not a thing. I mean, you'll use it, but it won't be that important. Like maybe a 4? They give you heals. Just providing heals is so good for leveling, right? We thinking early on? I don't know. I don't know, Broken. We're kind of winging it. We're kind of winging it. In what universe can a cleric kill faster than a druid? What do you mean? It's not... What do you mean? The druid hot is the second best HPM heal? Okay. Okay. Strongish dots for leveling? Are you really gonna dot with a level? Has anybody played a build where they actually dotted literally every mob and it ticked more than twice? Be honest. Because I was leveling with the shaman on the ranger mage thing, and I would put... No, dots are insane on big targets. Dots are insane on big targets. Like if there's a name that has a crap ton of HP, or you're on a boss, like a raid boss. They're not insane on little trash mobs. They're just not. You can't convince me, I don't think. Because, like, I would use Venom of the Snake or something, and then I would nuke twice with a mage and it would be dead, and it has ticked once or twice. It's like inversion with poison dot every mod. So you're assuming you're doing lots of mobs at once. You're assuming you're pulling a bunch of stuff, nuking. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Druid is crazy fast leveling if you have the staff plus spam AoEs. I mean, their AoE is quite good. Okay, maybe they are a 6 for leveling. You're right. Their AoE spells are actually some of the best. At certain points, they have the best AoE, right? Depending on where you are. Dots are largely worthless. They become mana inefficient when they don't get their full duration. That is a fair point, Steve. That is a fair point. But I'm going to give them a 6. Because the AoE is pretty crazy. Do they get a Spellblade AoE? Spellblade, they do. They do, but I think Spellblade is, like, not on my radar. I don't think Spellblade is good. I think it's fun. But, like, if you're trying to, like, get performance or level fast, I don't think it's a good thing to use. Alright, how about bossing for a druid? How about bossing? I mean, this is kind of the same as recuperation, right? But they don't have a slow, which feels so bad. Even a cleric technically has a slow, and druid just doesn't. Which is brutal. Their DS is pretty good for long boss fights, though. Anyone play a DS build with druid? So you need druid. Druid Wizard Bard is like the DS AoE build, right? Druid doesn't bring as much as any other bossing. Yeah, like maybe a 5. Because they do still have good heals. And their DS is probably a lot of damage. If you support yourself with something that has a slow, they feel a lot better. And with their lack of defense, they take too much damage. Their nukes dots are all fire magic based, meaning they won't land on a lot of targets. Okay. Why would you slow if you're using DS to kill? Well, because I mean, you use the DS for free damage, but you're slowing a boss. Why would you not slow a D4 raid target? Oh, you're talking to. Oh, what did he say? Oh, oh, I see what you're saying for AoEing. Forget I said anything. Do druids get that huge DS plus regen A on this server? I don't think so, Rokeb. Because I don't know what you're talking about, so I don't think so. They can solo Sky with Animal Charm? Oh, can you charm the bees? That's crazy if you can charm the bees and play in a Sky with a druid. Can you charm like the horses? Does that work? Are those animals? Probably. Cleric was a 9. No way is druid close to that, yeah. I think a 5 for bossing is fair. Spirit of Wood, okay. Reptile, and that's not for a long time. Okay. So how about quality of life? They get Spirit of Wolf. They get Invis. They get Enduring Breath. They get Harmony. They're pretty high on quality of life, right? Like maybe like a 6. They get ports, so you don't have to ritual it. Maybe a 6 for quality of life for Druid. They're pretty good, right? That's kind of why they were even decent normally, right? I saw the bees being charmable as an addressed issue the day before the server went down. I think they nuked the bees doing like a gazillion damage. Because somebody had a parse of the bees doing literally like 1,000 DPS or something. Which is obviously just a bug, right? Harmony is pretty late though, but still usable for raids. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Ranger Harmony was 39. That was pretty painful, right? When I was doing that Ranger. Best power leveling class? I don't think that's going to be a thing here. I think people are going to power level themselves with playing a Sky Weapons. That's what I think. You get Port, Spirit of Wolf, and Invis. Yeah, and Harmony. It's like mid-30s. Ranger Indoor is 39. Yeah, Outdoor is only like 9, I think. You were thinking Ranger, Wizard, Enchanter. Boy, you don't have a lot of healing there. I wouldn't recommend that comp if you want to solo things, John. For leveling, it'd be fine, but once you got to raid targets, Ranger, Wizard, Enchanter you'd probably be hard up to stay alive on hard bosses. Track. Oh, track. Oh, you're right. Track. Whoa, let's go to 7. Track is nice. I'm with you on track. I agree. I used the Druid track bubble for turning in those rubies in Inithul Swamp for Evanders. It's quite good. Forage, I mean, Forage instant dead. I don't think Forage moves my opinion. Like, what do you want for like? Because the ogre, we don't need to do that ogre forage anymore. Check the EQ Legends channel. Okay, let me look. What are we looking at? Oh, we got a picture. We got a formal picture. Launch, Karen. That is spelled wrong. That's amazing. Maps. Okay. There's a cat. Who's going to play a cat? Not me, but who wants to play a cat? Are you excited about it? Summer 4K scaling. Okay, I don't really care about that because you can't see stuff already in 1440 on this UI. I'm not going to 4K. Deity achievements, that's important. Continued dungeon revamps. We're really excited about dungeon revamps, right? Open world tuning. Rejurkian, isn't that where the Karens start? Ixar Master Race. To a person who only did P90 and Red Blue, is this triple class an easy transition over? It's so much easier to play than P99 close. It will be very easy. You know what I think about cat girls? I've tried to come up with a good Ranger bow build. SK Ranger Shaman. Okay, so Steve, I was playing Ranger Mage Shaman, and I think it's pretty good. But I do think that range stance sucks. If range stance didn't like stop working when you needed to go into defensive or something and you could still shoot your bow, I think the Ranger Mage Shaman I played is pretty good. But Ranger SK Shaman sounds good too. It sounds good. You get plate from the SK, which is nice, right? Ranger Rogue Shaman. Okay. Range stance is the big issue with range. I agree with you, Amnatus. I think range stance sucks. Nectropus Castle. That's a long ways away, huh? Winter. Reincarnation. Oh, so this is going to be a prestige system, right? That's pretty cool. Thanks for linking that. Range stance is the worst. It really is. Somebody had said in a stream before Broken when I was playing my Ranger, they were like, just delete range stance. And then just make it so bows always double, triple, and work at any range. And the problem's solved. Just delete it. Just delete range stance. It doesn't serve any purpose other than troll people. Alright. So where's Druid, guys? It's definitely better than Beast Lord, right? It's definitely better than Beast Lord. But is it B? Is it B? What do you guys think? Where do we put it? I think Berserker's better than Druid. It's definitely better than B. Maybe a low B. Because it's not that bad. We made a lot of good points, right? It's got a lot of sneaky good things. Not as good as Zerk. B. Low, so we low B. It's A, but really S+++. This is the bias talking, Rokeb. The deity and race unlock should be part of 1.0, but I just want to play. Yeah, I'm with you, Taladim. B. All right, we're going to go with B. All right, we're moving on. That's it. That's where Druid is for a totally arbitrary tier list that doesn't really matter. All right, Enchanter. Can we just put this in S tier? Can we just put Enchanter directly to S tier? I think we can, right? Like, I don't know. Okay, offense for Enchanter. I'm going to say a 9. I'm going to say a 9. Charms are retarded. Charms are dumb, man. They're so strong. They're so strong. They're so strong. And then, even if you don't use a charm, your normal pet is pretty okay. Totally a C tier. It's just flavor of the month. Enchanter and Shaman directly to S do not pass go. I agree with you, Steve. I agree with you. We're going to talk about it, though. Okay, so we're okay with 9 offense. They're not a 10 offense, because they don't give you, like, weapon stuff, right? It's just that their charm does so much damage. Nothing can beat a charm pet buffed up. You might be right. But they don't do Bard can also charm and gives you more melee with free dots. So arguably that's like better in a vacuum, right? I don't know how reasonable it is for a Bard to keep those crazy mobs charmed, though. Maybe not. They literally have nothing better offensively except the large charm CC, yeah. Charm uses up their melody, though. I mean, no. You just put it on them. You just put it on them and they're charmed. You don't have to sit there and channel a charm. Yeah, okay, so defense. They got slow, so they have the second best slow. They have a triple cripple combo. Now, I say this a lot. You do the triple cripple plus the slow, and the bosses hit for peanuts. And for those that don't know, the triple cripple is incapacitate, weakness, and then their dot line. And they all stack. And if you have that with slow, you take like no damage. I don't know. Do we do it? They have a 9 for defense too. Like, is it? And they have AoE Mez. Yeah, they have AoE Mez. They have. Is it a 10? No, it's not a 10. They don't give you like parry and stuff. It can't be a 10. We'll give them a 9 for defense. The Shadow Clone sounds kind of insane. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, FT Grand, about the Shadow Clone. There's a lot of questions, right? Like, when you get the clone, is it an exact clone of you with your buffs? Is it going to start punching the boss for 300 damage with your Aldrins? How long does it last? Can it tank? We don't really know. 10 for defense. Pet heals and AoE Mez are too good. Oh, that's true. You get pet heals? Okay, maybe they are 10. They don't give you everything, because obviously they're not a melee, but maybe they are just a 10 at defense. They're crazy, man. They're so crazy. It's a 10. World 2. Yeah, you're right. You guys have convinced me. They're a 10 for defense. We'll just say it 10. It's staying there. All right, recuperation. They have no heals. No, they do. They have a pet heal. They have a pet heal. They have a really good pet heal if you happen to be fighting Lady Vox. They have insane mana regen. They do not have endurance regen, which is probably good they don't. It's probably good they don't. So like a 7 or an 8? Maybe an 8 for recuperation? What do you think? Maybe only a 7? Because they don't have really good heals? Maybe a 7. What do you guys think? The mana regen is just, it tips them over, right? The mana regen they provide is absolutely insane. An 11. It's an augmentation, but like, I was told that that didn't work. Does anybody know? It's not heals you can control, right? You can't control it. You can predict it though, Crusade. You can predict it. Because when you go below 50% health, the pet will start healing you. And if it heals you above 50%, it will stop healing you. And then obviously if it ooms, it'll stop healing you. So it's predictable, but it's not controllable. You can control the clicking on Epic from inventory? Well, we don't really know. Probably. Oh, you mean the Soulfire click? The heal? It's a 6 for you. The mana regen is strong, but only recruit thing they bring. That's fair. That's a fair argument, Kyle. Do we just put him at 6 for recoup? Because like a Necro would be higher, right? Than Enchanter? Because they do both of these things. I think a 6 I'm okay with. It is pretty much just a lot of mana regen. Alright. Leveling. 10. Any arguments with 10 on leveling for Enchanter? I'd love to hear what your argument is against 10, unless the argument is 11. Yeah, 100. 100 for leveling. Necro has to be S tier. I think it's a little debatable with Necro, but it's definitely at least A. Bangs Gavel. 10 it is for leveling. Alright, we're gonna skip we know, leveling. They have Harmony or Pacify that you don't even need to use because you just run in and AoE mez everything and you don't even care. You get super good haste, super fast. You get super mana regen, which means you have no downtime. You get to charm if you want to. If you're too lazy to charm, your pet's cracked. They're crazy. They're crazy for leveling. Bossing. What do you... An 8 or a 9? 9? 10? Are they 10 for bossing? No, I mean, Shaman's a 10. Are they better? Maybe they're better. Are they a 10? What do you guys think? 9 or 8, 9, 10 for bossing? Mem wipe, add, and decrease aggro. Yeah, they're not a 10. No pet, no good. But what are you doing where you don't have a pet, Broken? What are you doing where you don't have a pet? We can say 9. Because you do have to charm to be a 10. You have to charm to be a 10, and people might not like charming, right? That's fair. I'll go with 9 for just that reason. I think it's... Get better mana regen than Necro if we count the mana drains. That's true, Tombstone. Yeah, Enchanter has the best mana regen in the game if you do everything. If you're tryharding. They are the highest mana regen. 8 for boss. Low damage and less charm. Okay. Okay, that's fair. Pet dies from cleaves and random AoEs. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Okay, maybe 8. Maybe 8 would be okay. Mage, Ranger, Enchanter do everything on D4. Really? Only thing the Ranger Mage did was provide healing. Enchanter easy 10. Oh yeah, because the Enchanter was charming that that Dark Elf guy in Hate, right? That's what you're talking about? Oh, was that Knight? Oh, okay. Okay, so you're talking about a different person. It depends on the new clone AA. That's true. That's true, Steve. We don't know. So we can put an asterisk next to this. Because if that clone AA is really good, or if the charm AA is really OP, they might be a 10 again, right? We don't know. So we'll say 8 with an asterisk. Asterisk. We don't know about charm / doppel AA, right? We don't know. Okay, how about quality of life? They're not quite a 10. They give you invis, they give you illusions, they give you enduring breath, they give you mez, they give you pacify, but they don't have a movement speed buff, and they don't have feign death, obviously. They don't have movement speed, they don't have IVU. Is it like a 7? What was Druid? Is it about the same as a Druid? It's probably about the same as a Druid, right? They get both invis. They get IVU, do they? I believe you. I'm gonna check because I just don't remember. Because I play Paladin, so I didn't know. Paladins get IVU really early, right? Undead. Where is it? Undead. Hello? Spook the dead. Horde Undead. Sense of Dead. IVU 11. Hey, thanks for the follow, guys. Thank you very much. That's Cleric. Why do you keep opening? This thing, man. This thing. Quality of life's like an 8. No ports, no movement, minimal buffs. Yeah, just the mana regen, right? They get Invis, see Invis, IVU. They do, they get both. So you guys think it's an 8? Meza mana regen is pretty hard to beat for quality of life. And both Invises. Both Invises is really good, man. And Enduring Breath's very convenient. Although you can get the Hayden Earring. Okay, we'll go with 8. Illusion. Illusion's really good too, right? Damage shield. Haste is not quality of life. You can't put haste and boon on quality of life. That's damage shield. Those are offense. Those are offense and leveling. Those aren't quality of life. All right, whatever. Enchanter is. Let's just put it above cleric and S. We don't need to vote on this, right? It's obviously the only thing to vote on is if shaman or enchanter is better, right? Like that's that's the only thing we're gonna be arguing up here. You ever enchant bars with haste and spell like enchanting. Does that actually work? I could see it working. That's really funny if it does. guys, I gotta go enchant some metal bars. Let me go grind some AAs out. That's amazing. All right, we're on to mage. Now I'll tell you right away, after playing a mage, I think they're pretty surprisingly good. I think mage surprised me. Mage surprised me. Offense with a mage. I'm gonna say like 7. Maybe 8. Mage offense is really good. They give you these summoned things, the wrist, the ring, the earring, and there's another one I forget, shoulder. And they give you the focus effects for free right away, which is really good. Did all 4 mage pet? Yeah, they did, Rokeb. So the earth one is warrior ranger, the air one is warrior monk, the water one is warrior rogue, and the fire one is warrior wizard. It's a chore to resummon every time you log back on. That's true. That is annoying. And their water pet does a lot of damage now that you can upgrade it with the backstab, man. It's the water pet does a lot of damage. I imagine that if you had a level 49 water pet, it would do a crap ton of DPS. I can't verify it because I obviously don't have a plus 10 water pet. Or I guess you only need a plus 8 water pet, right, to get it to level 49. I think they're really high on offense. Not as high as Enchanter because Charm is ridiculous, right? And not as high as Berserker. I think a 7's about right. If you upgrade the spell, it summons items at plus. Oh, does it? That's cool. Tankiest pet you saw? Yeah. Okay, so defense for pet. Defense for mage is basically just the pet, right? Just the pet. The problem is that while the earth pet is super tanky, if you're doing a lot of damage, you're tanking, from what I've seen. Which is a huge problem. Top damage summon all pet. If they change pet logic like they changed NPC logic, earth pet will be... Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. I mean, can we give... I don't know. Can we give him like a 3 for defense? Like your pet's really tanky, but against anything that's hard, you're probably tanking, unfortunately. Pets can even use Sash Shield now? Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I read somewhere that you shouldn't go past 7 on the summon pets because the focus doesn't work past rank 7 on the spell. Boy, I hope that's not true, Steve. Has anybody heard about that other than Steve? Where, like, going past rank 7 on the pet, like, makes it explode? That would be really unfortunate if that's true. If Druid is 3, then say 2 for Mage. That's fair. That's fair. No, because the pet in there, all they have is HP buffs, right? For a Druid? They're a 4. A Druid's a 4. Okay, so a 3. They tank well on D4, but they just the aggro issues, right? If they could tank, dude, if the mage pets like actually tanked legit, they would be very good defense. Earth was awful in line because you were breaking the root every nuke, yeah, and that doesn't matter. Works for multi-pulls. I mean, the Earth Pet is a really good tank on multi-mob pulls because you can finagle it so you're only tanking the one thing you're killing, right? And the Earth Pet is just kind of tanking the other things to the side. I did it in Soul B from 46 to 50. It totally works. Mages have elemental resistance buffs, HP buffs. Oh, that's fair. The HP buff is quite good. That's quite. I forgot. All casters get that. I'm with you. That buff is really good. That buff is really good. See, Broken knows what's up, man. He made a video on D4 Nagi, Cleric, Mage, Enchanter. I mean, did you not just tank it with a Charm Pet, Neo? You did it with a pet. You did it with a Mage Pet. Okay. Interesting. How long did it take? Did you time it? You did the Summon Pet. So you did the Earth Pet, I'm guessing? So we had like 10,000 hit points or something? I'll be right back, guys. I need to fill my cup up. 1 minute. Okay. So we got a long ways to go. We should probably focus here. So I think we're okay with 4 defense because they got the HP buffs, they have the pet that helps, and they have the AC HP with a magic resist. All right, recuperation with the mage is like a 2. Pet heals, right? That's it. There's nothing else, right? Maybe somebody will say something, but I think I'm just a 2. They do something. They can heal their pet. That's it. Leveling with a mage. So I'd give it an 8. Oh, they have Mod Rod. Okay. How good is Mod Rod in this? How much mana does it give you? They heal their pet and they have Mod Rod. I think that's still a 2. It's not that good, right? You can resummon a new pet and press leave at the last moment and you have a brand new pet. Yeah, but then the boss is on you. But yeah, you could do that. Unless you have a Feign Death class, I guess. Crazy 6. If you have a Feign Death class, then that's viable. Or a Membler or something. Mod Rod kind of sucks, but Mage is a really good 1 to 10. Oh, Mage is the best class 1 to 10. Nobody's going to convince me otherwise. With no gear, Mage is the best 1 to 10. They're also really great because you can rotate pets rather than level pet spells as you level up. Oh, I didn't think about that. I didn't do that because I was like struggling. I was struggle busing with money, but that's an interesting point. Anyone level Mod Rod? That's a good question, Neo. Dude, if Mod Rod got better with levels, that actually might be kind of cracked, right? It'd be like having another Canny 5. You didn't see Mod Rod, but did see upgraded version of the Summoned Armor. Just increase the AC by +1. Oh, that's not very good. Alright, I'm going to say level 8 for leveling. I don't know if you guys have leveled with a mage, but mages are crazy at leveling. Having the pet that soaks hits and backstabs and does damage and you blast, they crush. They can carry your leveling, especially when you have shitty gear. Mage regrets the level, won't need gear. Yeah, you summon the gear that matters, right? Now, bossing for mage, I feel like they're a lot worse at bossing. Like maybe a 5. Like, they can bring the pet DPS that can be kind of high, but it's not going to be like a charm pet. Right? And then they have nukes that are not quite wizard nukes, but, you know, they're something. But they only have magic and fire, so there's going to be some bosses where it just doesn't work, really. What do you guys think for a 5? Let me know. I think that's probably fine. Mages are in phases. Fully geared plus 10 gear. Yeah, I don't know. That's hard. Yeah, it's hard to... You just kind of have to make an average in your mind. I don't think we're going to isolate beginning or end, because that gets too complicated. So However, whatever your heart tells you, 5 feels pretty good to Kyle. They literally add nothing other classes don't bring better. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay, so for quality of life, they summon food and drink really fast. And I'm going to tell you, I always forget to buy food and drink, so I like that. And they have invis. And they have EB items. They have levitate rings. That's kind of nice. They summon armor with focus effects. I think like a 6. They're pretty good, right? They're pretty good at quality of life. They don't give you speed movement, which sucks. They don't give you, like feign death and stuff, which are like the best. Arrows, they can summon. I mean, summoning arrows doesn't really count because you only need one arrow. Water breathing is good though. EB. Call the hero. That's not. I don't think that's gonna be a thing, and that's not a thing yet. It's Kunark, so no. I mean, it won't matter. I mean, maybe it will. If we go to like Vex Stall and you're summoning a friend, maybe you'll use it once. They did just add Pet Flurry. Oh yeah, that's true. That was on the patch notes, wasn't it? I think did they both not get Pet Flurry? Oh no, it was just the Beast one. Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, so where's Mage? Like a B? I think Mage is better than Druid, guys. What do you guys think? I think it's in here. Which one's better? You guys gonna vote? Pick Druid or Mage, I think. Or do you think it's somewhere else? Pet Flurry will not help their work. That's fair. I have no argument against that, Broken. I just don't know. Eh? You think a Mage is as good as a Bard? You think it's better than a Berserker? I don't think so. I don't know. Vote. You think Mage better than Druid? That's what my vote is too. I think it's a little better than Druid. What does everybody else think? Low B? So you think it's worse? So Raphael, do you think it's worse or better than Druid? I think we all kind of feel like B's. B's seems to be the common sentiment, but you can't think of a class individually since the trio. I mean, we're just guessing, Twerk. We have to make best guesses. We can think of it individually if we want to. I think I'm thinking of it both ways in my mind, right? I'm like, what does it do individually? What is it going to bring when it is with people? And you just got to kind of guess, right? All right, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. We're going to stop with that. So next class we have is Monk. So Monk is interesting because they just got 10% free haste and they were already pretty good, guys. What's a Monk's offense? Like an 8? An 8 or a 9? It's not Enchanter. It's got to be an 8. If Enchanter's 9, it's 8. Right? Because Enchanter, actually, I don't know. Monk always gives it to you, and they have the second best weapons in the game, and they give you triple. And then for leveling, dude, leveling subsequent combos, Monk is gonna be cracked, man. 10% that exceeds haste cap, Grand. It is 10% that is basically V3 over haste. Stacks with everything. And triple attack. 9 if you count the Woo's Fist. I mean, I'm counting the Woo's Fist. They don't have procs. Dude, people overvalue procs in Classic. I'm telling you. I haven't really looked all that much at breakdowns. But unless your proc is Puma, your proc's not doing that much damage. If somebody can give me an example of where I'm wrong, I would be interested. Can we post links? It depends what the link is too, Broken. I have the Net Nanny on. It would have to be like something like EQ Wiki or something that is safe. Is it to like a website that I can verify is definitely always safe, and then I can put it in my whitelist? Improvement is almost like a lay of hands at rank every 3 minutes. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go with 8 for this for now. Defense. I mean, they have really good defense. Mend is almost as good as lay on hands if you use it on cooldown. It's crazy. I think it's like 75% the value of lay on hands. And that's without the crit. Mend is really good. And then max block and dodge is so good. And then if you happen And then if you happen to get the AC bonus from being a monk, they're even better. Maybe like a 9, because they don't get... Somebody said before, they don't get parry. That is significant. They do not get parry. And of course, they don't give you plate armor. Right? So there are some things that they're missing. Men doesn't count as defense. Oh, I guess that's true. Oh, I guess that's true, Crusade. I guess that's true. I mean, what are they missing? They're basically missing parry. No defensive stance. Good call. No defensive stance. They only get evasive. They also don't give you, like, Mage Hunter. Right? They get evasive, yeah. But, I mean, I think other than for Eye of Vishan, defensive is mostly better than evasive. Unless you're spamming AoE nukes or something, then evasive's kind of nuts, right? Evasive is really good. It is really good, especially for Eye of Vishan. Evasive is the secret sauce for Eye of Vishan, boys. Which is... It's not the hardest boss in the game, but it's close to it. They're a 9 on defense. They bring highest cap, but they don't have parry or plate. They don't have parry or plate. That's massive, right? Parry, plate, defense. I think on 8. I think it's an 8. A 10 for offense. They are the only 185% haste class in the game. Take that on top of Zerker. They also have a lower AC cap than a ranger. That's true. They do have. I don't know. I think 8 for defense is the highest I'm gonna go. They're really. If you put a monk with a warrior or a knight or something, combined they become a 10, right? But monk by itself, like it's missing some stuff. It's missing some stuff, so I can't give it a 10, right? Yeah, but still 8. Yeah. First aid for sustain on a monk. LOL, I mean, you do need first aid to get the crit mend, Crazy Six, so... I know you were kidding, but it is actually a thing. So, I mean, for this, probably like a 5. What do you think? Mend is worth a 5? That's pretty much all they get, but mend is really good. Mend is really good. Especially once you have the crit AA. No buffs or slows also lower AC overall versus plate. Yeah, Teledin. Men plus Zerk is insane. You know, somebody was talking about that, and I saw somebody say that Zerker stance affects Mend, and then I had another person say that it didn't, and then another person say that it does. Has anybody confirmed that if you're in Berserker stance, when you push Mend, it works? It doesn't. I didn't think it did. I didn't think it did, personally. Because if it does, it's kind of like the best healing skill in the game. Only affects kicks and punches. Okay, we're gonna make that assumption. I think it's a 5 because it's like 2/3 to 3/4 of a lay on hands, or better if it crits. But that's all they get, right? Does not affect men. Can't confirm. Thank you, Steve. All right, we'll go with 5. Leveling for a monk. It's probably pretty high, right? Because like the first time through, they're not that great. They give you dual wield and double attack, but your weapons are crappy the first time. But once you've gone through and you go to Plane of Sky and you get the Woo's Fists, they're going to obliterate everything with their weapons, right? And Mend for leveling is really good. Feign Death is like a pause button for people that have kids, which is actually a really good thing for leveling. I feel like it'd be a 6 because it also has no interrupt chance, no resource spending. It's a free, okay. It's free. You're right. It's free. That I can go with that. It is free. It literally doesn't cost you anything to mend. Monk can't swipe out Rubicite BP. It's not. I'm gonna be honest. Rubicite BP is like not on my radar. It is like not. That is like not an important item. I don't think. It's that like even if it gives you like 15 regen because you've upgraded it, it's like. It's so, like, okay, so if you, let's pretend it has 15 regen on it. Yeah? That means that you get 150 HP a minute from it. And then you lose whatever else you would have put in the any slot. I don't think it's that good. And this is like a high estimate, right? I don't think it's that good. I think it's nostalgia talking when people say it's good. With Bard, I can't afford it in any slot. For example, yeah, with the Bard, you definitely can't. That's true. Bard does kind of nuke your any slots, doesn't it? It's basically non-impactful compared to everything else you can get. Yeah, I agree. On Warrior, it is a little better, probably, because you're kind of doing regen, but it's still just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's that good. We'll agree to disagree, Grand. I just don't think, yeah, that's what Kyle just said is kind of echoing my thoughts. It's a drop in the bucket. It's just not that impactful. Especially if you have any class that can heal. Like if you can just press greater heal, that regen is just like not a thing. The only regen that I think is worth thinking about is the Warrior AA regen. Because the Warrior AA regen, with how much HP we have, is quite a lot of regen. And it's kind of free, right? It doesn't cost you an item slot. You just kind of get it. You leaning hard towards Monk, Bard, Beast, or Necro? Monk, Bard, Beast. Boy, I would pick Necro over Beast for that combo, personally. I think I would pick Necro in that combo. The AA regen is huge. Yeah, it's a lot of health regen. It is a lot. Bard, Monk, Berserker, 215% haste, chainsaw noises. Does unyielding not affect all regen they have? Yeah, it's 30. It's still just... I mean, the 15 was a number I pulled out of my butt. I don't know. What is Rubicite even... I don't know. Warrior AJ 1% regen may be nerfed in the future. Will it? Like, how much is it? So that you have, like, what? 8k HP at level 50 if you have good gear on a warrior? Assuming you're an ogre, which I'm assuming you will be. So that's like 800 a minute. It's pretty good. 800 a minute's pretty nuts. But it's not like OP. Right? It heals your health bar one time over a long fight. It's not that good. It's just, it's good. It's definitely not OP. Wonder what the best options for any slots are. Pretty much shields. Shields and then like russet breastplate or like planar breastplates you're not wearing. I think those are the best options, Swin Diesel. I'm sure there's some other stuff I'm not thinking of that people could think of. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of items that interrupt drops that you can wear two of that are both really good. Hey, thanks for the follow, Chaz. TJ's. That's definitely TJ's, not Tiaz. I'm okay. All right, so leveling with a monk. I got distracted. I don't know, like a 7? What are people saying? We got distracted by that HP regen thing. What is the leveling with a monk? Like a maybe an 8. Maybe a 9? They're so good. Wu's fists are crazy. I'm gonna give them a 9. Dude, men plus Wu's fists is just cracked. It's cracked. They're so good for leveling. 15 minutes, Feign Death plus men equals 9. 7 or 8. I'm gonna go with 8. I think 9's too much. It's pretty safe, reliable. 8 seems great, but low survivability mid against casters. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll go with 8. I'm happy with that. Okay, so bossing for a monk. Well, it's certainly not a 10. It's certainly not a 10, but it's got to be pretty high, right? Because they provide an insane amount of defense that you can't get anywhere else. Yeah, Feign Death is good for leveling. That's true, Neo. It's really good for leveling, especially if you have to like go pee. If you have to go to the bathroom, pause. Wu's Fist is endgame. Why does that be considered for leveling? This isn't leveling. This is everything. Leveling, you can use it next time, Grand. The first time through, your weapons are going to suck. But you're not going to level once in this game, probably. You're going to get to endgame, get double Wu's Fist, and start at level 10 and blast everything. Right? That's what's going to happen. For, I think, a majority of people. Certainly for me. Certainly for me. Boss, I don't know, like a 7? Oh yeah, we saw reincarnation thing. We don't know what that is yet, but that's a thing. I feel like bossing in this case would be in the calm of off defense recoup, so 7 and 8, yeah. Because Mend is, once again, for bossing, Mend is very good. Block dodge is huge. Bonus AC eventually might be something. They do really good damage. They give you crazy weapons. They give you triple attack. Bossing 8. Okay, people seem to feel like 8 for Monk. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Quality of life. They do give you sneak, right? They give you sneak, and they give you Feign Death. And that's pretty much it, right? Feign Death is a lot of quality of life because it saves you a lot of time in like Nagafen's lair and stuff, right? They get sneak. I'm pretty sure they get sneak. Am I losing my mind? I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they get sneak. Let's make sure. Let's make sure it didn't come from somewhere else and I just had it. They get sneak but no high. Yeah, but that's fine. Sneak is what you want. Sneak is just for buying a new Sebelis and turning stuff in, right? Mend is a quality of life. It kind of is. You're kind of right. You're kind of right because there's no opportunity cost to press mend, right? So it like saves you time. Yeah, monk gets sneak. So that's so maybe below. I mean, you don't get movement speed though. You don't get invis. You have to feign, but feign is kind of like invis, but harder to do. They get bandaging. Yeah, dude, a bandaging 10 quality of life. I think I give them like a 6. Feign Death plus opportunity cost for mend, and then just having sneak, so you don't have to keep switching your classes all the time, and then you get to skip a lot of trash if you want with Feign Death is pretty glorious, right? And it makes things like Eye of Ishan and Bee Island and stuff like way more forgiving. I always delete the bandages first thing after creating a character. Yeah, I don't blame you. Double Woos Fist, Mother of God. I was thinking staying Pal Monk and switching the third, doing Aldrin slash Woos, but double Woos. I mean, Aldrin is better than Woos Fist, but not by very much. Everyone gets invis past level 40 with AA. That's true. That's true. But you have to spend AAs for it. That's like saying everybody gets stun immunity past level 40 and then ignoring the fact that it costs 35 AA, right? It's 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 um it's not 100% true to say they get it. Yeah, they only get sneak, but sneak is really good in this server, right? Because new Sebelis is a thing. Everybody, I think most people are going to be doing the sneak buy for a little while in new Sebelis, right? Of pure melee, the highest quality. That's true. That's true. That's fair, Rokeb. Okay, let's go with this. So monk. I mean, monk's S tier, right? Or is it high A? It's just a list of examples, guys. Right? High A. I think it's definitely better than Bard. I think it's definitely better than Bard, so this seems good. High A. It's not game breaking on its own. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, so we'll go. I think I'm okay with high A because like Kyle said, it's really good, but it's not game breaking. Like it doesn't make you do 300 DPS with just charm spell, right? all right. We're gonna move on. We're gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it there. Next class. So we got Necro. This one I'm gonna have less good input on this because I'm gonna like not have the insight on some of the stuff for Necro. So for offense, it has okay dots, but they don't compare with Shaman dots, right? They get the Bloodline and they get E-Bolt, which are both pretty good. They have the one that heals you, which it may be worth casting that if you don't have a real healer in your comp, right? Maybe. But maybe you just tap and maybe it's more efficient. I don't really know. Its pet is not that bad, right? Offensively, I've heard that the Necro pet is better offensively than the Enchanter pet, assuming we're not charming. Necros can technically charm in some places. You can charm in Lower Gook. You can charm in Plane of Hate and Fear sometimes. I don't know if it'd be worth doing, but you can do it. Those rats are undead. I bet you can charm those. You can probably charm the vampires too, maybe, right? I don't know. You can definitely charm, like, I would assume you can charm the zombies and stuff in Fear. But it's not like a huge part of their kit, right? It's just a thing you could do. Also get the negation of life dot. That is kind of an offensive thing, Grand. The negation of life dot is kind of an offense thing. That's a good shout out. Clear A. They can charm undead, yeah. Offense is high. Don't even count dots, count taps. They new card. Okay, so like what is it like is it like a 7? Is Necro offense like a 7? For like not quite as good as Shaman dots, Life taps that heal you while killing a pet that's pretty good for damage. Maybe not the best tank, but we're only talking about offense here. Best dot stacking? No, Shaman's better. Shaman's better, man. Odium and Plague are kind of disgusting, like from an efficiency and DPS standpoint. The problem is that Necro has like only really two like DPS dots, right? Wait, how much damage does the heal one do? How much damage does the heal one do? It's not a lot, right? Or is it? I haven't really looked at it. What was that one? What is that one called again? What is that dot called? There's gonna be it's cancellation of life or something like that, right? I'm pretty sure it's, oh, cessation, there it is. 72 a tick, and it lasts a long time. Wait, this is actually pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay, so maybe cessation is pretty good. Another server's the heal one does a lot of damage, so on the server it doesn't do as much. Yeah, it doesn't heal you for as much either, right? Didn't they make it like like a portion of the damage, so it's not like OP? I think 7. I think 7's fine for offense, with all that said. Okay, so for defense, they pretty much just give you the mage buff that mages had, but they give you Giga Life Taps. And Giga Life Taps are, I guess that's recuperation, so I guess defense they're like a 2. They're just a 2, right? They get like their HP MR thing. Do they get anything else for defense? That's like it, right? I guess the pet is kind of something while you're leveling, but only sort of. They give you skeleton form, it scares away all the bad. Okay, fair. Doesn't give almost anything, yeah. Well, yeah, but yeah, classic. We got the recuperation next. Necro will be really high on recoup, but on defense, I think it's really just the HPAC buff. Assistal is defensive-ish. That's true. Assistal is quite good. For those that don't know, Assistal does a big strength nuke, which is pretty, this is pretty effective on bosses. That's true. So I still don't think it pulls them out of a 2. I still think it's like, you need to tab back, you missed the other dots. I know what the other dots are, Mordiakin. There's the fire one. There's E-Bolt that Shaman also has. Feign Death. That's not really defense, but yeah. DA. They have DA. Do they have that now? I thought that was a Kunark spell for Necro. I thought DA was Necro was Kunark. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at 2. I think they have a lot of recoup. They can slow undead as well. Oh, really? Oh, can they? Who matters that they can slow? Can they slow Dracolich? That'd be something, I guess. Dracolich isn't that hard, though. I don't know. The Life Leech dot. Yeah, yeah. I played Necro a crazy amount in the beta, and they're like a 0 on defensive. But because I was so strong, it really works. They can slow undead, apparently. Crazy 6. So, okay, so recuperation, we give them like a 7? An 8? Probably like an 8, right? They have really high mana regen, and their healing potential is quite high, while being less efficient than actual healing. What do you guys think? An 8 for recoup on a Necro? It's got to be higher than Enchanter, right? Yeah, Enchanter's only 8, only 6. I think 8's pretty fair. I mean, who's even high on recoup? Cleric's 9. Yeah, that's fair. I think an 8. It has to be higher than Enchanter. Yeah, it's quite strong. Yeah, I think 8's good. How about leveling for a Necro? Who's leveled with a Necro? It doesn't seem like a Necro is all that great at leveling to me. Like, you could argue that the taps are like good, but wouldn't it be better to just like nuke harder than a tap and then like regen out of combat for like 3 ticks? Or am I wrong? Their mana return is nasty, 100 a tick. Yeah, that's kind of how Necro and Enchanter both land, Swin Diesel, when you have the recovery going. For taps. Yeah, you have taps, you have a pet. You get both invises while leveling, which is significant. I know that's quality of life, but that does matter while leveling too. But you're not going to use... I still think that you're only going to use poison dots if you're doing lots of mobs at once, like Broken was saying, or you're fighting like something with a lot of health. Because if it doesn't tick the whole duration, it's not as good as just nuking it, right? I guess it depends what you are too. Maybe like a maybe like a maybe like a 6 for leveling. It's slightly slower than Enchanting Leveler. Well, because I mean, Enchanter AoE Mez is like uncontested for leveling. AoE Mez is disgusting for leveling. You can root rot. Yeah, that's not a thing, Crazy Six. Nobody's doing that. Not on this server. That's like not. You can, but you're not going to. Spell Sword with their life tap. Yeah, that might be okay. If you really want to use Spell Sword, that's probably a good use of it. I won't be using Spell Sword because I don't think it's good, but taps are really strong for leveling because they're cast in lieu of any healing. Yeah. So maybe a 7. People really like taps for leveling. Not better on boss fights, but during leveling, yeah. Inversion is still better. Yeah, it really is. Inversion, then switching to recovery and going back and forth is just better. If they buff open world mass fear kiting, if you can find a place where you can fight enough mobs, that's the real problem with open world. Like our kill speed is so high, and open world like leveling areas, like everything's so spread out, right? The density is just not there. The mana usage of doing damage while healing yourself is unmatchable. That's fair, Kyle. That's fair. Okay, so let's talk about bossing. So the dots are pretty good for bossing. The taps are pretty good for bossing. And the pet is there. But overall, I don't feel like they bring all that much to bossing. Like a 4. Necro never needs a break. Yeah, just like Enchanter. Enchanter and Necro never need a break. That's true. That's true. Higher than a 4? What would you guys put it at for bossing? I mean, it's not bad at it. It's just that, like, it's fairly one-dimensional in what it brings. I mean, I guess it has 2 dimensions, right? It does the dots that do some good damage, and then it also can heal while killing. Thanks for the follow, Jay. A 6? We think a 6? A 6 for bossing? Especially if you're going to plan if you do happen to play a shaman, they become a lot better at bossing, which is pretty likely combo with Necro. If you put a wizard with a Necro, it's also very good. Necro has dots that reliably land on bosses. That's a good point. Taps have silly resist. Yeah, they're basically unresistible unless they're immune, Swin. Not quite, but they're almost functionally unresistible, right? Especially since you're going to upgrade taps if you're using them. Because of spell upgrades, you can stack 5 different dots with the AA crits and life tap. I don't think you're going to stack all 5. I think with a Necro, you're going to stack 3.5. You're going to do the fire one. You're going to do the poison one. You might do... You're going to do Asistol, probably, if the boss is hitting hard. And then maybe you do Cessation. And I guess if Necro is your only healer, I guess maybe you do the 5th one that heals you. Maybe you do 5. Between 2 and 5, right? I guess it just depends on your combo and stuff, right? Necro is terrible and needs buffs. Lots of buffs. One-dimensional, but it's damn good at what it does, yeah. Okay, so I guess a 6 is fine. Okay, let's go with a 6. What's the quality of life for Necro? You get Feign Death, you get both Invis, and you get EB and Lev. They have Mez, they have Ghetto Mez. Dude, are they like an 8? They have so much. They have so much. They have Mez, they have Feign Death, they have both Invises, they have EB and Levitate. A 7? Okay, a 7 sounds fine. A 7 sounds fine. Yeah, they can't be the same as an Enchanter. It's not quite that good, right? You scream a terror a lot. Undead Slow. Yeah, that's yeah, in Gook, you might use Undead Slow like on the Lord or Frenzy or something. Charm. Charm's not really a quality of life. I mean, it kind of is, I guess. It does make you, like, go faster. Summon Corpse. Yeah, dude, don't forget Summon Corpse. Nah, Mana Rage ends in Recuperation. It's not... Quality of life is just, like, things that, like, make you feel better about yourself. They're not really, like... impacting performance. Feign death greater than most other quality of life. I agree with you, Teledim. I think feign death or pacify are probably the best quality of life things in the game. All right, that's good with Necro. Where's Necro go, guys? It's got to be A at least, right? I think it's better than a Bard. What do you guys think? I think I'd put it there. I think I'd put it below Monk and above Bard. C. Jay wants it. Jay wants it to get buffed. Jay's sandbagging. Ain't no way it's C. Ain't no way it's the Beast Lord. Here's where it gets fun. Where does it fit on the tier list? It's above Mage and B? Steve thinks it's above Mage and B. You think it's worse than a Berserker? I think it's better than Berserker. I wish base feign death was more than 80%. Yeah, I don't know what that... I don't know. It's an AA. Can't it just be 100%? I don't know. It's above Berserker 100%. I agree. Is Bress in here? If so, it's a C. Jay has strategies, guys. Jay has you know, he's thinking about what he's saying. He's got a plan. All right, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm excited to try the Warrior Necro Shaman combo. I think it's gonna be really good. All right, so next we have Paladin. We just put this in S tier, right? We just put Paladin in S tier, right? Someone said Necropet can basically equal Mage. It has a 250 tap. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that the Necropet does a surprising amount of damage. Alright, so Paladin, offense. Its offense is not very good. But it does have the best weapon in the game. And it has Slay Undead. So maybe like a 6? It has Slay Undead, best weapon in the game, and Smite is not nothing. It has a self-haste, which isn't great, but it's something. It has the knife innate thing, which is pretty good. I forget the name of it, but you know what I'm talking about, the innate proc thing. I think a 6 is pretty good. It has some conditionals. Like if you're fighting undead, it's a 10. If you're fighting undead, it's like a 10. But if you're not fighting undead, then, you know, it's less good. But it still has the best weapon in the game. So, but paired with dual with triple attack, yeah, exactly. It has a permanent haste too. Is it permanent? So if you have a 50%, you'd need a 55% haste item for that to matter though, Grand. And I don't even know if you can do that. I don't think the haste upgrade's enough on the sky belts. Condemnation of Knife, yeah. Yeah, race, that's it. That's what I was thinking. Best one-handers. Yep, it has the best one-hander in the game. Night one-handers go really good with... Yeah, I mean, that's why Paladin Monk is so good, right? Because you get the two best weapons. I mean, versus Berserker weapon, right? Whatever, it's... But dual wield has been shown by lots of reliable sounding people that dual wield is just better. Oh, is it 25? Even with hate spell, it doesn't cap. Yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, so defense. We're not counting heals. Keep that in mind. Because if you were counting heals in defense, it would be an automatic 10 because lay on hands is disgusting. But defense. It's worse than a warrior. It's the same as a Shadow Knight. It gives you plate. Like probably like a 7 or an 8. Maybe 8. Maybe 8. 7 not counting heals. Maybe 7. Because it loses block. And losing block is massive. It also gets the best shield in the game. And it's the only person that can wear the shield in any slot. And that shield is really good. Just saying. The Paladin only shield from hate is really good. But I think 7's fine. I think 7 is fine. Recuperation is 10. No, wait, what's a cleric? No, it can't be 10. We'll give it an 8. Because it doesn't... Wait. So cleric is a 9 because it has the best heals, right? So I guess it has to be an 8. Because it doesn't give you mana or endurance. It's the second best healer, though, right? Put an asterisk on a 6 like we did with Enchanter. 10 if undead. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Star. 10 undead. Cleric is easy 9, yeah. So an 8. Because it's a little worse than a cleric, right? But it's not that much worse than a cleric. Because Lay on Hands really is just that good. Okay, I think that's fine. I think it has to be worse than a cleric. but not by much. It might be as good as a cleric. Yeah, in some ways it kind of is. You don't have to think about it as much with lay on hands, right? You just sit there and watch your hit points. You just sit there and watch your hit points, and then when it's like 20%, you push a button. You don't have to like time it and stuff, right? Which is nice. It's safer. It's safer than PR. Lich? What about Lich? That's for Necro. Alright, leveling with a Paladin. I think leveling with a Paladin is like a 9. I think Slay Undead is that good. And Paladins are your tank and your healer at the same time with Slay Undead plus the Condemnation of Knife. I think they're one of the best levelers in the game. I think they almost compete with Enchanter. Yeah, maybe a 10. Honestly, maybe a 10. What do you guys think? 9 or 10? 8 on Undead, they're mid. That's true. That's fair. So we can't be a 10 because we can't assume we're always fighting Undead. That's fair. I think I'll go with 9 because you're not always fighting Undead. You're not always fighting Undead. Like, there's that period in Befallen, right? Like somewhere around 18 to 24 where you're not fighting Undead anymore. Then you go to Gook and you're fighting Undead forever. But then you get to like level 45 or 46 and you might not be fighting them anymore. Pally direct heals carried. It's true. Pally direct heals do carry. And lay on hands, right? Yeah. I think 9's good. Unrest. Nobody's going to Unrest right now, Neo. Unless they're just doing it to do it. How is their group heal? They don't have... Did they have a group heal here? I thought only clerics had group heal. Yeah, I think it's 9. Because not everything's undead. If you could literally legitimately like want to level on undead the entire time, they'd be like an 11. They'd be like an 11 leveling. They have a group heal at 39. Really? I want to see. I didn't know that. I never used it, obviously, because I was always solo, so it was pointless for me, but 39, huh? Let's see. Wave of Life, there it is. 200. 200 hit points. So if you had it like upgraded with like the focus and stuff, it'd do like 300. It's something, I guess. I think paladins are the reason people tell everyone to go to the hole because of the ghost. Yeah, the ghost. I leveled on the ghost. I don't think it's worth it. They kind of beat your face in. And it's like a lot more effort. I think that's the problem with the ghosts. The ghosts are probably faster if you're diligent about it. But it's a lot. You have to pay attention more because they actually can kill you. Unlike the other stuff that you're really not going to die. Alright, bossing with a paladin. Bossing on a paladin. Is it like an 8? A 9? Ghosts still suck. Like an 8 maybe for bossing? There's not very many bosses that are undead, unfortunately. What is it, like Maestro of Rancor and Dracolich? And that's like it? Oh, and I guess some of those vampires. Hate's pretty good for bossing for them, but is better / as good as monk. What do we put? So 8? I mean, 8. A monk plus a paladin is a 10. You gotta be 9 because of lay on hands. I mean, that's a fair argument. Lay on hands really is just that good. Paladin instrument and knife perma buff also chance for undead damage. That's true. 46 plus leveling hate on paladin is so chill. Yeah, I mean, you get pacified too. Yeah, dude, paladin for leveling is disgusting. They're your tank, your healer, your damage, and your freaking CC. They're so dumb. Shield AC goes beyond cap. If you wear a shield in your shield slot. If your shield is in your any slot, it does not do the soft cap boost. Which you probably won't. You probably won't wear a shield. Unless you're doing like some build where you're just doing all magic damage, right? Or if you're a ranger. If you're doing a bow and you're only DPSing with a bow, you can wear a shield. No one's gonna wear those shields for uncap AC. Yeah, I don't think most people will. Nightwand and Hender's buff any dual wield build, that's true. I mean, Aldrin is disgusting. Alright, so quality of life. They get IVU and they get pacify. Is that it? I think they only get that. I think they just get IVU and pacify. Pacify is pretty good. IVU is pretty good. Do they get invul? They get a horse. Oh, they get a horse. They get a horse. We'll bump them up 2 points for the horse. Symbol's not quality of life. Mage, Shaman had to sword and board, but love the aesthetic. Pally Mage, Shaman. I mean, I think Paladin with like Necro Shaman might sword and board just to do like lots of dot damage. They get 25% haste buff. That's like offense though, not quality of life. Quality of life is like things that just make your life easier. They're not performance based, right? Shaman will be a main healer. I agree. Berserker Paladin. Berserker Paladin is actually a good main healer for a group. With Shaman, yeah, I agree with you, Hagen. That's a good combo if you're a main group's healer. Paladin, Berserker, Shaman. Is Revive quality of life? No. Be honest, has anybody actually rezzed anybody on the beta? Like, legitimate question. Has anybody actually used that? Maybe you have. I don't think so, though. I don't think you res anybody on the beta. You can't. Oh, you can't? Well, then... Only in lower Gug. Okay. Does resing yourself for kicks count? I guess so. I guess so. All right. So we know Paladin's S tier. Where does it go? We know it's S tier. It's obviously S tier. I think it's better than a cleric. I think Paladin's better than cleric. Like overall. Is it better than Enchanter though? I don't think so. I think this is where I put it. What do you guys think? I think it's better than cleric and worse than Enchanter. No corpse if they release. Oh, it just disappears. That makes sense. It just poofs. Yeah. So can you combat res people? Is that a thing? That might be a thing later. If you can combat res people, that could actually be kind of fire. I was revived in combat. So you can. Okay, so Dastion had it happen. Wait. We're getting a no and a yes. We don't know. Hard to beat Enchanter, yeah. I think this is where it goes, right? I think it's Paladin. I think everybody agrees that Enchanter is just broken because of Charm and infinite mana. And then Paladin's just disgusting. All right, what are we on? We're on Ranger. Oh no. Oh no, this is going to be some divisive opinions. Ranger offense. I've heard that Ranger offense is actually parsed to be really high. My instinct is to say like a 7. And the reason I don't put it higher is their weapon options kind of blow. But I will say, Ranger get the best offhand usable proc in the game, I'm pretty sure. Let me find it. I think they're the only person that gets a really good offhand proc other than Tash Orb. It's Flux Bladed Axe. This is offhand usable, right? Yeah. This is a really good offhand proc. And I think they're the only person that gets a good offhand proc. Like, that's better than, like, Yakesha or a Tash Orb. Which is pretty good. Range DPS is very good once you have gear. Also, if you're not tanking, right? They can be fantastic when paired with other things, but by themselves you don't know. Yeah, I mean, look, you can fuse them together, right? However you're imagining playing a Ranger is good enough. Even geared range is nothing close to melee. I agree with that on seeing people do it. It's fun for big numbers, though. Right? Range dance is fun, because you see huge numbers. What build was that on? Someone please tell you. Ranger is sleeper, great damage early until everyone else gets their toys. Yeah, that makes sense. Ranger attack rating buffs and strike through, right? Strike through and attack rating buffs from the Ranger are no joke, guys. They're good. Other better AA that hits through defenses. Imagine range-agating in untimely situations. Strike through is very, very high value for tanking warrior. Yeah, I agree. So you guys think 7 is fine? I think a 7. I think 7. It's 7. I'm leaning towards 7 or 8. 7 or 8 are both really good. It's. I can't decide because that proc really leans me towards 8, but I haven't parsed it enough. They get crappy weapons though. But I guess if you're like a ranger monk, then it doesn't matter. What are the other people? Monk is 8. Should it be the same as monk? Maybe it should be the same as monk. Maybe it should be the same as monk. Their offense is really good. I think I've convinced myself. It's an 8. They just need to get propped up by somebody else's weapons, because their weapon options suck. Ranger and melee is above monk for offense. Well, in a vacuum, it's not. Because you put monk fists versus whatever ranger's doing, the monk fists are going to smash it, right? but not in a vacuum, then maybe you're right. But you need a ranger has to lean on someone else's weapons, right? Their weapons are not that good. If Devstate Ranger is the highest parse, then it should have the highest offense ranking. No, because that's what. What's the highest? What's the highest Ranger parse, Steve? What's the combo? It's got to be with an Enchanter in it, right? Is it like Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter or something? I bet Ranger, Shaman, Enchanter is probably one of the highest. Because you can dot and have Ranger melee and have a charm at the same time. That would be cracked damage, right? Yeah, dude, Ranger, that sounds crazy to me. Ranger, Enchanter, Shaman, if you're just trying to blast, I think that's the highest I can think of. Combo was ranged Necro Shaman. Okay, and Puma. Okay. So I was close. I was close. Okay, so the dots, the Necro dots was worth more than. Okay, so. But you gotta pair it with Shaman. Because Puma and E-Bolt is cracked. Bard is going to get you more DPS than Enchanter. Absolutely not, Coercer. Have you seen Charm Pet DPS, Coercer? Have you seen it? Because if you haven't, you should. There are some Charm Pets that are absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Bard gets the same thing. That's true. That's fair. It's not. It's just less reliable, I guess. It's less reliable. If you only if you want to charm, charming can break though, and it's not that fun. Yeah, only if you want to charm. That's true, Jay. We did kind of put that in for Enchanter offense because I mean, we talked about it before. We ended it at 9 though, with where we didn't put it at 10 because of what Jay said mostly. It's less duration, but that does mean Enchanter is higher DPS. Does that mean Enchanter is higher DPS? I mean, you lose at least a little bit of DPS when you recharm, but that's a fair argument, Coercer. You have a fair argument. You have a fair argument. All right, so what about defense for Ranger? Defense for Ranger is pretty good, right? I think that a Ranger defensively is almost as good as a Paladin. Or maybe the same. Because they get blocked, but their AC and stuff is worse, right? Oh, they don't get defensive. They don't get defensive, though. I'll give him like a 6. What do you guys think? Is a 6 good for Ranger defense? Enchanter AA should make keeping the C harm more reliable. Oh, yeah, that's true. They have Tash. That's true. They have Tash. Riposte? I mean, I think all knights and everything have riposte too, right? Third highest AC cap, no defensive, no. They have block. They have block. I am fairly confident that the wiki is wrong on the no block. Can anybody confirm? Can anybody confirm Ranger has block? Because I'm 99% sure they do. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough for me. One person immediately snap said they have block. I was pretty sure they did. Okay, recuperation. They do get blocked. Rogue doesn't. Right, Rogue doesn't. Right. Recuperation. So their heals are something. Their endurance regen is something. Maybe like a 4. Maybe like a 4. They have worse defense caps than other knights. Yeah, that's why they're one below, right? That's why they're one below. Because they get block where knights don't, but they don't get to wear plate. And and they have lower AC and HP caps. So recoup 4. They get endurance regen. It's worse than Shaman and Druid, but they also have a passable heal. Right? It's not garbage. It's something. Ranger has parry, Monk don't, and many don't. That's true. That's true. Self-AC buffs. Okay. You're right. They have self-AC buffs, but so does Paladin. Do you think a Ranger and Paladin are the same defensively? Because I don't. I think a Paladin is at least a little higher. Did you see that they added an AA so Enchanter Charm doesn't break for a duration? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, we put that in an asterisk on the Enchanter bossing. I said we don't know about the Charm and Doppel AAs. Because they might be a 10 at bossing if those are good. Is Bash even a thing for your build? You can slam with an Ogre if you dual wield. Even without the AA. I think those AC buffs don't stack with Force of Nature. Oh, that's unfortunate, because you want Force of Nature. Force of Nature is the endurance regen, right, Avist? Lay on Hand puts Paladin in another tier of defense. Well, defense is not Lay on Hands, Coercer. That's recuperation. right? We have them separated because they're different. Because recuperation includes heals, mana regen, and endurance regen. It's different, right? Yeah. Okay, so with 4, I guess we're all okay with 4. Leveling. What's leveling like with a ranger? My experience with a ranger was kind of sandbagging and being garbage. So what is other people's experience with ranger? Tracking. Tracking's cool with leveling. They have Giga Track. That's good. They do have some heals. They eventually get Pacify. They're defensive enough. They can use the important weapons while leveling. Like a 5, maybe? They get attack rating. Maybe they're like a 6. Maybe they're pretty good. A 3? You think it's that low, Crusade? You did Ranger, Rogue, Shaman. Ranger and Rogue Poison Dot was actually okay. Leveling with Ranger is strong. They add quick nukes. Oh, that's right. Goth makes a good point. The Ranger quick nukes for leveling are really good. They're very efficient. And the cast time is almost non-existent. They're really good. Tracking is great. Divine is really nice if you have another Wisdom class. That's true. Oh yeah, you can double Wisdom with a Ranger easy too. That's good. You ran into endurance issues leveling Ranger. That's the same. Coercer, that's everything. I was leveling with +6 Aldrin and Wu's fists. And when I went into offensive stance, my endurance got deleted instantly because I'm hitting for like 320 or something. That's just what happens. Like when you have Giga gear at level 10, you just delete your endurance. At least a 7 for leveling. At least a 7, huh? What were other people? I mean, a ranger being the same as a necro for leveling sounds kind of legit. Worse than a monk, yeah, that makes sense. Worse than a mage, yep. Obviously worse than an enchanter. Better than a druid, I agree with that. Yeah, maybe a 7's fine. Maybe a 7 is fine. Rangers are pretty good for leveling. If you're not, like, trolling yourself and using shitty bows, like I was. Because using a bow and casting in between is the most efficient use of mana. That's true. That's true. If you have a good bow, and you have a mage or a wizard or something like that with the ranger, that is some fast leveling. You are going to Giga Blast everything. Because the bow really efficiently utilizes the nukes between the bow, right? It's really good. There's no good bows until... Oh, that's true, but you're going to level more than once, Coercer. Leveling isn't the first time. It's every time. Because you're going to level, like, what, 14 times or something, probably? Maybe? And once you get the Windstriker... and then you're a mage or a wizard at the same time, or even like a necro or something, man, you're gonna delete stuff so fast. The Crushbone one can be decent with +5-ish, yeah. Depends if you're talking first trio. I mean, it's everything, though. I mean, if we were talking only first trio, then wizard is like a 10, a mage is a 9, and everybody else is like a 3, right? Because the first time through, you suck. But wizards and mages are crazy the first time through, right? We're talking about in general. Or however you want to talk about it. It doesn't really matter. You can do Raincaller. Are you really going to do Raincaller? I looked that up the other day, Goth. Are you really going to do that quest? Because I'm not. We investigated that whole bow thing. I don't think you're doing that. Can't you build macros to change stance when you press an attack? I think you can, Twerk. You did it at 37. What is the Raincaller? Was my crafted one better than Raincaller? 2045. And at 37, my crafted one was... It wasn't the 2541 yet, right? It was worse than that. It's probably comparable. I think it's a little better than what I was using at 37. Yeah, you're not gonna... Yeah, for a hard to... Gambit's like, it's not... Gambit's gonna hard pass on that. I don't think you're gonna do it. I think you're just gonna melee weapon it. I don't think you're gonna go do those quests. Because, like, here's the thing, right? You're not going to want to go do those quests the first time. And then the second time through, you're going to have so much better weapons that you're once again not going to want to do the quest. That's what I think. They released the roadmap. Yeah, we saw it, Doug. We saw it. Somebody posted it in my Discord and we looked at the picture real quick. It's the same thing as the defensive one I told you about for Divine Channelers. Macro uninterrupted. Oh, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool then. All right, so bossing with a ranger. What do you guys think with the bossing with a ranger? Like maybe like a 6? Like it's kind of passable as a tank, but you don't get defensive. You don't get Mage Hunter as a ranger either, right? You only have evasive, which kind of sucks, but your defense is not that bad. And you do have some heals. And if they're not immune to fire, the fire nukes are probably still pretty good. And you do a lot of damage. It was posted on Facebook, trying to find the source. Oh, fletching. I did fletching too as a solo self found. It was interesting. Yeah, you're right though, Huggin, with the crafting bows, it made it really enjoyable when you make a new bow and then you start blasting. Damage good, defense are fine. Isn't the 30% strike through massive from Ranger? Yeah, it is, Venus. It is massive. Can it be higher than a 6 though? I feel like it can't be better than a Necro for bossing, right? It's obviously worse than a Paladin. I think it's worse than a Monk too. It's better than a Mage, that makes sense. Worse than an Enchanter, that makes sense. I don't know, 6 sounds kind of good to me. The Robinette picture is on Reddit. Oh, okay. How about quality of life? So you get Invis, you get Sneak, you get Spirit of Wolf. I think you get Enduring Breath at some point. You get Pacify eventually. You get Root. You can CC stuff with Root if you want to. It's like a crappy CC. I mean, Spirit of Wolf, but so Paladin gets the movement. It's probably like the same as a Paladin, but maybe a little better. Invis versus IVU, but it gets Harmony and Paladin. Oh, Paladin gets Pacified too. Maybe it's the same as a Paladin. Maybe it's like the same as a Paladin, but slightly different. Think the Ranger self-sustain is worse than a lot of stuff, so 6 seems fine, yeah. Okay. I think I'm good with Ranger here. So where do we put it? It's going to be B tier somewhere, right? Is it the top of B or low A? 6 sounds good. A little better. Paladin because of movement. I mean, Paladin gets the mount AA, though. So, 10, you get so many veggies from Forage. I feel like I'd put it, like, somewhere in here. Is it better than Berserker? I don't know. These both have fundamental issues. These both have, I think, maybe right there. I'm torn between Berserker and Ranger, to be honest. Like there's like Berserkers. I don't know. They both have really high ceiling. Maybe we'll put Ranger a little better because it's easier to make it good, and you can just ignore a range stance if you want to, right? You can't really ignore a Berserker stance. Yeah, you can't ignore Berserker stance, but you can't ignore range being bad. They probably go super crazy when you get geared. Yeah, when you leave Zerg stance, you drop down to 2 classes, not a trio. Yeah, I agree, Twerk. That is the main problem with Berserker. New feature reincarnation. Yeah, it's got to be a prestige system, Doug. It's got to be, right? Ranger may end up being sleeper once you max that Skybow and arrows. Yeah, maybe. It is going to hit really hard, at the very least. Zerg starting over Ranger would be rough. Yeah, I wouldn't want to start as Berserker, I don't think. I mean, Zerg Paladin would probably be okay for starting. Like, Zerg Paladin Enchanter would probably be a good start, right? I think Zerg Paladin Enchanter would be a good start. It wouldn't be the best start, probably, but it's pretty good. Make Zerg stance an AA? What do you mean? Like an activated thing? Boy, that'd be kind of OP, wouldn't it? Would they be the best class in the game if they did that? All right, guys, I will be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Oh yeah, disrupting shot. Dude, we didn't talk about that. How many of you guys have used disrupting shot? Because disrupting shot is super good. Like legit. Legit disrupting shot is super good. I loved it. I thought it'd be crap. And then I started using it and I was like, wait a second, this thing's baller. If you had a bow slash arrow range and macro to interrupt to range stance, you could effectively use it as... Do you have to go into range stance? I don't think you have to go into range stance to use it, do you? That'd be terrible. It's so good and works like every shot. Yeah, I think it has a 100% success chance. That's what it seems like. Yeah, I didn't think it needed range stance. That'd be kind of... It'd be garbage if it needed range stance. It would go from awesome to garbage really quickly. All right, next we're doing Rogue. I don't really have a strong feeling on Rogue, so I'm probably going to do what you guys say with Rogue. What's the offense for Rogue, guys? What's the offense? It's got to be lower than Ranger, right? It's not 100%? Okay. It seemed like it was 100% to me. I don't think I've ever had it miss, so maybe it was just confirmation bias because I liked it so much. Poisons are pretty dang good. Do you think so, Jay? You know, the problem I have with poisons is that they don't scale. So, like, they're, like, cool at the beginning, and then eventually they're going to be dookie, right? You had it fail, like, twice. Okay. Oh, it scales with archery skill. Really interesting. I mean, it has to be lower than a ranger, right? Like, maybe a 7? Maybe a 7. It's got to be worse than monk and ranger, I think. Just because of the, like, monks have the giga weapons. Rogue does have a pretty good weapon, to be fair. Rogue has a pretty good weapon from Sky. It's not as good as the monk weapon, but it's probably the best one-hand. It's probably the third best one-hander. I think it's a 12-19. It's quite good. You get a 10 BS weapon in Befallen. That's true. You do get a high BS weapon right away. That's like basically guaranteed. Backstab. Yeah, honestly, I think backstab. I think people think backstab is better than it is. It's fine, but it does miss a lot. It has a long cooldown. But you do get to double and triple backstab from the get-go on this, and obviously you can front stab, which is quite good. All right, I'm gonna go with 7, unless somebody thinks it should be higher or lower, and they give an argument. Defense for Rogue, like a 3. They have a slow that's not reliable and isn't that good, but it is something. And then they heal a little bit with poisons. And that's it, right? Their defense is pretty poor. Rogue Munch Chanter's ultimate boss sniper. You think so? I mean, boss sniper. Yeah, Rogue does the... That's true. The Shroud of Stealth is quite convenient. You know when Shroud of Stealth would be better? Is when Sneak doesn't make you slower, which I'm pretty sure happens at 51. Depends on the new AA. Poisons can be pretty crazy. That's true, Crusade. Wait, you're right. I forgot about that. Wait, Rogue might be like an 8. Wait. You're right. It's an 8. I forgot about that. You're right. Rogue is better than that. Because if you put a Rogue with a Shaman, the poison dots are going to be nuts, right? Hey, thanks for the follow, Honky. Any chance you'll post this document to your Discord? I could do that. I could just stick this in there when I'm done as a text. Thanks for hanging out, Dr. Pro. We'll see you again next time. I had a Ranger Rogue SK on THJ. Okay, well that doesn't really mean anything here though, Steve. But yeah, sneaking to the boss. You can also just charge through to the boss with monks, so I don't know. It could be a thing, especially once you're 51 and sneak doesn't slow you anymore. They gave Rogue big free upgrades and announcements. Was there anything other than the poison thing? You could also AA escape. That's true. That's not garbage anymore, right? The Unbound Lethality AA, new honor graded class A for Rogue give... Yeah, the poison thing. That's why I just changed it to 8J for offense. Because it's going to make E-Bolt potentially insanely good, right? It could make E-Bolt absolutely cracked. Like, maybe Rogue Necro Shaman We'll be like the most disgusting group DPS ever because of that. Maybe. Can always pair with Bard and run fast sneaking. That's true. Yeah, we saw him, Brandon. We saw him yesterday, I think, while we were playing Grim Dawn. Somebody mentioned it, and we immediately stopped what we were doing and looked at him. All right, recoup for Rogue is like a 2. They do something, but it's almost nothing, right? Any arguments there? They do something, but it's almost nothing. 1 only has the Blood Siphon. I guess we did do a 0 before. Hey Jay, thanks for the gifted subs. Hey, congrats on the subs, everybody. All right, I think so. You want a 1 because it's almost nothing. I'm kind of with you. It's basically nothing. They don't have much, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Dwarfman and One Crazy. On its own, fairly mid, yeah. Okay, so we'll go with a 1. So leveling with a rogue. I feel like they're not that good for leveling either. Like the backstab. So if you level with backstab with a berserker, it's pretty good, right? And if you level with a rogue and like the rest of your comp is a caster comp, then striker could do damage, but it deletes your endurance. My instinct is to say like 3 for leveling. I don't feel like it's that good. With a 2-hander, that's not a thing, Kyle. There's no backstab modifier on any 2-handers that are spears or otherwise. It's just not a thing. That's not a thing. Thanks for the follows, guys. You're gonna do Monk, Cleric, Enchanter. Yeah, that would be pretty good. I mean, you're not gonna die with that combo, that's for sure. Cleric, Enchanter with Monk. Can put Dagger in any slot. You can do that. Yeah, but you can't... Crusade, it's not a thing right now. Yeah, it's a Velious weapon. It has to have a backstab mod on this game, too. I don't know if you guys have seen somebody test it, but I saw Nighttime Adventurer test backstabbing with Garduk, which is a one-handed piercer, and it was trash. And it's like a 23 damage piercer. If it doesn't have a backstab mod, I don't know how the math works out, but it needs a backstab mod, or it's trash. That's how the server works currently. Stretch. That's a good idea. You guys ever do stretches? Oh, just like randomly. Nighttime test was your legit. Yeah. I mean, nighttime testing is always legit, right? It needs a mod. Otherwise, it's just garbage. Pets will backstab no matter what. They just backstab. The backstab mod doesn't do anything. I tested that with a water pet. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they have on them. It doesn't change anything. At least when I was doing it. I didn't do like exhaustive testing or anything, but best game for an alcoholic? Oh, it definitely is. Okay, so bossing with a rogue. I don't know, like a 4? Maybe like a 4? Like they're gonna do good damage. The poisons are something, but they just don't like... They don't bring anything game-breaking. Rogue is 10 with a mage. Backstab sandwich. A 5? You think a 5? I could be convinced of a 5. I could be convinced of a 5. Oh yeah, because of the poison thing again, right? The offense thing. That's right. The poison offense thing. It's gonna put him over the top. I'm telling you. E-Bolt with that poison thing is gonna be... It's gonna be legit, I think. Poisons bring slow. Yeah, the slows are... The rogue slows are... They exist. They exist. They're just not very good and not very reliable. Other poisons are beneficial, just the slow percent sucks, yeah. They have to be sandwiched to be good between 2 good classes, yeah. That's true. That's true, they do, Jay. Alright, I think 5 is fine then. Rogues are at 10, quality of life for corpse retrieval. Oh, wait. Yeah, make sure and have a rogue in your group so you can get your corpses back, guys. Okay, so they do have hide and sneak, but I'm going to be honest. I think hide and sneak is not very good because you're slow, and I hate that. It's convenient, but it's slow, and I don't like that. Free gold from Pickpocket. Okay. I guess I'll give them a half a point for that, sort of. And then but they can be invis. I'll give them like a 2. I think I give him like a 2. The poison debuffs was decent. 10 for sneak to get spells in Icky Town. Feign Death is better than hide. Oh, it definitely is. Oh, it definitely is, Apocalypse. It's not. I don't think it's even close. Now, when we're 51 and you run at normal speed in hide and sneak, it's gonna be really good. Hide and sneak is gonna be a lot better because when you go bard speed while invisible to everything, right? That's good. That'll be good. But for now, it's yeah. In Chardock, something like Chardock, Neospring, because Chardock's a really long dungeon, right? Picklock, is that even a thing? Can you picklock in Befallen? And does that even, I don't know, I mean, I guess you can not get the keys, but does that really matter? Does it matter? Like, okay, we can give him a 3 for picklock and buying spells faster. That's something. It's something. It is something. Picklock is a thing. All right, we'll give him a 3. You can picklock in Befallen. You can level it in Befallen, right? Okay, that makes sense. Can't live without sense traps. Every time I tried it, says this lock can not be picked. Oh, maybe those keys don't work in Najina. Maybe it's only Befallen. That's interesting. Could matter for Crypt and Seb. Oh, that's true, Elcry. I don't think it will, though. There's going to be a way to open that. They're not going to require people to be a rogue to get in there. Like, I just don't see that happening. Maybe at the beginning it will be until they fix it or something. Maybe they'll just, like, add a mob that drops a key. I think they will. Same with Chardock, though, right? You have to picklock to get into the Chardock room with the Royals. Picklock is good in theory at some point. Yeah, Chardock and Sebillus Crypt are legit if they don't change it. Need picklock for Howling Stones, make it so much easier. That's fair. That's fair. Drop a picklock set on the floor and see if it can't be picked. Bard gets picklock as well. Do they get it high enough to do Chardock door? I don't really know what the numbers are. Alright. Let's put the rogue somewhere. I feel like it's like in here with the mage. What do you guys think? I think it's in here. Maybe it's better than Berserker? I don't know. It's in here somewhere. It's like, is it better than Mage and Berserker or is it worse? That's the question, because it's definitely not A. Unless we see somebody critting for 3,000 with poisons because it's bugged or something. Under Mage? Okay, so it's there. Okay, I think that's fine. Shadow Knight. Let's do Shadow Knight. This is going to be pretty similar to Paladin, but slightly worse, right? It's basically Paladin, but slightly worse. So, offense of a Shadow Knight is higher than a Paladin. It has worse weapons. It doesn't have Slay Undead, but it has Harm Touch. Harm Touch just got a lot better. Harm Touch just got a lot better, boys. Harm Touch heals you now for probably a crap ton. But that's a recuperation thing, not an offense thing. I guess it's sort of an offense thing, sort of. High A, low S, assuming the new A's, yeah. Played Paladin, SK Warrior to 50, and SK was the most underwhelming by a mile. Yeah, that's a weird combo. I feel like Paladin SK Berserker would have been a lot better, Kyle. Yeah, you take the Leech Touch AA and it makes your Harm Touch a tap. And it also has a dot component now with the change they did. So it's more like live Harm Touch, because that's how live Harm Touch is, I think, right? 8 offense, Reeve is very good. It can't be higher than Paladin, can it? Or that much higher, like a 7? You think it's 2 points better than Paladin? Because of the weapon. I mean, to be fair, the Shadow Knight does have 2 very good high-end weapon options. They have the Scythe Blood Moon thing from the Ghoul mini, which is worse than Aldrin, but it's still pretty good. And their 2-hander from Sky is actually quite good. The way it's worded, the new AA might work on Necro taps, so I hope it doesn't. Wait, the new AA... Oh, you mean for like 6% better taps? Yeah, it might. It might, Outcry. That's true. Harm Touch now is a dot, yeah. And the dot is affected by the crit AAs? Oh! Oh! Whoa, that's a thing I didn't think about. Wait. Maybe they are an 8. 74 damage for the 2-handers, no joke. The SK Sky Weapon. Yeah, the SK Sky Weapon is quite good. It's worse than the Berserker one, but it's still good. Yeah, that's a... Augen said something about the The Harm Touch Dot, if you pair it with like a Shaman, might crit for a lot, right? Because it's a dot. SK Neck. I mean, SK Neck Shaman sounding kind of pretty good right now, right? SK Necro Shaman sounding pretty good, boys. SK Rogue. Oh, that's true. You could also do SK Rogue Necro. You could do SK Rogue Necro. We wouldn't have any good slows. That'd be kind of rough. But if the Harm Touch Dot doesn't do 3 times the damage of the Harm Touch, it's going to be trash. That's true, Kyle. So we don't really know. Let's do this. Let's say 7. So it's slightly higher than Paladin with an asterisk. Because it's like... We don't know. We don't know how good the Harm Touch Dot is, right? We don't know. Yeah. Alright, defense. The defense is the same as a Paladin, right? It's literally the same as a Paladin. They're identical. There's not much to think about. It's basically the same thing. Paladin gets cleric buffs. Shadow Knight doesn't. So that's something. Does Shadow Knight get any buffs that would compare with the Paladin cleric line spells for defense? Like, I know they get some self buffs, but I feel like they're not really comparable to Paladin buffs. They steal stats. That's true, they steal strength and stuff, right? AC taps strength stealing, not really. So maybe they're weaker than a Paladin. Maybe their defense is slightly weaker than a Paladin. Because they'll just have less hit points in an AC, maybe. They have that reduced healing spell. That's true. They do have that. They get some resist. Okay. Do they get the heal cut? Elcry, somebody in Twitch is saying they do. SK makes up for the health buffs with steal strength and takes HP. But that's just not that's recuperation for taking HP, right? Not defense. Cold disease resist. Reave is better than Smite. I don't agree with that. I mean, for damage it is, but overall I don't agree with that, Jay. Because Smite makes lay on hands cracked, and lay on hands is disgusting. All right, I think they're a little weaker defensively. All right, how about recuperation? It can't be that high, right? It's better than a rogue, obviously, but is it better than a ranger? If you triple hit with it, it's killed 9% of your life. That's true, it does. Vamp Touch and AoE proc heal. Yeah, they have Vamp Touch and taps. So it's better. Is it better than a ranger with heals? So like a 5? Is it that good? Is it really that good? I don't know. I feel like it's the same as ranger. 5 is pretty high. Like, what else is 5? Do we have any other 5s? Monk is 6. Mend is better than life taps, I think. Mage doesn't count. Enchanter 6 because of the mana regen. Druid is 6. So maybe a 5 is fine. It's the same as Ranger sustain side, yeah. But then it also does damage and some of it's automatic. Okay, we'll give it a 5. We can keep it at 5. The taps can also crit and scale from damage done. That's true. That's true. We'll say, okay, we'll do that. So it's the same as Ranger, but the fact that it does damage at the same time kind of makes it a little better. SK has cooler armor. Paladin doesn't have a pet to taunt off you. I don't think that the SK pet exists in my mind. Do you guys think that the SK pet is like a factor at all? Like, does the upgrade system make the SK pet like a thing? SK doesn't have a pet. Okay, so that's Kyle's opinion. They don't have a pet. Okay. Okay, so it's a non-factor. Okay. So leveling with a Shadow Knight. I feel like leveling with a Shadow Knight's pretty okay. It's not as good as Paladin leveling for damn sure. Because you don't get Pacify. Lay on Hands is better for leveling. You don't get Slay Undead. It's just worse, right? Like maybe like a 6. It gets both invises, doesn't it? That's good for leveling, having both invises. They don't even get the +1 item slot for pets anymore? Oh, I don't think they ever did. I think that was something people made up because they wanted SK pets to not be dog water. What SK pet, says Steve. Yeah. Gather Shadows and IVU. Okay, that's good for leveling. I think it's 6. Thane. They get Thane. Thane's good for leveling. And then the taps. They get good weapons. They have good defense. They're kind of like a healer, but worse than paladins at it. Paladins are 9 at leveling though, because they're crazy. Are they maybe a 7 for leveling? They're pretty good at leveling. What's a ranger? A ranger's 7. They're about the same as a ranger for leveling, aren't they? I think they're about the same as a ranger for leveling. They don't get pacify. That's like their main thing that a ranger would have, or a paladin that really just kind of crushes SK pretty handily. Because pacify is really good for leveling. They were pretty good, just worse than other options. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. So how about bossing for Shadow Knight? I don't really know how I feel about Shadow Knights for bossing anymore. Like a 7 or an 8 is my instinct, but I don't really know. What does everybody else think? We kind of don't know because we don't know exactly how good the harm touch is, but they're definitely better than they were a few days ago. A 7 or 8. Anybody else want to weigh in on 7 or 8 for SK? My instinct is to say 7. Just because I really do think that Paladin lay on hands is just that much better, but the harm touch, a 6. We'll say that. I think we're going to say this. We're going to say 7. Harm touch. Harm touch slash shaman canny bug. Because if the canny bug thing, which shouldn't be intended, is never fixed, then I would put an 8 here. But I have to assume that the canny bug will be fixed by the time live launches. What do you guys think? There's no way they leave it, right? There's no way they leave it. It's got to be gone. It's got to be gone. Although with harm touch being the way it is, it matters a little less because now maybe harm touch is actually really good. Maybe it's like better than mend now. Who knows? Canny bug, yeah. So Reeve is supposed to reduce the cooldown on harm touch, but currently it also reduces the cooldown on cannibalize, which is super broken. And then I had somebody tell me that when you use harm touch or cannibalize, they both go on cooldown. So there's like some sort of back end conflict with like the skill IDs or something. I don't think any of the 3 tanks can be lower than a 7. That's fair. That's a fair point, Outcry. Like in a vacuum, if you're a tank, you're at least a 7, right? Because you just make bosses easier. They both share a cooldown, yeah. You never use harm touch because you always use canny, yeah. Harm touch could be great. Okay, so I'm going to leave it as 7 with an asterisk for harm touch, yeah? Quality of life. You get both invises. You get feign death. And that's it, right? 4? Both invises plus feign death? Better than a rogue, because you don't have to go slow. And rogue doesn't get feign death. Well, they kind of get feign death. So it's a little better than rogue, but not much. Horse. Oh, horse. They get the horse. You're right. I forgot about that with Paladin, too. Is it better with quality of life than Paladin, though? Maybe it's only 5. Maybe it's like the same. Paladin don't get both invises. Paladin doesn't get both invises. SK does. It's called Spaghetti Code. Yeah, definitely. Circlet of Shadows plus Feign Death is the best thing in the game for quality. Oh, that's true, but we're not playing Kunark yet. But I agree with you. That statement holds very true. Circlet of Shadows with Feign Death is disgusting. That is so good. SK is A tier, at least without real numbers on updates. Could push to S, but not till then. Yeah, I think I agree with your thought, Gambit. You think that SKHT is purposely being equalized with Pally lay on hands? Yeah, I mean it should be. Without the harm touch update, lay on hands slaughtered harm touch. It was not close, right? Now maybe it's close. Pre-nerf circlet. Well, we're gonna get pre-nerf because we got pre-nerf of everything else, so we should make the assumption we're going to get pre-nerf. Secret was in Discord just now answering a few Karen questions. All right, Twerk, you want to lay us down with the Karen info? I'd be interested. I'm not going to play one, but I'm still interested. All right, let's rank SK. It's high A, right? Like maybe in here. Where is it? Is it better than a Bard? Probably. I think maybe here. I don't know. Necro's really good. But being a tank. But Necro's really good. It's the same as Necro Bard. Behind Monk better than Bard. Necro's better. No score over 7, yeah, that's true. It's just like kind of okay at everything, right? Necro's better. Yeah, okay. We'll leave it here. I think that's defensive mage hunter stunt equals SK better. That's a good argument, Coercer. Defensive and mage hunter are both quite good. I think maybe they're close enough where I just don't know. Also, in this version of the game, you can sneak hide while in feign death. Oh, that's true. That's kind of... I didn't think about that. List of Karen primary classes. Bard, of course. People would riot if you couldn't be a Bard Karen. Berserker, that makes sense. Beast Lord, Druid, Rogue, Shaman, Warrior. Those all make sense to me. No cat clerics, huh? No kitty clerics. That's kind of surprising to me. Couldn't Vashir be clerics? And they start on Kara Isle. Well, I would hope so. I would hope so. It's better than Necro if it's your primary without any other tank. That's true. That's, man. Dang. I know the tank thing. They're a tank. I'm gonna leave them there. The tank wins it for me. All right, let's go on to the next thing. We can just put this on its own tier, right? Druid Warrior and no Ranger. No Ranger for a cat person is kind of weird too. No Vashir. They were Shaw/Beast. Okay. All right, Shaman. So Shaman offense is like a 10, right? Is there any reason a Shaman offense shouldn't be 10? Because this is like the class that I think is arguably like an S+ tier class, right? And I think its offense, I think, is a 10 instead of a 9 like Enchanter, because like you're always going to do its offense. Odium, E-Bolt, and Puma are disgusting. Right? Odium, E-Bolt, and Puma together are so much good. Yeah, who has better offense? Yeah, I agree. Okay, we'll just, that's it. It's 10. Defense. 9, because it's not a tank. What do you think? It's not a tank, so it can't be a 10. I don't think anybody could be a 10 for defense, because you'd have to be able to slow. You have to be able to slow. Oh, Enchanter is 10 for defense. I guess Shaman has to be 10. Is it, though? Maybe an Enchanter is actually better for defense because of AoE Mez. Because AoE, we encountered Mez and AoE Mez, and Enchanters get 3 cripples, where Shaman gets 1. That's why Enchanter is a 10. Because it has the leveling, the most broken leveling defense of all time. Slow is the best feel. Its CC isn't incapacitating, yeah. I think I'm okay with 9 for defense on Shaman, honestly. Like, if you're talking about only a boss, then it's a 10. But on trash and stuff, its defense is not that good, right? Yeah. AoE Mez is silly. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go with that. Recuperation. It's gotta be lower. It's gotta be lower than like the highest, right? It's the third best healer, but it does give you endurance regen. So it's probably at least even with Paladin. No, it's probably about even with Paladin. It doesn't have lay on hands. But then its heals are like the same, but it also gives you endurance regen. So like an 8? Canny. Oh, you're right. F. It has Canny. I'm stupid. It has heals, mana regen. It has all of them. Is it just a 10? Maybe it's just a 10. Because it's really strong at all 3 things. Yeah, it's a 10. It's a 10 at recuperation. It's the only one with everything. The hots are insane. I haven't tried the hot siphon. If Shaman AoE slow fell below level 50, it'd be like a 12. What? Dude, if you could AoE slow while leveling, oh my goodness, that'd be so disgusting. Canny AA, Divine Nuke could heal problem solve. Yeah, I think it's a 10, guys. I think it's a 10. All right, leveling. I think it's actually really bad at leveling. Fight me on this. I don't think it's good at leveling. It's your healer, but it's worse than Paladin at healing. You're not going to slow all that frequently. Dots often get overridden by just nuking faster, and the stat buffs are pretty garbage until you're like level 35 plus at least. It's not that good at leveling. Torpor is insanely strong on P99, yeah, but this is not P99, Zyphon. You would never use Torpor in its version I don't think here. I guess if you're doing only dot damage, maybe you would, but first 40 levels are mid for Shaman, yeah. Once you get Canny, though, once you get Canny, Shamans get much better at leveling. I experienced that firsthand a few days ago. Until 43 plus. I mean, they get haste before 43, right? It's not a great haste, but it's still haste. And they have heals. They can be your healer, right? If you're playing like a warrior, like if you're warrior rogue shaman, then you're pretty glad that your shaman has healing spells, right? I Venom carried you hard. I mean, I still think that the Venom line while leveling is not that good unless you're fighting a named. I mean, if you have no class that nukes at all, then Venom would see more value. Because then you wouldn't, like, spam nukes to blast them really fast. Upgraded dot spell is easy leveling. So you think at 34 you upgrade Venom to, like, +6 and it just, like, it just crushes everything? I could see that. The new heal times are the new Torpor, yeah, that's true. They are the new Torpor, that's true. You'll fight me on leveling. Paladin Monk Shaman has 27 hour to 50 by spamming Shaman nuke with inversion. Well, yeah, but there are better nukes than that. I am confident that Paladin Monk Enchanter levels faster than Paladin Monk Shaman. Like, by a lot. It's like, I don't think it's even close. The AoE dots are pretty mediocre. Wait, AoE dots? When do shamans get AoE dots? I don't think that's a thing right now. There's only bards for AoE dots, right? Or are you talking about just spreading them on a bunch of stuff? Bring 0 things that someone else doesn't do way better. Yeah. The minus movement hot is decent for keeping downtime minimal. Pull a bunch hot yourself, maybe single target dot all. Yeah, maybe. Shaman, honestly, I agree with that, Brandos, but not for leveling. I think I agree with you. Shaman is probably the best class, but just not for leveling. Okay, so we went on bossing. What did we put for enchanter for bossing? Did we put 10? We only put 8. Oh, with an asterisk because of charm. Is it a 9 or a 10? Is it a 9 or a 10 for bossing? It's literally the best thing for bossing. It's true, it is. It is. It is. It's the best. It's the why because the offense is 10. That's the reason, right? It's got the best slow. It has good enough heals. It has mana regen also. And then it does all the damage. Puma slow incap. Yeah, it's a 10. 60%. It's not 60% at the level we are, but yeah. I forget what the math was. It's not 60% right now. Because it scales between like 43 and 60. So we're like at the midpoint of whatever its range is. Quality of life. So it gets invis. It has Spirit of Wolf. It gets EB. And that's it, right? Best dot, it has two, it's the 2 best dots, Brandos. Odium and Ebold are both disgusting. Yeah, non-lull, it doesn't have Pacify, which is one of its main downfalls is no Pacify. It's kind of unfortunate. Quality of life's probably like the same as a Ranger. It's probably like the same as a Ranger, right? Oh, it doesn't have Harmony. It's gotta be worse than a Ranger. It's gotta be worse than a Ranger. It doesn't have Sneak or Harmony. No real CC, yeah. I mean, you can root CC if you want. You can root CC. That is a thing. I don't think most people will, but you can. Like, if you're fighting, like, say the Baron plus his guy there, if you don't have Harmony, and you just root the other guy and pull the Baron, it's pretty legit. I did it with the Ranger. It's legit. Slow as your CC, yeah. No, but roots for, you don't hit the root, right? You root them and ignore them. You don't root them and start hitting them, right? Because root will last almost the whole time, almost all the time if you don't hit it. Root seems rather trash on it. Yeah, it's not as good as it normally is, but it is ghetto CC. It's ghetto CC. It's something. Since everyone can do alchemy, it doesn't get that either. That's right. Okay, dude, if it was the only one that got alchemy still, this would be a much higher number. Both of these would be a much higher number if it was the only alchemist. You have a pet. Your pet slows also. That's true, you do have a pet. But that's leveling, right? I don't know. So, okay. I think we all kind of know how we feel about Shaman. It's the best, right? Some people argue that Enchanter's better, and I'm torn because like if you like leveling a lot, then I would do this. Like if you're churning out leveling and you're playing Enchanter every time, then I think it's like this. But if you're only concerned with endgame, then it's like this, right? Pet does about 70 DPS. With Puma, that's pretty nuts. It's pretty good. Chloroform for stamina and life tap for mana. Yeah. It's a little bit in its niche for killing hard things. I know that I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I think I'm going to put Enchanter at the top. Just because I think we're going to be doing a lot of leveling, at least in Classic, because you want to get efficient AAs, you want to level all the characters up to 50 so you have them ready for Kunark, for like maybe something will get better. And Enchanter is just so much better at leveling that it's like a huge order of magnitude, right, between Enchanter and Shaman for leveling. So I'm gonna put Enchanter as hot above it for that reason. They don't heal. That's true. I still think they're better in my mind. It's debatable, right? It just depends what you want. This is a debatable thing. This is debatable. All right, so now we're on to Warrior. I don't really have any strong feelings on Warrior either, because I haven't played one, but I do want to play a Warrior with the double dot thing, because I think it's going to be really good. Hey, thanks for the follow, Elcry. Enchanter is your favorite class, so you ain't mad, but Shaman is more well-rounded. Actually, I disagree with you, Brandos. I think Enchanter is more well-rounded. Shaman is just, like, more extreme at the things that it's the best at. Which is killing bosses. Killing hard bosses. You can level and boss with Enchanter. With Shaman, you can only boss. You need a second solid character to level. Yeah, leveling with just... That's true. Leveling with just an Enchanter would be pretty painful. Or leveling with just a Shaman would probably be more painful. I mean, box checking. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. I get what you're saying. I think Enchanter Charm is crazy. Alright, Warrior. The offense of a Warrior is pretty bad. What do you guys think? Their weapon options are not good at the end. Offangle's okay. They do get Flurry with crit. Okay, I'm talking myself up a bit. If you use a Fangle, they get crit and Flurry. They're pretty okay. They don't haste themselves, though. They don't have procs. Cleave is pretty good while leveling. But they still have not very... They have Fangle. That's their best weapon if you're just trying to kill stuff, right? Which is pretty good. HP regen. Yeah, they have HP. Cleave is impactful for anything that's not boss fights. Right, I agree. We're going to need some help with offense DPS. They just need better weapons. Like, why is Dagas such a pile of trash compared to Monk and Paladin one-handers? It's 1121. It's terrible compared to the Monk weapon. Gives you a lot of AC. HP regen is pretty nuts. Okay, so defense of the Warrior is a 10, right? I don't think there's any argument. Like, I don't think there's anything to talk about here. They're a 10 for defense. They get everything. The only person that, like, outshines them in defense by a tiny bit is Monk's skill caps for block and dodge. That's it. Everything else, Warrior's just the best defense. There's not really a lot to talk about there, right? All right, recuperation. Warrior gives you, you know, it gives you more healing than rogues. It heals you more than a rogue. But not till level 30. They don't heal you, like, at all. And then they heal you more than a rogue. So, a 2? A 2, maybe. They're like rogue. Top tier only if you have the right partner with it. Yeah. I agree with you, Brandos. The regen is no joke with unyielding. That's true. But you have to be level 30 first, so... okay, maybe it is a 3. Maybe it's that strong. When you have 8k HP later on, 800 HP a tick is pretty good. Or 800 HP a minute is pretty good. 800 HP a minute is definitely pretty good. Okay. Yeah, it's gear dependent. Yeah, it is. That reincarnation sounds so much like the prestige system, TSJ, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much... Wait, did they have a description for the reincarnation system? Did Secrets, like, say, like, a big blurb about it or something? I'd be interested in that. I don't know what I'd use it for. I guess I have to know what it does. Then double it for the unyielding. Yeah, if you're just like blasting, like if you're just like Berserker Monk Warrior. Berserker Monk Warrior and you're just healing through Warrior Regen and Mend. I would do that. Reincarnation takes your 3 current classes and your current race down to level 1. Down to level 1. Interesting. The level 1, I would like to point out the level 1 thing because of AA things. Okay, that's important. And makes the stat hard caps into hard caps on the first go about. Wait, what? It makes the stat hard caps. I don't understand what that means. Do you guys understand what that stat thing means? I don't understand what that means. Then each subsequent one will increase the caps further. Okay, I get that. Wait, so are you going to increase your stat caps? Is Prestige System going to be something where you increase stat caps? Because that's crazy if true. That's like infinite Omega Korean grinding style game, if that's a thing. First reincarnate, you have standard stat caps, and then after it increases the soft caps. I mean, but what soft caps? Aren't the stat caps hard caps? Oh, but they're soft cap. Oh, so they're gonna become soft caps. And is just the stat cap for that trio? That's a good question, Zane. Which one is it? XR regen and troll regen the same? I think they're slightly different, but there's that regen is so minimal, that bonus is so minimal in this game that it is not worth thinking about. All right, leveling with a warrior. What do we have for the melee? So SK is 7. It's probably about an SK, right? It's probably about an SK. Like, it's tankier, but it heals itself less. It doesn't have Feign Death. Maybe a 6. It doesn't have Feign Death. And it doesn't have, like, on-demand tapping. But it's just like it's just a giant wall. Hey, thanks for the follow, Ono. It's better than an SK because you take 50% less damage easily. Okay. No utility, just good defense. You pair it with anything, it makes sense. Okay, okay, I'm sold. You're right. I'm sold. I'm sold. 7's fine. We'll make it the same as an SK. Bossing. Is it like an 8 for bossing? Like an 8, maybe? I mean, how much damage do you take as a warrior when you have, like, plus 10 in Dicolite armor? Like 0? Like 0 damage? 0 damage taken? Like, you can sit in Berserker stance the whole time? Like, and you don't even flinch? Like, if you're Berserker Warrior Shaman, do you just, like, not take any damage ever? Eye of Ishan was hitting you for 50. Well, I mean, the hit of Eye of Ishan, that's not a good example, Kyle. Because Eye of Ishan doesn't do damage through melee. It does it through the proc, right? Warrior has the highest crit chance? No, Berserker does, technically. Because Berserker... Wait, does Warrior get the same crit chance, AA? Hang on. I could be talking out my ass. Do they get the same crit AA? I think it's Berserker only. I think the 6% AA is Berserker only. Burrs. It is Berserker only. So, Berserker's a little higher. It's the best melee for bossing. I don't think so. I think Paladin is a little better because lay on hands is a thing. I think Paladin's better than Warrior overall. Just because you can do more with it because it can be your tank and your healer. It's not as tanky as a Warrior, obviously, but you can put it in more things and have it work well. We announced the weekly raid bonus too at the panel. The other way to get moats. Oh yeah, that thing. Oh, so wait, did they announce the mechanics of it? There's a weekly that will let you instantly bring an item from one rank to the next rank. So if you use it on a +9, it becomes a +10. So it's a weekly. So you might get that 5 times per raid per week? That would be nuts. I've seen parses that show warrior damage reduction is worth 2 times lay on hands across 20. Wow, really? Okay. So do we make it higher then? If we assume that that's true? 3 times a week. So you get 3 gigamotes a week. That's probably a reasonable number. If you're hyper geared, right? Because it scales with gearing. But, you know, lay on hands scales with gearing too, though, right? So, I don't know. Warrior does get 5% natural Fizz DR. Oh, okay. I kind of forgot about that, Avis, but that sounds right. If you're not super geared, that's not true. So do we put it back to an 8 for averages, or do we leave it at a 9? Warriors just shrug damage pretty nuts, yeah. It's true, 5% flat DR is insane mathematically, I agree with you. Alright. I don't really know. It's fine for averages. Yeah. Let's go with 8 for averages. Quality of life. 0. Nothing. Nothing. They do nothing, right? Which is fine. That's how warriors always been. They're just a 0 for quality of life. They literally give you nothing. Alright, so a warrior, it's gotta be at least A. Warrior's gotta be at least A. I think it's better than a bard. I think it's low S. Top A. Maybe the same as a monk. You think it's not something you easily feel, but the parse will be night and day? Yeah. Yeah, that's true, I get. I think I agree with you. They don't die. That's worth a 1. They don't die. That's worth a 1. All right, we give them a 1. We give them a 1 because they don't die. Is as strong as monk. So you got to pick one. What would you? I think I take monk because of their weapons. I think I take monk over warrior because of the weapons. I think that's the main reason. You pick warrior over monk. I mean, I understand it either way. In classic, you take monk? Yeah. That's true. It's going to change. The formula is going to change a lot. You value taking a lot of damage. AoE taunt and leap. AoE taunt's not a thing to me, Shetarg. Like, this is... And the leap? Isn't that just for groups? I guess it's something for groups. You're so sad beast is so low. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? They just don't do anything strong enough. They do way too much stuff at a below mediocre level all at once. War over monk if you don't have a tank. Defense / mage hunter. Well, warrior doesn't get mage hunter, right? Or does it? Mage hunter is it berserker warrior? Who else gets mage hunter? I don't even remember. Is it all the hybrids and berserker? I think it's only... Oh, is it only knights? Does berserker not get mage hunter? I thought they did. I thought they did get that. I could be wrong though. Mage hunter. It is berserker. Okay. That's good because this wasn't working. But they have mage hunter. That's okay. How did so much get moved up to B? What do you mean, Apocal? This is how it was, right? Definitely not doing a war. Okay, so all right, all we have left is wizard. All we have left is wizard, boys. I don't think it's as bad as Beast Lord. Oh, we don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. We're done after this. Wiz. Offense. Like an 8? It's not as good as Shaman offense. I don't think. But it's pretty good. What is Mage offense? They're kind of the same, right? Mage is a 7. Wizard gives you the spell crit, though, with like the Necro taps. I think Wizard's a little better. Do you think Wizard offense is better than Mage, guys? That's the question. A 10? No, it's not a 10. Wizard offense is not as good as Shaman offense. At least I don't think so. Maybe on a D0 it is. On a D0, Wizard's probably an 11. Wizard has better mana cost. Mage has pet. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Wizard has higher nukes, but they have no pet. They crit 5k nukes. Yeah. Has anybody tried Wizard a lot on, like, the various D4 bosses? Because I definitely haven't. If you can kill it before you run out of mana, it's better. That's fair. Wizard DDs are very efficient. D4 resists aren't a problem with leveled spells. Yeah, that's true, Neo. As long as you know what nuke to use on the boss, right? Like, don't use fire nukes on Nagafin like a dummy, right? Don't do that. I want the wizard to be good, but it's a C? No, it's not a C. It's not that bad. It's definitely not a C. It's definitely not a C. Alright. I think I'm okay with A then. Defense. 1. Wait, what was mage defense? It's a little worse than mage for defense, right? It was a 4 because of the pet. So a 2 because you get the HP AC MR buff, which is cool. It's something. Ice Comet. I saw that, Neo. I saw that. I saw that video. That was pretty cool. I saw you crit. I saw the crit life tap for like 2,000. That was pretty nuts. Wizard is barely anything, just that one buff. Yeah. MR is kind of good though, isn't it? Same bracket as Druid. They're super strong for leveling, and I mean once you're uber geared, yeah. The MR, I don't know. I like the HPAC MR buff from casters. I think it's quite good, especially like when you get rooted all the time and stuff. Oh, they get some resist too, probably, right? They must get a MR buff, right? Maybe they still have to be worse than a mage, right? Because they don't have a pet. Well, 2 is fine, I think. The skin spell 2 is fine. Okay, recuperation. They do have mana regen. They do have mana regen. I don't know how much it is. Is it like 6? I think that's all they have, right? Spellblade needs a little buff. Yes, I agree. That's true. If they buff Spellblade, Wizard gets an indirect, potentially an indirect buff. Potentially. Wiz offense is great, but base 5-second cast times suck. Yeah, you gotta go in inversion, right? Oh, Arcane Mastery to elite DPS? Yeah, that's true. Arcane Mastery instead. 6 fix some improved familiar, so it's not that much. So maybe it's only a 2. Maybe it's only a 2. What do you guys think? 2 or 3? It's empowering on a Wiz is good. Yeah, I mean a lot of stances. You can use a lot of the different invocations on Wizard, and it like there's also Harvest, but it's so bad. Okay, we'll go with 2 then. Leveling with a Wizard is like a 9, right? I think Wizards are baller for leveling. I think they're a 10. You think they're really that good? I think like they're kind of similar to a mage for leveling though, right? Like they have better nukes, but you don't get the pet. And they're already 1 above mage. I don't know. I don't know about a 10. It's really good for leveling to 25. You only need to go to 23 with a wizard, by the way, Zyphon. But you're right. It carries you the first time through. Was worth 2 tick. That is pretty bad. Level up the spells every 5 tiers to +5, and they 2-shot anything but named. Okay. Okay. I mean, but wouldn't a mage be the same way? Because, like, at what point do wizard nukes get better than mages? Like, substantially better, not like 20 damage better, right? All the way up to 50, you can delete reds. Mage DD drops in the 20s. I know the level 18 nuke of mage and wizard is basically exactly the same, which is kind of depressing, but they are basically the same. With enough spell upgrades, they can really own. But once again, mages also can do that. Mage Ds are inefficient. Okay, that's a good argument. Okay, so let's put. You guys seem to think it's baller. Let's put it at a 10. I can see it. If they're efficient, and you can just slam nukes way faster, it's fast, right? Big DDs that are efficient is the fastest way to level. I think it's faster than AoEing, personally. Ice Comet is 800 to 900 for a little more than 200 mana. That is, so when you upgrade that, it becomes like, so there is one nuke that's more efficient than that, and it's the Ranger Arrow, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, it's the Mage Dot nuke. But the dot takes so long to do damage that it's not really worth considering. All right, how about for bossing? Maybe like a 5? Because like they kill it fast, but when you have low gear, it's not really going to work out all that well, right? Except for on D0, they're going to smoke D0s. But then when you get to like D3 and D4 and you don't have crazy gear or crazy high-leveled spells, they're going to be a lot worse. Maybe a 6 for like allowing for the fact that once you have crazy spells, they're going to be kind of disgusting probably. Wizard power is the AoE. 5k Ice Comets. Mana Burn? Mana Burn's not really that good, Jay. It's fun. But when a boss has 90,000 hit points, mana burn's not really that good. It's not very efficient, which is stupid, but it's not. The worst line of wizard nukes is the magic resist line because they cost like 50% more. Oh, that's unfortunate. Bard is better AoE than wizards. As of the close better. Oh, once you're at high enough level, Darth, you need Denons, which is what, 43? But yeah, at 43, Bard's the best AoE, right? But before that, it's not so great. It's fine. It's something. Wizard AO on my Ranger, Wiz Necro. Was killing packs of yellow so fast I think it could be better if I replaced Necro with something? Wow. Well, I mean, we got it at a 10 for leveling. All right, so quality of life. You get invis and ports. Ports that don't nuke your mana. That's kind of whatever, right? You basically get invis. You basically only get invis, right? So it's like a 2. Ports, but everybody's going to get ports. So is it really a big quality of life? Because everybody's going to have them. It's just that if you're a wizard, it won't nuke your whole mana bar. But does that really matter that much? Evac, that's not. Evac's. I'd rather just die. Dying is the same as evac. Almost. Dying and evac are almost the same thing on this. People literally love wizards just for the ports. Well, yeah, that's true, but it's not a. Yeah, you just die. You just die, man. Ranger Gate. Yeah, it is Ranger Gate, man. Wizard bossing is in a weird place. I agree. It is in a weird place, Steve. They can mana blast to chunk bosses, but in higher, it's too much. Yeah. Evac is better because you don't have to rebuff. That's what I'm saying. It's almost the same. It's not actually the same, but it's almost the same. Go back to Ranger. We need to bump quality of life for Ranger Gate. Rangers are the best at Ranger Gate because they're the best at dying. Alright, so where does Wizard go, guys? Where does Wizard go? Like, high B? Like, maybe here? Maybe here? It's not quite the same. You don't need to collect your body. Yeah, that's true. It is not quite the same. Below Rogue? Same-ish as Druid? I think a Wizard's better than a Druid, personally. I would rather play a Wizard than a Druid. Because if you're going to two-shot every mob you fight, that sounds pretty fun. Instead of 4 or 5-shotting it with a Druid, right? You think it's above Druid? Yeah. Rogue versus Wizard? Okay, I can get behind this. Wiz better than Mage? Wiz better than Mage. I don't know about that. Maybe. Mage is sleeper good, man. Especially summoning the focus items. I guess eventually that won't matter though. But at the beginning it does. I like Mage. I think I like Mage better too. But I'm kind of biased because I haven't leveled a wizard beyond 23. We're torn, so let's just leave it here. They're close. This is the same tier, right? It's fine. Wiz needs gear. Mage can cruise on pets. That's true. That's true. The pet is way higher value once you get geared. That's true also. The mage pet does scale, but so do wizard spells, so I don't know. It wasn't faster. I was thinking of trying Ranger Wiz Druid because the Druid gets a crit A that stacks with Wizards. Oh yeah, you can get Druid and Wizard. Like, they have double crit AAs, right? For like massive blasting. Alright, so this is where we're at. For how we feel the classes are leading up to the launch of EQ Legends. I feel like there was less debate. Beast is too high. I think there was less debate than I thought there would be about, like, you know, I thought some people was going to be adamant that Bard was S or something, but everybody in here seemed to be pretty much on the same page, more or less. So we're done with this. I'm going to stick this list inside my Discord EQ Legends for anybody that wants to see it. We're going to go stick it in there before I forget. Where's the EQ? Where's the normal channel? There it is. List made on stream with a bunch of people. Oh, it's a text file because it's huge. That's fine. All right, there we go. So if you want to see it, you can get on the Discord. You go on the EQ channel, and it's there. You don't like Beast being alone down there? I mean, we can throw a druid down there to make him feel better. All right, so we have one more thing. This one's we're gonna rapid fire this one because man, this took longer than I thought it would. Um, we wanna rate classes as how good they are as your primary. This is gonna be a lot more contentious and pretty interesting, and it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to analyze, but I think it'll be fun. I only really identified these four things that matter for a primary, how versatile there are. Like, you can throw a bard in there and it works with everything. You can throw a rogue in there and it's not really that versatile. The linchpinness, because I couldn't think of a better word. Hey, thanks for the follow, Noquar. It's like shaman, right? Shaman is a linchpin class. So is paladin, right? Like they can carry because they cover so many bases. Subsequent trios. Now this matters because you don't know how lucky you're going to get in Sky. You don't know what you're going to unlock, right? So, and you don't know, and also what weapons you can get from Sky matter for subsequent leveling. And then we can throw the overall power rating that we just did as the last consideration, right? So I have another thing open. Bam. And this one I'm going to leave D because I think there might be some Ds. Maybe. Maybe. So we'll start with Bard. We're going to make our question mark guy here so we can copy and paste that over and over again. So let's start with Bard. Bard versatility is like a 10, right? No, a 9. It's a 9. And I'll tell you why it's not a 10. Because if you put a Bard and an Enchanter in the same build, you have no spell gems. So I'll give it a 9 for versatility, only because the spell gems thing is a real problem. But other than that, it would be a 10. It's a joke class. Beast, yeah. Yes, you can do Sky Quests for things you're not playing, because I have done the Cleric. I have done the Cleric PR neck, and I have never played a Cleric. It also soaks so many AA, yeah. I mean, that's like a... That's like... I don't know where that fits in here. Alright, so how about linchpinness? Like, how hard can a bard carry your trio? It's not really that good. It does cover a lot of bases though. It gives you the best haste, and you don't have to pay attention to it. It gives you AoE slow. It doesn't really carry. Yeah, it doesn't really carry. But it does provide things you need like haste and slow. So maybe like a 3, just because it has slow and haste. Yeah, it has quality of life, which helps your AoE slow is real nice. No need to cast. Yeah. I don't know where we put that AA thing in. That is kind of a problem as a primary, right? Let's put another category. We're gonna put another category in here real quick, and we're gonna call it debt, aka Bard AA necessity. There. So for debt, Bard is like terrible, right? It's a big problem with Bard. I guess that you can put the whole spell gem economy in here too, right? Okay, let's do that. We'll put that as a 10. Spell gem economy. There. So it can be 10 for versatility, and then we can just say that it has some debt. It needs a million AAs, and it eats all your spell gems. You need a first trio rating versus subsequent. No, but the first trio and subsequent are the same. They're like together, right? Because it being your primary matters for subsequents unless you live in Sky for 3 weeks. Like just unlocking every class. It matters what you pick first. Bard is the highest debt in a trio by a wide margin. That's probably true. So we just put it as 0. It's literally just, it has so much debt. It has so much debt. Both of these things are like you're right. It's like the heaviest. Subsequent trios, I'd give it like an 8 at least. Right? Because like releveling Bard, it doesn't get great weapons. Its planar gear is pretty okay, but it's so helpful. The list is the exact same at the top. Is it really? The list is the exact same at the top? I don't think so. I mean, maybe. We'll see. Bard adds something to literally every trio. It's just level dependent from power spikes. Yeah. And then overall power, we just copy what we said before. We don't need to think about it. I mean, how do we average that? I guess we just look at the tier list. And we'll just give it like a 7. Looks like that's about a 7. Alright, so that's where Bard is for primary. Bard adds something to literally every trio. You know. The top 4 are the exact same. Maybe Pally moves up one. Yeah, Pally, I think Pally's like the best for primary. I think Paladin's like the best for primary, personally. Just because Slay Undead is just that. Slay Undead, while being a tank and a healer at the same time, is just absolutely disgusting for leveling subsequent trios. Because like the AoE mez on the Enchanter matters less the more gear you have. But Lay on Hands scales with gear, and how hard the Paladin carries scales with gear, so it gets better. It gets better each time. Let's get this out of the way. Alright, who's next? So, I mean, I guess we just... I mean, I guess it just kind of puts it in the same place, right? Maybe you're right. Maybe this is going to be almost the same. Paladin covers all the bases, unfortunately. But you don't... Because you don't want to play a Paladin. I wonder if this list is going to be almost the same. That'd be unfortunate. We'll go fast then. So Berserker, versatility is like a 2, right? It's good with knights, but it's really one-dimensional. And the only versatility it really has is that you can do Shadow Knight or Paladin, or I guess you can throw it in there with a monk and a rogue. Like it's okay with melee things, right? You're all in on a stance. That's true. We'll just put it at a 1. It's bad. It's not versatile. Linchpinness is a 0. It doesn't carry. It doesn't carry at all. The only thing, I mean, it has a crazy weapon, but yeah, no, it doesn't carry at all. See, like this is what I'm talking about. I think for a primary, Berserker's a D. I think it's terrible. I think it's a terrible primary. I think for a primary, this is terrible. Subsequent trio, so it's kind of it's good for subsequent trios. Actually, maybe it's like a 6 because you get the sky weapon. If you get the sky weapon with a berserker, you're just gonna start absolutely giga blasting everything, right? And then it won't matter how tanky or whatever you are. You kill it instantly, so it doesn't matter. Big two-handed with cleave makes the warrior berserker IMO, but there are not many options. Yeah, you need to add the debt line. Oh, you're right. I'm stupid. You're right. Thank you. We'll put it there. The debt line. Berserker doesn't have anything, right? I don't think Berserker has any debt. If you go up, it gets leveling champ, yeah. It is a leveling champ for sure. Even the Cleric Hammer for Sky is only slightly worse than the Berserker Axe. Wait, whoa. You know what? I think the Cleric Hammer is actually like the best any slot item, Elcry. I think it might be the best any slot item. I had a +4 Sky Zerk weapon on level 10 and still wouldn't play it as a main carry. Yeah, I had a +5 Sky Zerk weapon, and I agree with you, Neo. I wouldn't play it as a carry. It's not good for carrying. It has 0 debt though, right? You don't really have anything. There's no, I guess maybe like a little bit because of the stance. Maybe the stance is actually kind of, and then endurance. Is it really an endurance hog? I thought Berserker was like the most endurance efficient stance. Every melee that has Plane of Sky weapons early on will have no endurance. They will delete their endurance because you're going to do way too much damage and it's just going to be gone. That happens to everybody with good gear, except for wizards, I guess. To have debt, you need to bring more to the table as a class. It's super efficient. It's endurance friendly. That's what I thought, Steve. I thought it was like the most endurance friendly compared to offensive or striker or something. It's also a slow two-handed. To level misses will suck more. Is that really? I feel like with Berserker stance, that's like not a thing. What was the debt Berserker? I just feel like the Berserker stance, because it like, yeah, maybe it is just 0. Or maybe it's a 10? We're doing it backwards, right? It has no debt, like at all. It just doesn't, yeah, it's just, it doesn't have anything you need to do for it to work. It just works. It just works. Okay, so overall power of Berserker, what'd we say? B. So it's like a 5. It's like a 5. So where does this go? But I still think it's a D. If you stay in stance, it's great. Other than that, it's just frenzy. Yeah, I think it's a D. I think it's like one of the worst primaries in the game, personally. Even though, like, you know, it doesn't have any debt. It's because it can't carry. It can't carry. Zerker is what you play if you want to be different. I'm different, yo. I'm different. All right, what do we have next here? I should make, wait, hang on. How do I make one of these things? Add row below. We want to make this a rating just so I can stop. Whoops, I don't want Control S. That was compulsive. Beast Lord. Beast Lord's better than Berserker at primary. It's certainly more versatile. How versatile is a Beast Lord? It gives you dual wield. It has some heals. It's not the least tanky thing in the world. It's got slows. Like a 4? It's pretty versatile. It's not like really good at anything, but it does a lot of things. Maybe it's higher than that. Maybe it's like a 6. For versatility, it's pretty good, right? It's just not really good at any of those things that it's versatile in. It does everything, just not amazingly. Yeah, so it's like a worse version of a bard, basically. It's just a worse bard. Only redeeming quality is how good a gap filler they are. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So versatility, they're good. Yay! They're not total trash at everything. Hey! You know what? As a Lich Pin too, they can kind of carry a little bit. Like if you can kind of tank, and you can kind of heal, and you can kind of slow, it's like it's not a 0. It's not a 0. It's like anything with a heal can't be a 0 linchpin, right? Like if you have a heal, it's so good, right? Like you need something to sustain yourself with. Like if you want to play Warrior Rogue Beast Lord, before level 30, that heal is going to be pretty important, right? By that basis, Berserker would be higher than a 0. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so I guess we need to define the linchpin thing a little better. Block, dual wield, and slower to every build is nice. I agree. I mean, slow is a carry ability, right? Like in certain circumstances, having a slow not being carried does not equal a good carry. That's fair. That's fair. So maybe we need to rethink this. You can build around Beast Lord. I agree. You can build around a Beast Lord. I think it's even better than a 2. I'm gonna give it a 3. Because you can build around a Beast Lord. I think it's fine. Okay. Let's change it. Can you build around this? There. Is that a better way instead of saying carry? It's like a more like objective way to think about it, right? I'm not going to change all the top ones because I don't care. Debt. Does it have any debt? Does it have anything to make it function? 3 or 4. It's not doing the damage carry, but can do pretty much everything else, yeah. Just having pet slow and heal is great, yeah. What? Does it have any debt? A negative is not a positive. A negative is not a positive. Slow and heals are not a negative. Slow and heals are 100% a positive. It doesn't have any debt, right? I can't think of anything. Oh, we need 10. There's nothing that makes it... You don't need to get anything for it to function, right? It's being used very loosely here for Beast Lord. That's... I mean, it is. It is Dastion. It is debt that you've wasted one of your 3 classes. Oh, a couple of pet management AA. Okay, that's a thing. You need the greater hold thing. Because pets without greater hold are going to make you want to throw stuff sometimes, right? I think you should switch the bar debt to 10 and the other one's to 0 before we're too deep. Oh, I see what you're saying. So higher is worse. Okay, we can do that. There. There. So higher is bad in debt, which makes sense logically, right? So it has the pet debt. Okay. Subsequent trios. A 0? It's terrible after the first trio, right? It's terrible after the first trio. Because once you have like giga weapons and stuff, and you don't even really need the healing because your gear is so ridiculous, Beast like doesn't. Beast does so little all of a sudden. Like the slow is still something. I guess we just give it a 1 then, because it still has a heal. It still has a heal. So it's like not nothing, but it's approaching nothing. For Shaman, you went full Affliction crit A's and it worked out great. Nice. Did you just like mass poison dot everything, Black? It has slow and pet buffs. Just having a Treant as a pet is it's worth a more painful existence. I mean, I can't argue with that logic. If you like Treants that much, it is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. And then overall power was like, it was bad, right? It was bad. But I still think it's better than a Berserker. It's better than a Berserker for primary. Right? I think everything's probably going to be better. You can't even see the Wood Elf pellet. Is it that small? Can you make it bigger, though, with the options? It's slightly better than Zerk Kazakhstan, yeah. Unfortunately, your pet is never going to be great when you re-level with amazing gear. That's not true, Coercer. Have you given a Plane of Sky weapon to a pet at level 4? Or at level 10? Have you done it? Because it sounds like you haven't. It sounds like you haven't. Because your pet at level 10 will in fact hit for like 150. It is surprisingly effective. Pets shred at level 10 with a Plane of Sky. I think a Fangle is probably the best pet weapon to have to just pass it around when you're leveling with a pet, right? Oh yeah, or you give the Enchanter the Fiery Avenger. Yeah. Or you can give it an Aldrin. Get 2 Aldrins. Berserker overall power should come down, or Beast needs to come up. Why? We already rated this separately. What do you mean? This overall power is for us rating the classes individually previously. And I'm just going by this previous tier set. People get so stuck on them having to dual wield the two-handed pets is leveling goes hard. Yeah, it really does. It really does. At the beginning, pets with a two-hander are cracked. Give the pet a haste belt, pet and some decent armor at Rex. Yeah, I agree. So okay, so maybe this goes higher because of the pet thing. I guess you can't be that low if you have a pet because of early levels. Whatever. All right, we're done with Beast. This guy's depressing. Let's look at a Cleric. Beast is depressing. Cleric's versatility is pretty high. If your pet carries you, then it's great. That's true. That's true. If your pet carries you, it's pretty good. All the poison dot lines are OP. That's true. Odium and Poison are both very, very high DPS dot lines. They're not terribly efficient, but their damage per cast time or execution time is quite high. A 7? That sounds pretty legit. Because you can put it in anything, and it's going to give you good heals right away, right? The most versatile... No, I think Bard's still more versatile. Because if you put a Cleric with a Shaman or a Cleric with a Druid, it loses a lot of its value, right? Not all of it, but a lot of it. Isn't PR heal a trap, though? I mean, if you have a crap ton of hit points, I don't think it is. There's an opportunity cost with PR, which is 0 also, Twerk. If you know what I mean by that. Like, casting heals other than PR has an opportunity cost of the fact that you have to actually cast it. And you have to worry about what stance you're in when you cast it, blah, 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 blah. But with PR, you don't. It's just, bam, instant. It's on you. You keep attacking. It's almost like you never did anything. So there's a lot of value there. With high crit rate and level up, Odium is insane. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that being true, Black Hat. You get plate? That's true. Cleric gives you plate. Alright, linchpinness. What does it do? Can you build around this? Certainly. Certainly. Like a 6? It gives you plate, it gives you heals. You throw anything else in there, it'll be fine for leveling, right? And the weapon you get from Sky for a cleric is also quite good. They're a two-handed weapon. You can go punch things with a cleric weapon. Cleric slash anything, yeah. It should be fine. PR's a lot of mana at 39 until you upgrade it. Yeah, it is like 900 mana, isn't it, Jay? Like, I think it's like 900. Neck, AAs, and Shaman just stack. Yeah, they have crazy synergy. That's true, they do. Cleric's probably very solid. That's 900. Okay. Debt. It doesn't have any debt, does it? Does it have something like pet? Like the pet debt? I think it might be like Berserker. I don't think it has any. Because you get all the spells. 0. Yeah, I don't think it has any. Cleric leveling is insanely easy if you stay undead slaying. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They are good at killing undead. Subsequent trio. This is they're worse. I think they're worse at subsequent ones. I honestly think they might be the same as a beast for subsequent. Hey Kithius, thanks for the donation, man. So excited for Tuesday. I've been enjoying your videos leading up to it. Thanks for all the content and looking forward to more. We are gonna try and keep doing them. Thank you very much, man. What's a 10 for linchpin? Paladin? I think Paladin's a 10 for linchpin. You don't need crap with a Paladin. Paladin hard solo carries everything. It's the tank, it's the DPS, it's the heals, it's everything. It's the pacify, it's everything. It's everything. Yeah, I think Cleric is about the same as Beast. Maybe it's even worse. Because the pet thing with the Beast is going to be really good. Now, maybe it's still the same, because it still gets better heals. It's probably about the same. What do you guys think? It doesn't bring much other than just really good heals the next time, though. Overall power is like, is it like a 10? It's a 9 or an 8? We'll give it a 9. It's like a 9 for overall power. So where does Cleric go? For first class, I feel like it's about the same as a Bard. What do you guys think? I think it's probably similar to a Bard for first. It's less versatile. Maybe I think a Bard's better. I think a Bard's better for the first one. High B. Is having haste spells a must? I think so. I think having haste once you have decent weapons is kind of just a must, right? Cleric makes your other classes better itself. It's not amazing. Okay, yeah, let's give it a B. Carry through and Bard can't on first primary. That's kind of true, Kyle. Just A because of plate, and that can be used any other class, so it's like the same as Bard, but a little worse. Because Charm, also, having Charm every time you level up is kind of crazy, right? But harder the haste clickies to get an EQL. It depends what combo you are, Twerk. What do Monk get? The boots? Ranger gets the cloak? Who else gets a haste clicky in Sky, guys? I know Monk and Ranger do. I don't know who else does. Haste is totally useless if you play Shaman Necro. I mean, if you put a Monk in there, it's not useless. You put a Monk with Shaman Necro, which is probably one of the more popular combos, and haste is definitely not useless. Monk weapons slap, man. But I get your point. I get your point, Black Hat. War Cleric Bard rocks too. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that, Steve. I think that's a flavor of the month overrated combo, but it is functional, and you'll never die. With the War Primary, you've got that in your list too. Okay. Warrior Bard Shaman. I'd rather play. I don't think I could play Bard with Shaman. Shaman dots greater than Monk Pal damage anytime. Yeah, you're probably right for just damage. You're probably right. Slightly worse than Bard. Okay, so I think we're good with Cleric. I think this is about right. Where'd my thing go? Oh, I didn't do it. I'm so dumb. I didn't copy my question mark guy. Senior moment, yo. I don't like having to type this every time. That's why I started doing this, because it's annoying. Okay, who's next? We got Druid. Druid's not that terrible. It's very versatile. What do you think? Druid's very versatile. Gives you spell crit for wizard builds. Gives you DS for leveling. It gives you heals that are pretty good. It gives you pacify eventually. It gives you speed. It's pretty good. How can Lynch be a 6 staying alive? Because, I mean, a lot of things can keep you alive. There's a lot of things that can keep you alive for a trio, right? There's more than just healing to being a linchpin, right? You got to do damage too. You got to have good gear to do the damage. You got to have utility, right? Literally only sustain off Necro life tap for like 7 combos. Yeah, I could believe that. I believe that with the Necro. Linchpin. Can you build around a druid? You can. You can. I think it's slightly worse. It's probably about maybe a little better than a beast building around, because if you put an enchanter with a druid, they look a lot better all of a sudden. Right? Or even a bard with a druid, they start looking a lot better. Druid's another gap filler, so long as you have haste / slow somewhere, yeah. Maybe like a 4. Because they'll keep you alive, but they're missing a lot of stuff that you really want. While leveling at low level, you found Druid damage shield to be very good. Yeah, that sounds right, Black Cat. Their DS is quite good, especially the first time. Heals are king, and that goes with any group. I don't think heals are king. I think heals are king the first time you level. And once you have crazy gear, as long as you have some way to heal, you're fine. And then you're more worried about just blasting. Unless you're talking about bosses, then the equation changes. Just went through Discord for all the new announcements. So ready? Yeah. I'm ready too, classified. Hots are king? Has anyone tried triple pure casters? Somebody did. Somebody was saying in Twitch they did the, what was it? Bard, Enchanter, Wizard? Well, Bard, Necro, Wizard. They did D4 Interrupt with Bard, Necro, Wizard. That's kind of like triple pure caster. Kind of. Not quite, but kind of. He got pissed off at triple caster. Druid is very versatile. They can slot into almost anything. It may not be the best, but it'll be solid. Yeah, I agree with you, Coercer. Okay, debt. Does Druid? I don't think they have any. I don't think you need anything for Druids to work. It's not like the pet thing, and it's not like the oh god bard thing. Just spell gems, but yeah, it's not like bard spell gems, right? You need a healer. You need a heal spell. You probably keep your DS on your bar. Maybe you keep root on your bar in case of emergencies or something and a nuke, and that's kind of it. The Druid Hot is quite good. Both the hot part and the bloom gets affected by the healing AAs, and 5% crit from the Druid. Oh wow, that does sound pretty good. Bard, Shaman, Necro. Boy, I don't think you should do that. Bard, Shaman, Necro. Okay, how are you gonna put your spells on your bar, Black Cat? I'm asking, like, genuinely, how are you going to deal with spell gems? It's going to be a huge problem. It's going to be a huge, huge, huge problem. Yeah, there's no way. You don't melody. Yeah, that's for true. Yeah, you don't melody. That's what you do. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Coercer. If you're going to do that, you're not going to melody, because you're just not going to have Odium plus Envenomed only. Okay, so let's assume you did melody. That's 10 slots gone, right? So then you have a heal, Odium, Envenomed, and Puma. I guess that's where you're at, right? It can be done, I guess, but you'd have no Necro spells. You'd have no Necro life tap. Unless you're just going to life tap without healing. I guess you could do that. You just melody 3 single target dots and life tap for sustain. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. We can argue the specifics of it, but subsequent trios with a druid, I think it's like a 1. I think it's terrible. Because, like, it's just a cleric, but worse. Right? Because it still gives you heals, so it's something. But druid gear, you're not going to be wearing any druid gear. The only good druid weapon would be something that has the earthquake at level 30. That would be something. Oh, they do AoE. Wait, they AoE. Never mind. They AoE. I'm okay. They still AoE. It'd still be something. DS falls off, but they still have good AoE. AoE is good with them. And then overall power is not very high, right? Like a 4? Like a 4. For grinding, AoE damage shield's not bad. Bosses, I don't know. Druid equals Kite Kings. What? Tell me you haven't played without telling me you haven't played, Blackcat. Oh, okay, there, he fixed it. His next comment, he's like, kiting's obsolete. Yeah. Problem with Earthquake is it go on the weapon and a druid can use. Yeah, that is the problem. That is the problem with the Earthquake thing. You have. Alright, druid is... What, like slightly worse than Beast Lord? As primary? I know that hurts to say, but the pet thing... The pet Giga weapon really carries the Beast Lord as the primary for the subsequent thing. Because it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And slow. Slow plus the pet thing kind of carries Beast Lord pretty hard. Alright, so next we have Enchanter. Okay, so we can just put this at the top. Versatility. It's a 10, right? It's a 10. I think it's 10. Linchpin? 9 because it doesn't have heals? A 9 because it doesn't have heals? Question mark? Everything but paint your house? Bro, Infern, why are you not getting it to paint your house? 10, Beast Monk, Enchanter, Ogre. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The pet heals are legit. That's true. That's true. You do have pet heals. A 3? Because it's not... It doesn't carry... It like, you don't build around a bard as hard. Enchanter is just like... If you have you leveled with an Enchanter and a Bard Coercer? Because I've leveled as both, and Enchanter is just so much better. I think it's just so much better. It's we can agree to disagree. I just think it's just so much better than Bard. I'm surprised they made the pet also be a paladin. I'm also surprised at that. It's kind of weird, right? Technically it has rune too, yeah. Debt? Enchanter, does it have any? Not really. Does it have any? Like, I don't think it really does. Pet hold? Oh, right, it has the pet hold thing. It has the pet hold thing. You're right. And maybe even upgrading moats for leveling spells. Yeah, maybe you actually want to upgrade some spells with Enchanter for it to be as good as it wants to be. You're right. Maybe it does have some debt. Because you really do want to upgrade some of the Enchanter spells. But what about with Beast Lord? I guess that's the same with that. So we'd have to go back. Tiny daggers. Tiny daggers. Oh, you're right. All right, we'll leave it at 4. It's got tiny daggers. It has double pet debt. Beast doesn't have to have a thing for its... I mean, that's not worth that much. Beast pet summons fast. Oh, does it? Are they any different? No, I guess they're not, Saren. You're right, Saren. They're not, it's not any different. You're right. We shouldn't put that in. 2A is kind of whatever for hold. It's something though. If you've ever leveled in this game without pet greater hold, you know that it's like a thing. It's a thing that will annoy you at least once an hour. That's how I see it. I don't know. Subsequent trio. I wouldn't give it a 10, but it's got to be pretty high, right? Because the mana regen's never gonna stop being good, but like you also actually it's probably worse. Maybe it doesn't give you plate, but you need to do some amount of heals probably. Yeah, that is why it's not 10 for Linchpin because you need to heal somehow, some other way. It's a 10. The Enchanter pet can reuse gear. Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm stupid, Dastian. You're right. It's a 10. You give it a Fangle. And the enchanter pet's gonna blast just like every other pet, right? It's whatever. You can play it as a charmer or as a normal pet class, yeah. That's true. You can play it both ways. I mean, charming early on is not worth it, right? And then overall power, we just say is like it's like a 9 or it's a 10, right? That being said, do you really want it in every combo? I guess you kind of, I don't know, do you? The fact that they haven't deleted World Till Hurl says it all. For some reason, I still don't want Enchanter as my primary. Why do I, like, looking at these ratings, why is it that I don't want Enchanter as my primary? Why do I still want to put it as an A? Not every combo, right? Because you want to do things like Berserker Shadow Knight Paladin, right? To, like, do Ultra Murder Smite Reeve stuff. Maybe that's why it's not S for a primary. We're addicted to haste spells. Maybe you want to use Shaman and they overlap. Oh, that's a good one. And that's a really good shout out because you want to use Shaman and they overlap a lot. Because its DPS sucks without charming. Yeah, other than using a Giga weapon in your early pet, that's true. You don't want it as your primary because of gearing restrictions. Okay, you're right. So that's the reason. That's the reason it's only A. Because it's just not. Actually, I think it's worse than Bard. I think it's worse than Bard for primary. I think it's worse than this, too, for primary. Because of all those things you just mentioned. I think it's probably my favorite class, but for a primary, I just don't want it as a primary. There's some neat combos that aren't gear requirements with, like, Wiz. Yeah, that's true. That's true, Apocal. If heals are covered, Bard is fine. Enchanter for illusions. Plate carries worse itemization. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stay there, I think. I think that's good. Alright, so we're on Mage now. Mage is a terrible primary, right? Like you don't want a Mage primary. Versatility is like it's a 1? Because it can technically be your tank. And that's like the only versatility it has. Other than that, it's one-dimensional. It doesn't have like pretty much the pet tanking is really the only versatility that I can think of for a mage. Linchpinness is like what is it? It's like a berserker. It doesn't carry, right? Used to bring Call of Hero, that's true. That's true. Call of Heroes used to be big. It's better than Beast. No way. Heals and slow are way more linchpin than a pet. It's not close. Heals and pets, or heals and slow, are way more linchpin than anything a mage does. You wouldn't want to use your motes on mage spells other than the pet, right? That's like the only one. Beast heals circles around mage, I agree. Primary, it's a -1. Det, it has the pet thing. It has the pet thing. And then what was the enchanter? Oh, the tiny daggers. It's the same thing as the enchanter. Literally the exact same thing. The daggers plus the pet. It has sustain and damage. Yeah, it does. They have more pet AAs, but do you need them for function? I don't think you do. Like for Bard, like for these to work, you have to do a million things for Bards to be like to work, right? And you do have to use the mage Malachite. You do have to. Okay, subsequent trio. This gets a little better. I'd give it like a 2. Because it's worse than Beast. Because it doesn't have heals. But it has the pet thing where your pet's gonna blast when you give it a crazy weapon, right? 3 AA gets rid of components, but that's still debt. That means you have a debt of 3 AA instead of Malachite. Right? Mage is fine for leveling. It's fine. The pet's gonna blast, but for your playstyle, you only see 2 primary groups: tank or cleric. Yeah, I agree with you, Black Cat. You primary all the tanks, or you primary the good healers. If pets carry when you reroll, why did this get rated so low? Because it's only gonna happen. It's only gonna be like that to like mid-20s, Coercer. It carries you at 10. It can, right? But then the higher you get, like the scales shift the other direction, right? Mage, Beast, Bard. And then overall power, what did we put Mage at? In the middle. It's the same as Berserker, basically. A 5. I think this is I think this is almost Berserker level for a primary. I don't think you should primary a Mage. I think Beast and Druid are definitely both better than Mage. But Mage is better than Berserker for primary, I think. I think it's better than Berserker for primary. All right. Monk. Monk's pretty good primary. It's not my top pick, but it's good primary. Versatility. Maybe like a 5? Maybe like a 5? What do you guys think? Mage is the same as Berserker. At least Berserker is a better option for gear. That's true. A 5. I think it's a 5 for versatility, right? Like you could jam it into anything and it wouldn't like be terrible. You get Feign Death and Men no matter what, right? One benefit its pet has is you have more class options for gear. That's true. Feign Death, support, heal, dual wield. High skill caps, defense. Second best weapon. The ability to mend so quickly is pretty powerful. It is. So, I mean, you could put Linchpin in this. It's probably like the same for Linchpin, right? No, maybe it's not that high. Maybe it's not that high. Beast is 3. No, it's probably like a 3. It's probably the same as Beast because like its heal is better, but it doesn't have slow. But it has really good weapons and triple attack and man, I don't know. I'm torn. Like, how do you rate this? Because it depends. I think it's more like a 5. Can be your pseudo tank. That's true. That's true. It can be your dude. It can be your pseudo tank. Is like a 6 good? I think a 6 is probably good. It gives you heals. It gives you tons of defense. It can be your fake news tank. Feign Death is incredible. It has crazy weapons. It just needs somebody to slow for it. And somebody to like for real heals too, just in case, right? You can play it without weapons at all. That's true. You could do that. You don't want to, but you could. It has dead, it has 0 dead. Okay, that's not true. You gotta level Mend up. Mend does not start at full value right away. You do have to level Feign Death and Mend up. There's a small amount of debt there. I'd say 7 because you're actually going to build around it. That's true. You are actually going to build around it. First aid and crit man AA. Oh yeah. You don't need those though to like for it to like work. It's not like Bard AAs. You don't need them. I mean, if you're going to start saying you need melee crit, then you need mana regen and you need that's on the same level as saying you need like a million other AAs. The pet one's different because like if you don't have the Bard AAs, they just like don't do anything. And then if you don't have the Beast or anybody with a pet, your pet is the worst. Do Shaman need canny? Yeah, I think they kind of do. Why Monk over Ranger? Mend mostly, I think. And yeah, probably mostly Mend and Feign Death, yeah. The question is when leveling alts, do you go Monk Enchanter or Paladin Enchanter? I like Paladin Enchanter because of Slay Undead, but it is hard. It's a debate. If the goal is to level in D4, I don't think I'm going to be leveling in D4, but Enchanter is mandatory. That's true. I don't think I'm going to level in D4. Monk greater than Ranger for more defense. Yeah, with most mixes, Monk does have more defense than Ranger. In a vacuum, they don't, but in a realistic scenario, they do. Okay. So, subsequent trio, they're just like really high, right? Because you get Woo's Fists. I mean, are they like an 8, at least an 8, right? When you get the Woo's Fist and then you have more health and you have good gear and you get overhaste and stuff, they're crazy, right? They're crazy. Maybe they're up here. Maybe they're even higher than 8. An 8. Okay. And then overall power was like an 8 too, right? Yeah, like an 8-ish. Whatever, these numbers are, they're all relative. So a monk primary is like an A, right? Or a B? Is it a high B? Because it's worse than these, right? Second or third run, you want D4 or D3 minimum for motes? I mean, maybe. A, low, S, B. I think it's kind of a B primary. It's just not as versatile as like an enchanter or cleric or bard, right? A if you're building around it. But I mean like if you're gonna keep reusing it. So that means that sometimes you will and sometimes you won't. Still pick enchanter, charmer, or monk, yeah. Top melee DPS, yeah, I would agree with that, Tim, bro. I mean, ranger or monk are both pretty good primaries for similar reasons. Monk seems great for a caster melee, like monk mage, yeah. That does seem like it'd be pretty good. Okay, necro. We're gonna try and go faster now, because we're going really slow. Alright, versatility. It's not that high, right? It's not that versatile. What do we say with mage? It's a little more versatile than mage. 4 is probably good. Linchpin. It's not. It's not. No, it's got life tap and a pet. It has something. Life tap carries necro for being a build around, right? Life tap hard carries. I don't know if necro is still bud, but I literally suggest no one ever take necromancer their main. Oh, because of the pet thing. Oh, right, Kyle. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that's not a thing for this, but you're aiming for key spells to upgrade to max. That makes sense, Black Cat. That makes sense. Debt. It's got the pet thing. The pet and bone chips. That's it though, right? Especially considering undead. Yeah. Subsequent trio, it's kind of the same as a mage, but a little better because of life taps. It's like the same as a beast, right? It's basically the same thing as a beast lord. You played to the last day of beta and it wasn't fixed though. Yeah, that's true. We were talking about that, Kyle, when I was playing the mage, remember? Because somebody came in and said that their pet was like made out of paper. Necro should be amazing to pair with SK and Shaman. Yep, I agree. I agree with these work. And then overall power of Necro was pretty high, right? We put it like a here, so like a 7. Like a 7-ish. So as a primary, I don't think it's very good though. It's like here. It's better than mage. Is it better than druid for a primary? Maybe it is. Maybe it's like here. Maybe it's here. I think maybe it's here. I think it's better than all these. I think it's better than all of these for a primary. I still wouldn't take it, but what is debt? No, debt means like things that you have to deal with to make it like function or not drive you nuts. That's why a bard has 10 debt. Because you need to get a bazillion things for a bard to even work right. Low B, high C. All right, I'm gonna stick it with B because I feel like it's better than Beast Lord. Even though Beast Lord has heal and slow, I just think that Necro is, you're gonna want Necro in more things. So I'm gonna use some bias. I'm gonna use some bias on that. This is all just subjective, anyways. A lot, right? All right, Paladin. Versatility's got to be at least a 9, right? No, or an 8, a 9 or an 8, maybe an 8, maybe an 8. It's not as versatile as an enchanter. Linchpin though, it's 10. It's a 10 on linchpin. I'm not even gonna argue with that. It's tank and healer and it's a 10 primary. It's true. It's a 10 primary. I agree with you, Twerk. It's an S tier primary. Debt, it does have a little bit of debt. Because you do want Slay Undead. You don't like need it, but you definitely want it, right? Like it's gonna make your leveling so much faster. We'll just put a 1. We'll put a 1 for debt. You have to play Paladin. Subsequent trios is like at least a 9. At least. Because then you just have Slay Undead with Aldrin. And it's a hell, and it's a 10. It's a 10 for subsequent trios. You get the crazy weapon, you slay undead, you still have heals, you're not gonna die, Is there even a bad combo paladin? Not really. That's the reason why it's the linchpin 10. Because you put anything with a paladin and it's fine, right? Slan Dead, you get mount. That's true. You get the mount too. And then overall power is 10, right? Where is it, a 9? It's a 9, right? Yeah, it's a 9. It's not a 10. Shaman and Enchanter are the 10s for power. So, Paladin's S for your primary. Can't be bad, especially with all the undead, yeah. Secrets. Bard, Necro Druid is the same now, Necro. Oh, they fixed it. Thanks, Dastion. So that answers your question about the whole pet thing. They fixed it. According to Secrets, which is definitely an authoritative source, so we're gonna go with it. Alright, Ranger. Ranger, they are pretty versatile, guys. They're pretty versatile, right? They're not as versatile as Paladin, but they're pretty close. They're pretty close. Because they're like a crappier Paladin for versatility, right? They're like a slightly crappier Paladin. Linchpin, also, they're pretty covery. They cover a lot of stuff. They're your healer and your tank, possibly too, with eventually Pacify. And they give you dual and triple attack, which is something Paladin can't give you. Pair well with melee. Maybe they're like an 8. I think they're like an 8 for this, because they're a tank that comes with heals too. Pacify. They don't get Pacify till 39 indoors, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd probably bump it up to a 9. How good are their nukes? The dot one, the fire dot line is very good, Twerk. It is very efficient and pretty good damage. Yeah, I think 8's pretty good. Det? Do they have any det? I don't think they do. Paladin has it for Slay Undead. I don't think Ranger does, because I think they get everything automatically, right? Like the strike through and all that crap, they just get it. Have to hug a tree for daily buff. I don't think they have any debt. I think Ranger is living debt free, no credit cards. Subsequent Trio, not as good as a Paladin because your weapon options are a lot worse. You don't get a pet, so they're not going to carry you. Yeah, I don't know, for Subsequent Trio, I feel like they're not that good. Oh, you get the bow. You get the bow. What am I talking about? You could use the Ranger bow for the next trio, right? And that would carry hard. Like, their bow has got to be better than their other weapon options for subsequent trios, right? And then you can give like the other good weapons you got to a pet if you have it in your pet. That'd be pretty crazy. For Ranger, do they need to get fletching? Not really. They don't have to. But maybe, I guess you could say a 1. You could say a 1 for that. That's Didn't Bo get nerfed to shit? Wait, what? What do you mean, Animander? What do you mean it got nerfed? Combining plus 0 arrows to, okay, so the debt's like an 11 if you want to fletch. An 11 if you want good arrows. There you go. It's a 1 debt because you have to fletch a little bit, but if you want good arrows, it's an 11 because see you later a few hours of your life. Ranger only real funky is their 40% haste cloak. Oh, that's true. They get the cloak. I wonder when they can click that. Ranger can be haste cap without any haste class. Wow, that's a good point. Damn, we give it a 9? Because of the cloak? When can you click the cloak, guys? Does anybody know? Because if you can click that early, they're crazy for subsequent if you get the bow, right? They're actually crazy. Wow. We'll keep it at a 9. You can buy the arrows from the vendor that everyone else is selling to level up flesh. That's true. You could do that. You could do that. And then overall power is not that high though, right? It's like a 6. It's like a 6 for overall power. So Ranger primary looks pretty good, guys. Like, is a Ranger primary better than a monk, maybe? Just because of this? Is it better than a monk for a primary? I think it is. It's closer to, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe they're the same. Long term. I think it probably is. I think it's right here. What is it? What is what? Sorry, Apocal. The haste clicky? Is that what we're talking about? I don't know what the name of it is. Also has damage shield. That's true. Damage shield is something. Level 40? Oh, okay. So you don't haste cap right away with Ranger. That's kind of unfortunate. Dark Cloak of the Sky. That sounds correct. Above Monk for primary, yeah. Okay, we'll go with that. I think Ranger's a little better than Monk for a primary. What are we at now? Rogue. Okay, we all know Rogue is not a good primary. Versatility is like a 1. Like a little more versatile than Berserker. Okay, we'll give it a 2. We'll give it a 2. It's a little more versatile than Berserker. Lynchpin is like, is Berserker 0 also? Yeah, this is, you don't, oh no, that's not true. It's a 1. It gives you like some heal, some slow. It's pretty crappy. It's pretty crappy at it, but it has something. So we won't give it a 0. It's something. Monk has higher haste cap. That's true. That's true. Monk does have a higher haste cap. Debt? I don't think it has any. You don't need Shroud of Stealth, right? Like, what do you need a Shroud of Stealth for later? That's like for raids and stuff, right? I guess we could say a 1, because you do want Shroud of Stealth for, like, eventually, but it's kind of whatever. Monk has to sacrifice an entire class slot for haste. That's true. It does. Until you get the Epic. Until we get the Ranger, or the Epic and Kunark, that's true. The only bonus to Rogue is ease of good backstab ability. And the Finny weapon is nice to pull a proc off of. Yeah, that's true, Mike. Is it click usable any? I hope not. I'm going to assume it's not, because I don't think they would do something like that. Subsequent trio. It's not a 0. You can get a Sky Rogue Dagger and then get the Ifriti Spear debt. That's true. That is something you need to get if you're a rogue main. You literally need to get it. Maybe we'll give it a 3 for that. If you want to play a rogue as your primary, you absolutely want the Ifriti Spear. That's a smart comment, Coercer. Subsequent trio, I guess like a 3. It's worse than a Beast Lord for subsequent trios, right? Maybe it's a 2. But it has good weapons. I don't know. It has good weapons. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's like a 5 or a 4. Same as Zerker. Yeah, you're right. It's probably the same as a Zerker. We had a 6 there because of the weapon. The weapon for Rogue is not quite as good as a Zerker, though, right? It's a little worse. I think a 5. I think 5's good. Because you'll blast. If you get the Rogue Sky Weapon and you have the Ifriti Spear, you're going to delete stuff on the next trio, right? You know, it's good dodge damage. Sneak is good for dad gamers going AFK. That's true. It's almost like it's a more annoying Feign Death, right? Rogue is D0 King. I think Wizard is D0 King. Isn't it? Wizard Bard? Wizard Bard D0 Kings? Question mark. And then overall power of a rogue's like not really that high, right? What did we put Druid at? Druid and I guess we didn't do these yet. What did we put Mage at? 5? Yeah, it's like a 5. That's fine. All right, so primary rogue here. Here? Is it a D? I think it's a D. I think it's a D. I think it's a D. You don't want a primary rogue, guys. It's not a good idea. If you want to play a rogue, that's cool, but I don't think you want to primary it. Same as Zerker. It is basically the same as Zerker. They're basically the same thing. Interchangeable. They kind of are, Kyle. I agree with you. Rogue being crap for 27 years. Rip. Rip. Shadow Knight. All right, this is a better one. So, wait, I've been doing SK, but we say Shad. Shad. Versatility. So it's less versatile than a Paladin. It's probably like about a Monk versatility. Yeah, it's a little better because it's a tank. Maybe a 6. No, it's probably like 5. It's like a Monk versatility. Because it's a tank, but it's not... Its healing is kind of healing, but kind of not. You kind of want a shaman with a Shatter Knight for like the good. I guess it doesn't matter. Good stances. Are we taking into account the dev announcements on the Discord? We are trying to, Elendar. We are trying to. It will become a lot more viable with new harm touch. That's true. That's true. That's true. We'll give it a 6 then. Yeah, the instant feign death is much better. That's true. But like the harm touch while you're leveling too, though, harm touch healing you is going to be really good, right? But that's some debt. If we're making that assumption, there's some debt. It has some debt. Leech touch is leech touch 7 or 9 or how much does it cost? The leech touch is debt they have now. Where is it? AAs. Leech 6. It's got 6 AAs in debt. That's higher than most people. That's higher than most. If I go SK, I'm going Glass Cannon with Zerker for more harm touch. I mean, if you get the harm touch heal pretty early on, it might just kind of cannon. It might be like at least a cardboard cannon. Or like a plastic cannon, maybe? Not as bad as Bard. No, it's not even close to a Bard. That's for sure. Linchpinness, you can build her. It's like an 8, right? Because it's a tank with some healing. It's not a paladin. It's not an enchanter, but it's pretty good. Cardboard chainsaw, I like that. That'd be fun. Oh, it's level 40? Oh. Tank with some sustain. Tank with some sustain. Okay, subsequent trios. It does have a very good sky weapon. Harm shield for Shadow Knight, you get level 50. Lets you use it while you get stamina back from balance dance. That's interesting. That's an interesting strategy. I don't think I would ever thought of that. Makes sense though. Poop tissue already damp from wiping cannons. Oh man, that's bad. Subsequent trios. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good for subsequent because its sky weapon's quite good and it's gonna be plate. And like the life taps will definitely carry you the second time, right? Because you're not gonna take any damage and you're gonna blast. SK Paladin Zerk for next trio, yeah, twerk. Yeah, that would definitely work. It's 18 seconds. That's a long time. Same as monk for subsequent. You get really good armor. Yeah, I think it's about the same as a monk. I think it's about the same for subsequent. Overall power. What'd we say? A bit above a necro. So 7. 7. I think a Shadow Knight for your primary is like an A tier primary, right? Like there. I think it's an 8. I think it's beneath these, but A tier primary. Very good two-hander, yep. And you can dual wield with their Blood Moon too, right, Black Hat? Their Blood Moon primary one-hander is pretty good. All the tanks are A tier at least. Yeah, I agree with that. At least A tier for primary tank. Okay, that's good then. Next, we have this guy. Now this guy is different than the last list. This guy is different than the last list because, you know, next trio and stuff comes into play a lot with a shaman. The versatility of shaman's pretty high, but not as high as... I don't think it's quite as high as enchanter. I don't know. Like, so Bard was 10, which makes sense, because you can literally just throw it in anything. It buffs casters, it buffs melee, it buffs everybody. And Enchanter's 10. Maybe a 9? Maybe like a 9. Shaman, a 10, if you'll be switching classes a lot. I mean, the problem with Shaman Primary, for me, is that it's not that good at leveling. Right? One hand Blood Moon, yeah. Not as high as me after 3 gummies and a jiggly soda. Linchpin, can you build around this? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's probably like a little below a ranger. It's a little bit below a ranger, I think. Because, like, I mean, maybe it's higher. This is a hard one for me. Because, like, it sucks at early leveling. but it's the best class. It's one of the best classes in the games at the end. And it does have heals and is fairly tanky. Hey, thanks for the follow, Vander. Shaman is great with anything with mana. With Knights, the damage from Canny can be mitigated from Mage Hunter, yeah. The slow lets any tank blast. Do you guys have build around Shaman to maximize it? Yeah, let me give it an 8 then. You have to build around it. But you certainly can. Debt, does it have... It has cannibalized debt. And pet debt. It's got dogs and cannibalized debt. You need those. You need cannibalized and dog greater hold. Subsequent trios, I don't feel like it's that good. It's worse than Beast Lord, I think. For subsequent trio leveling, I think it's worse than a Beast Lord. Because it doesn't get the pet carry early on. And it doesn't, and a Gardock is an okay weapon. If you build around the dots. Shaman doesn't add anything for new leveling. Yeah, it basically, when you start a new trio, it's basically like an okay healer. That's really all it adds. It doesn't give you anything else for leveling, really. Picking Shaman won't, yeah, that's true. It won't ruin it. In Ven does it all, though. Not at level 10, it doesn't. Not at level 10, it doesn't. Overall power is just a 10, though, right? Or was it a 9? I guess it's a 10. Overall power is just a 10. It's just that it's not good at leveling. Gardock procs at level... Wait, Gardock is a proc? What proc does Gardock even have? I didn't know it was a proc. Oh, really? Wait, what? Whoa, that's crazy. Wait, what? Okay, we're gonna boost the subsequent trio at least a little bit. That's crazy. Putting Gardock on your dog's pretty cool. You can't get a dog till like late 20s, but that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Gardock on your dog, man. It's good. Before Odium equals 5. After Odium, everything's trivial. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so where's Shaman? Like a B? For primary? Like maybe a little better than a Necro? A little better than a Necro, I think. Because it's kind of similar to a Necro, but it's just kind of better. I would much rather primary a monk. A melee, right? Like a melee or a tank. Better organization, but slower start. You know, I think that's pretty good. All right, we only got 2 left. We're gonna make it through, boys. I believe it. Warrior. I mean, Warrior's a good primary. Not super versatile though. It's kind of versatile because you can put it with lots of Berserker Shaman combo things, and you take no damage, and you get crazy good gear, and you never take any damage, and you don't do the greatest damage, but you never die. It's pretty good, right? It goes with anything. It goes with anything. That's true. That's true. It does kind of go with almost anything. Maybe the versatility should be higher. Maybe it should be pretty high. 1 below SK and Pal. I mean, Paladin's an 8. Shadow Knight's a 5. I think Warrior's more versatile than Shadow Knight. Maybe not. This is hard. This is hard. Because, like, on one hand, it's super versatile, but then on the other hand, it's so one-dimensional. You think it's the best primary that's not a Paladin. I mean, that's a fair... I can see why you would say that. Now that they changed SK, I wonder what Shadow Knight Paladin Berserker will be like having Harm Touch Heal Pal. I agree with you. I'm very interested in that. Berserker, Paladin, Shadow Knight, when you have really good gear, might be ridiculous. It might just be like the lowest effort blaster build ever. Shadow Knight Gather Shadows is pretty versatile. You mean just having invis? Because it's just a normal invis right now. We don't have Circlet Shadows yet. Maybe Warrior, maybe if you want to go heavy melee with little healing. Yeah, I think 5 is fine. I think the Shadow Knight and Warrior are pretty similar versatility. Linchpin, I mean, it's a 10, right? No, it's a 9. Because it's not as... Whoa, what the hell did I just do? What did I just do? Okay, there we go. I think it's a 9. Just because it's not quite as everything as a Paladin. It's a little less everything. But, like, obviously it's... You know, you just... Hey, Ravon, how's it going? Double Reaver, double Smite, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be Paladin also getting 6% flat heals too for free. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They did get a little buff. I was surprised they buffed Paladins. I was really surprised they buffed Paladins because like they're already so good. Det, Warrior. 0, right? You don't have anything like the Shaman Det. Det, Gear? Okay, fair. Fair. Fair, Coercer. Actually, maybe it's even higher. You're right, they're very gear dependent. I kind of agree with you on that. They're basically nothing without gear, right? Like a Shadow Knight and a Monk are still pretty good without gear, but a Warrior is pretty trash without gear. You don't get plate until 40 plus. That's true. That's true. So we'll put the dead at a 4 because it's actually surprisingly high. You're gonna swap out Paladin for Warrior? I could Agony. That sounds legit. You have no tools. It's all gear. Yeah, that's true. Subsequent trios. So you're gonna use Fangol if you're trying to level fast. If you get it, it's probably a little better than a Shaman, just because of the weapon thing. And you know Shamans don't get pets very early. Maybe like a 5. I mean, you're not going to take any damage, though. You're going to be invincible. Subsequent trios, Warriors are just going to, like, you're going to be invincible, like, legitimately. You'll rate Warrior really high because it's easy to get good gear, and then it's insane. Before that's not a lot, yeah. Warrior gets loads of nice weapons for pets. I mean, their Fangol is the best pet weapon, right? The two-hander, the 2935. Because their other good weapon, the Dagos, is not really very good for pets. Its damage is too low. Like, the damage rating is too low to make much of an impact for pets. Unless you want your pet to tank, then Dagos is really good. I agree that getting good war was the fastest. Yeah, I got a lot of Indicolite gear. I kind of agree with you guys. I gave it all to my pet, because I couldn't wear it, but... And then overall power, what is it, like a 9? Where you go? Like an 8? An 8? 8 for overall power? Alright, so what's war for primary has got to be up here, right? I think I'd put it atop of A. What do you guys think? I think Warrior's top of A for primary. Which is weird to say better than Shadow Knight, but I just think it's just that good once you get gear. Just because you don't take any damage. It's the best primary that's not Paladin. All your war weapons and armor also work for most pets. Well, they work for every pet. Every pet's a warrior. That's a good point, Neo. Every warrior item works for every pet. I mean, I guess they might not matter for the mage fire pet, but who do people use that? I don't know. Net Nanny strikes again. Okay, we got only one class left. Wizard. Only... Oh, yeah, we don't need to copy this. Wizard. Versatility. 0. It is 0 versatility. Literally no versatile. You nuke, and then you nuke. And then you nuke, and then guess what you do? You nuke. That's it. That's what it does. Linchpin. I'm gonna give it like a 2. Because it does a lot of damage. It does a lot of damage, and you can build around that. You can port. You can... Okay, you're right. Timbro's right. You can nuke, and then port, and then nuke again. That's what you can do. You can love some people. All right, cool. Best non-bot DPS, you dot, then you nuke. Ice Comet. Wiz Monk Bard. I'm gonna give it a 2 for Linchpin. It's better than a Rogue, I think, for Linchpin, which isn't saying much, but you can give it a lot of mana regen, and it can blast. It can do it. We've seen it done. It has debt, right? It has the crit. How many AAs is the spell crit? Because like if you're playing a wizard, you need to get the spell crit stuff. Right? Like you need to. Because why are you playing a wizard if you don't? Like maybe at 3? I don't know how many points it is. We're gonna look. Ba ba ba. Wizard? Wizard. Improve familiar. Wait, is this what gives you the mana regen? Oh, this is the crit. Okay, so you need this. Oh, you need this. This is what you need. You need this. You don't need mana burn. That's whatever. So you need familiar. You need 6. You just need the improved familiar. That's what you need for a wizard. So a 3 is probably fine, right? I think a 3 is fine. And then subsequent trios, not very good. Not very good. It's not like the worst thing ever. If you upgrade like all the spells all the way up, it's pretty good. But by the time you do that, I feel like you're better off just using Giga Weapons. That's not for subsequent trios. It doesn't, Coercer. The first trio, Garrison carries hard. But subsequent ones, it does not. It'll still be good. But, you know, you can melee for 200 next trio, right? Instead of nuking for 250. Wizards are awesome for first run through. Yes, I agree. It is awesome for first run through, but subsequent, they're okay. If you pair it with a ranger, it becomes a little better, right? It's good if you can AoE. Okay, you're right. That's like the druid thing, right? What do we put for druid? It's got to be slightly lower than druid. 3? So maybe a 2. Maybe a 2 because you can AoE. But you don't get heals. Should be fairly good when you mode it. Yeah, but that's true with everything. Are you really going to moat garrisons when you come back with like a Fangol or a Aldrin's or something? Maybe you will. Maybe you will. If you want to level with Wizard over and over again from like 18 to 26 or whatever it is. Wizard Enchanter can level any class as a third with AoE stun nukes. That's true, Elcry. That's a good point. Maybe it is just better than I'm saying. Maybe it's really good for subsequent. Just because you can just AoE nuke, AoE stun. Or AoE mez rather, not stun. You mez, not stun, right? Maybe you do both? You do both? Maybe we give it like a 5. You guys are right. Maybe it is just really good with Enchanter. I'll give it to you. Which simply isn't the key, yeah. Enchanter's the key, but you need like Wizard or Druid for it to work. But that kind of means a Druid can do the same thing, right? Doesn't that mean that Druid should be better at leveling? Because their AoE at certain points is better than Wizard. Yeah, we'll put it at a 4 then. Overall power of a Wizard. What did we put? Like a slightly above Druid and Beast Lord. So what did we say for Druid? A 4? So like a 4? 5? A 4? Give it a 4. Druid is never better than Wizard for killing. That's true. I think AoEing on relevel would be fun. It would be, Coercer. I agree with you. It would be fun. I thought that the Bard Wizard Druid would be really fun to AoE with. The cooldown prohibits Druid. You can use both though. If you do Druid and Wizard at the same time, you can like do both of them. I guess you could do like Enchanter Druid Wizard and go really hard. You can go really hard. All right, that's it. Oh, we need to put the Wizard somewhere. It's like here, right? Maybe here. It's kind of the same as a mage, right? Like, do you want an AoE level or do you want to have the pet carry? Actually, maybe it's better. No, it's not. It's not. You don't want it as a primary. It's a little better than these. It's a little better than these, but not much. During the beta, the staff of Temp Flux wasn't working. The best pulling item. Instant LM debuff and clears most damage shields. Interesting. Enchanter plus Cleric does better in Befallen / Lower Gook. That makes sense. Killing one at a time won't catch you up to 8 times. It's just that question is a primary. It sucks as primary. Casters as a primary just suck. Yeah, that's a fair point, Kyle. Casters kind of suck as primaries. Casters kind of suck as primaries. Well, We did it. We made 2 really crazy tier lists, which is fun. I think this is the end of it for me today. I don't know if there's anybody to raid. We can look. I don't know if there's anybody to raid, guys, but we're gonna look. I don't think there is, unless like somebody else is doing the same thing I'm doing. We're gonna check. Otherwise, we're just kind of dunzo. There is somebody playing. What's he doing? Oh, it's something else. No, there's nobody. That's it. There's nobody. One guy is? Did I miss it? Hold on, let me check again. Oh, Oh, he's playing Clair Obscure. It's just me. Oh, there it is. Alpha Blue. All right. So we're going to go ahead and raid Alpha and see what he's doing. Thank you guys for hanging out and doing these tier lists with me. It was really fun. It took a lot longer than I thought it would, to be honest. Like, that was a long time. Alpha Blue Official. I'm pretty curious what he's doing. He's probably doing something similar, right? All right, everybody. Thanks again for hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you again next time. See you later.